Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to another Canadian Weather live stream. We are looking at Manitoba and far southeast Saskatchewan today. Definitely an elevated severe threat. So we are jumping on. One area just went severe warned. We've been monitoring this for the last few hours to try and see what's going to develop and where. So I've been keeping an eye on things. So again, thanks for joining me this afternoon. I'm going to jump into the Environment Canada graphic. We'll quickly look at that and then we'll look where storms are. There's a few storms that have our attention. We've got a lot of friends out there chasing today. Shannon Bolesky is out there. Aaron Jajak is in just across the border in North Dakota. Braden Morisseau from Alberta's out there. So hopefully we'll be able to report some stuff to you guys. We may even get some live streams going, but we'll see how that plays out. So yeah, let's jump right onto the graphic here. So this was put out by Environment Canada today. Obviously you can see down a southern portion of Manitoba, just skirting into the southeast corner of Saskatchewan. We have that high elevated orange area, Brandon kind of sitting right in the middle there on the Trans-Canada. That is where our severe weather for today is going to be, along with the yellow area. So C being up to 130 kilometer-hour wind gusts when these storms get going this afternoon and evening. They are talking 4 to 6 centimeter hail, which is basically 2-inch hail maximum, 30 to 50 millimeters of rain, and also the tornado slinky in that orange C area. There is a possibility. It is somewhat conditional, but there definitely is a possibility of that happening. And then Area A, which is the yellow portion, which extends further east and west and kind of encompasses Winnipeg and Dauphin. Still 90 to 110 kilometer-hour winds, up to 4 centimeter hail, and 30 to 50 millimeters of rain. So needless to say, it's going to be a very windy day in Manitoba. Those straight line winds, 130 kilometers, you're starting to get into hurricane speeds there. So stuff is going to blow around. Definitely need to take this with some caution. So I'm going to bring this up here. Let's just take a look here. So our first severe warning on the Canadian side is for this storm that's in North Dakota. So I'm going to pull this up here and we'll take a closer look from the US radar just north of Grand Forks. Environment Canada has put out a warning ahead of it. So I'm just going to play the cycle here on the radar and you can kind of see how this is drifting mostly north but with a slight easterly component. And so Environment Canada has severe warned that ahead before it does cross the border. Weather doesn't really care about borders, so let's just take a look at the warning that was put out. So I've got this here updated 13 minutes ago. Environment Canada is tracking severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain. It is traveling at about 40 kilometers an hour, and the hazards are the 90 to 110 kilometers an hour, up to 4.5 centimeter hail, and then heavy rain depending where you are, obviously isolated to that storm, but 15 to 50 millimeters is what they're calling for on that. So that's just north of the border, basically south of Winkler is where that storm is currently. So definitely wind threat and hail threat right now with this storm. So we are jumping on to take care of this and see whether we can keep everybody appraised. The other area I want to highlight is out here to the west. These storms south of Brandon definitely got going fairly quickly. And I'm just looking here. I've got a few reports, so I just want to double check from one of my spotters or some of the guys out there that we have. I'm just double checking what they're sending me here. Definitely potential is rising on these storms. So again, the ones southwest of Brandon, they are tracking up that way. So we need to pay attention to them because Brandon, obviously one of the more populated areas in Manitoba. But you can see how over the last few scans, those storms have kind of gotten organized and are tracking almost directly heading towards the Brandon, main town of Brandon. So we do have a couple of spotters or chasers out there, David Grant, and then I believe, that's Michela. Michela, definitely a great Canadian chaser. So if you don't follow her on social media, definitely check her out. So what else? So, good afternoon. I see my brother Dan is in the chat. Kevin, my nephew, is also in the chat by the looks of it. So, I know this is outside of our normal viewing area, so I don't expect a huge volume of people on the stream, but anybody in the Manitoba area today, in the southern portion, definitely needs to pay attention to this one. Yvette saying, my sister lives in Manitoba, just close to Saskatchewan. Anything going their way. So right now the storms are kind of moving. I'm going to switch over to the Canadian radar and just kind of show you how this has progressed over the last few hours. So these storms, the more severe part of it is going to be to the east of the Saskatchewan border, Saskatchewan-Manitoba border. So most of it should be in Manitoba, but you can see that some storms did push through earlier. Fairly intense line of precipitation with some lightning and not a whole lot of wind. I did get videos out of that. So so this is what's progressing at this point. Again, kind of eyeballing this cluster right here. You can see how active this got very quickly. All those lightning strikes around there are indicative of a strong updraft forming. So we are going to monitor this one just to be sure. Even though it's not severe warned yet, that is definitely an area that has the attention of a few people. So we are going to keep an eye on that one. And also this area here to the south of Winkler, that storm is still coming across the border, but definitely packing a lot of hail. This one, the biggest threat here would be with the hail and some of the straight line winds and obviously heavy precipitation heading in a northeast form. And back to these storms, these ones south of Souris, which for the French people, Souris, I always make fun of how they pronounce things out there because a lot of it is French related, but it's pronounced with an English accent, I guess. But south of Souris, these storms definitely have some tornadic potential if they get organized, and that's why I'm paying attention to them, especially where they're tracking. So just keeping an eye on things and making sure that we get the information out. There is this line to the west on the border, but those look like mostly heavy precipitation and lightning, not a huge threat in terms of any kind of rotation or very heavy winds at this point. And they are weakening. I'm going to show you guys something, just want to highlight. You can see the temperature here in Brandon is 25 degrees Celsius. Back just to the west, this looks like Broadview. I was going to say Broadview. My buddy Curtis lives out there. Hey, Curtis. 13 degrees Celsius out that way. So line moved over there. So there's a huge difference in temperature once those storms went through. So you can kind of see this cluster of warm air along the Trans-Canada and south to the U.S. border. That's where that's storm juice, essentially, or storm energy that's available for them to enhance. So we definitely need to pay attention to this. And I'm just looking from the US or the Canadian radar a little further away. So I'm just trying to balance out which is our better radar at this point. The one from Winnipeg is too far, but the US radar seems to have the best image of it right now. And I'm also noticing this little guy right here getting its act together as well, kind of heading into that same area. So, we're eyeballing storms kind of in this area right down here. And I'm going to move this out of the way just so I can. So storms in this area will have our attention. Obviously, this one to the southeast is already ongoing, but this is kind of where we figured the more tornadic threat would be with storms if they got their acts together. So that's why we're keeping an eye on that and going from there. Gordon, good to see you in the chat from Morden, Manitoba. And I know a fair bit of Manitoba, but that's one that doesn't ring a bell. Just going to look on my Google Maps and just find out where it is. Always good to know where people are tuning in. Welcome to the Canadian Weather live stream. We're a fairly new platform. It looks like you're southwest of Winnipeg. I've probably driven through Morden a couple of times, storm chasing out that way over the years. So welcome again to the Canadian Weather live stream. We're happy to have you out there. Curtis in the chat mentioning he's a buddy of mine or buddy of ours out in Broadview, Saskatchewan. So getting a shout out in the chat, as they say. So, okay, so let's keep an eye on this. Like I said, we did jump on this a bit early just because there is the potential for some higher end severe. So we wanted to keep ahead of everybody and just be able to put out that information. If you have questions and you're watching, just fire them in the chat. We will definitely do our best to answer questions. So yeah, definitely happy to have people on board. And again, if you're new here, we are a couple of storm chasers. I've been at this since 2014. Connor, my partner, who's on vacation right now, it has been at it since about roughly the same time. So we normally cover in Ontario, but today's severe threat brought us out here, obviously, to pay attention. We'll broadcast anywhere, but we are broadcasting from Ontario at this point and just monitoring things from that location. So what else is going on? Will Brandon see a tornado possibly? I've been keeping up with the groups, but interested in seeing others' thoughts. So great question. There's no way to say right now, this is the storm we are monitoring. Brandon is definitely in an area where the ingredients are there. It does not mean that that the ingredients will all come together and produce a tornado. This storm right now is the one that we are kind of monitoring. It hasn't been around long. It got intense. I'm just backing up our radar here. And what we're looking at, for anybody that's new, this is reflectivity. So this just tells you the density of particles, being rain, hail, whatever it is, inside that storm. So you can see, I'm just going to back it up. So this popped at 1:10 p.m., so 50 minutes ago, and in under an hour, it's gotten its act together, and we do have some indicators of hail. So for those that don't know what the hail looks like on radar, when we start getting into this dark red and purple, that becomes indicative possibly of hail at this point. If there was hail in this, I would say pea-sized would be kind of where things would be at this point. So again, we're going to monitor this storm as it drifts northeast towards Brandon. So it is going to impact Brandon right now. Just heavy precipitation. I don't know. I'm going to take a look at rotation on this storm. So I'm switching over to what we call velocity. And this is wind speed basically and direction. Right now, all we're seeing is red. So there's not a whole lot of rotation on this storm. So red is moving away from the radar. Green is moving towards the radar. So when we do get concerned is when you have red and green close to each other and the colors brighten up. So the higher the wind speed, the brighter the color. And that's when it starts to get our attention. I am able to look up further into the storm by adjusting this tilt feature. So that just reads higher up into the storm. So I'm seeing if anything is rotating aloft, just going up through the storm. And you can see obviously the wind speeds are changing as you go further up into the storm, which is normal. Wind speeds above us are generally higher than on the surface. So just going to keep an eye on this and see what goes on. No rotation that's obvious right now, but we are watching that one as well. So hopefully that, JMA, that helps you guys out, or J-Man, sorry. So what else? Yeah, it depends on if they're isolated when they reach, and definitely for a storm to get a tornado, for the most part, an isolated storm is ideal. That way, it's not being interfered with by other storms. You can have conditions, obviously, that get around that type of thing, but isolated is definitely what generally more often will produce tornadoes. So, Grandview. So let me just take a look here. I got a question about Grandview. Again, whether they're going to receive one or not, you're probably in the watch, but let me just take a look exactly where you're located. Today's threat does include that tornado threat in the south of Manitoba. So I'm just figuring out where I'm at. So you're much further north right now. You're east of Roblin. I'm just trying to. So you're near Riding Mountain National Park. I've been out that way. So Grandview is definitely north at this point. I would say you're pretty much out of the more severe threat, meaning the tornado potential. It's not off the table, but more than likely it's not going to be an issue for you guys up in Grandview. Again, you're quite a bit north of the play. Where we were talking about earlier would be this area down here in terms of our storm potential. If they go in this area here, kind of tucked into this, that's where we are thinking that there's a decent tornado threat if storms and the ingredients can come together. So that's the bigger area. So we're talking, just north of Brandon, west of Brandon, and all the way kind of over to Portage La Prairie, and south down to the border to North Dakota and the USA. So that's where our biggest threat seems to lie at this point, and why we're paying attention to things. So what else is here? So asking about storms 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Yes, those storms, we're early at this point. So it's only 1 o'clock right now in Manitoba. Storms, there wasn't much of a cap in place. So it allowed storms to fire fairly early. And what cap is a warmer mass of air aloft that doesn't allow the storms to get too big or too high. It kind of keeps a lid on things. And generally, when you have a cap, if storms can punch through it, they tend to be more intense. When you don't have too much cap, the intensity can't build as much. And that's what, keeps it from going too severe. So again, watching some stuff down here. Not sure about this one here, so I'm just going to take a look. This is still on the North Dakota side. Not seeing any real rotation out of that one at this point, but going to keep an eye on it. And it is in that warmer air mass, 27, 26 Celsius. So again, to the west, you can see the temperatures are much colder, in the high teens to low teens, depending if storms went through. East of that and east of this line, in Canada, these storms that fired early, you can see is heading for Shoal Lake. These are just regular thunderstorms, heavy rain, but with obviously associated with some winds, but have not met the severe component for Canada. It is 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts is when we usually start to pay attention or get them severe warned. So we're not seeing that within these storms, that they're very windy. So that's why they're not severe warned. Again, still going to be heavy rain and lightning associated with it, and some wind, but nothing on the severe side at this point just yet. But this is a longer event. We are talking, what am I trying to say? We're talking till the evening here. So again, models were predicting that we were talking of an event with isolated storms working out themselves into a line and kind of marching towards Winnipeg. And again, straight line winds of 130 kilometers an hour can cause quite a bit of damage. So I can actually show you what our latest model runs were showing. So this is one I'm just going to pull up here. The next run is the next long run. Let me just see here, actually. I'll use this one. Yeah, it's in progress, but we'll take a look. It's only loaded 37% of the model, but let's pause this and minimize this down. And so I'm going to bring this back and just show you guys what we're talking about. So this is just a model. So this is something trying to predict what's going to happen. This is not something, a lot of people misunderstand models thinking that that's, written in stone. It's not. These are just models trying to figure out what's going to happen. So you can see that this is just predictive, and it lines out, essentially heads towards Winnipeg. Definitely heavy rain as these storms march eastward, but that's over the next 4 to 5 hours. So there's definitely a lot of storms still on the table. We are just getting going in this. So just wanted to show you guys where the potential was. This does not mean it's going to happen, but that's what models were showing as a possibility. So again, we're going to keep an eye on all this and update you live. So what we are looking at right now, if I go full screen on this, this is actual radar that's live data coming in. So again, this storm does seem to have a strong updraft happening here. We've got quite a bit of purple pixels in here, which again, indicative of hail and all those lightning strikes around it. So I'm going to take a look at, because we're using the US radar, we have a few more options. Or no, that's not US radar. Sorry, I'm looking at Canadian. Let me switch over to the US radar right there. Okay, let's take a look at this and see how tall this storm is. So we can tell how tall a storm is from the US radars. A little more information from them than the Canadian ones. So this storm right now is around 43,000 feet. For the prairies, that's a tall storm, indicative of a strong updraft. So we can see that bright red area. We're hitting 43,000 feet. For those in terms of reference, planes usually fly between 30 and 35,000 feet, roughly. So we are above that. So obviously quite a strong updraft moving up at this point. So yeah, so that's essentially what's going on at this point. So this storm definitely has some potential in it, and that's why I'm monitoring it the way I am, even though it's not severe warned yet. It is kind of reaching out for Brandon at this point, but the core of the storm, the part that where the more severe stuff with hail and heavy precipitation is tucked in down here, but it is tracking in this general direction. If we use, I don't have storm speed on this one because unfortunately Canadian radar doesn't show that. So let me just use our storm track feature here. And again, we're using the other storm to the southeast, roughly heading in that direction, and speed. We're going to say 40 kilometers an hour, not 325. So if I click on this, it's heading, so yeah, I didn't stretch it out far enough. Give me 1 second here. I'll redo that. Bear with me for 1 second. So we'll stretch it out roughly like this. And then we'll say 25 miles an hour. So it's saying that it will be in Brandon roughly in 60 minutes. So 1 hour is roughly what we're talking about if it maintains speed, and it is doing that 40 kilometers an hour. There's a bit of guesswork going on, but I'm using a little bit of educated guesswork to come up with that. So within the hour, the core of that storm should be over Brandon. Obviously, the precipitation you're seeing out ahead of it will be there sooner, if not very momentarily, because we can see on the southwest corner there's definitely some precipitation here, but this is extremely light precipitation. Yellow and down to green and light green and even to blue, you are talking very light precipitation. That's the bottom end of the scale. Orange, red, pink, and purple, that's where you get into the high end of the scale. So we do have a pocket of precipitation northeast of Souris and then south of Souris. Again, I would suspect we are getting quite a bit of hail down here just based on the radar signature at this point. And then Shoal Lake along 16 down here towards the Trans-Canada, just heavy precipitation with lightning and some wind associated with that, but not severe at this point. And let's monitor, yes, so I'm monitoring this storm right here on the North Dakota side. Definitely a lot of hail in this. This is a stronger storm to the south of the border right now, so it is just south of the border in North Dakota. Actually, that's not the part I wanted. Bear with me. Let's do a measurement. So the storm is roughly 45 kilometers from the border. So that's maybe if it's moving at 40 kilometers an hour, within an hour, it's crossed the border and gone into Canada. And again, it is moving kind of in a northeast fashion. I'm just going to bring this up here so you can see the last few frames. This fired at 1:35. It wasn't on the radar. Didn't show up on radar till 1:45. So in the last less than half an hour, it has grown to what you see there. So definitely going to cross the border and head up this way. They have severe warned this storm that's heading to Brandon, and I suspected that might be the case. Obviously, my guess is for the hail at this point, but this storm is kind of heading in this general direction. So still about an hour from the border, but will eventually cross over. And again, we are probably here till the severe threat models were showing that by 8 p.m. Manitoba time, things might subside more. So we're here till the event is over, but let's take a look here. Environment Canada, including Brandon in this. So thunderstorm warning was just put out. This is 2 minutes ago. We heard it on our software. Just Environment Canada tracking a thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. So still on the lower end of severe, but it is severe warned. And again, I'll bring this up. They're updating something in there. They've kind of circled around Brandon, and I obviously not sure why portion of Brandon gets cut out like this. These severe warnings that happen. So it's definitely headed that way right now. Again, it is mostly heavy rain and hail. We are not seeing anything in terms of any major rotation. I'm going to just confirm that, just seeing whether there's anything that I should be mentioning here. Right now, it still looks pretty decent, so not anything that would draw my attention. For those that have been on this stream before, when we were doing the severe weather in London, Ontario, a few weeks back, we definitely warned of tornadoes out ahead of these out of the storms there. So we try and get ahead of it so that 10 minutes in the world of severe weather is a lifetime essentially. So we try and get the info out as soon as possible. We don't try and scare people. We want to make sure that we're giving accurate and concise information. So that's why we try and get out here, get information in front of people. Knowing what's coming at you is half the battle. So I'm not seeing rotation from Canadian radar or US radar of any significance, which is good. So right now this storm is just basically to do with heavy rain and hail. That's the biggest threat right now. So this is our first storm on the Canadian side that is severe warned. Environment Canada did put this severe warning just to the south of, or around Winkler, Morden, all that area in there where this severe warning is. They put that out because of the storm coming from the North Dakota side. Again, mostly a hail threat there, and we'll pay attention to it. Just keep you guys updated on that. So friendly Manitoban, thank you for jumping in the chat. Thanks for being here. And I'm going to just jump here into some of the comments and questions. I try and do that as much as possible. So just backing up a little more here. Okay, where am I? Missed a few of them here. So we talked about Brandon, Grandview. Mags is in here. Hey, Mel and Tom, love the coverage. Thank you for always being in the chat when you can. We appreciate it. ML Storm Chaser, good afternoon. Good to see you in the chat as well. Gail is saying I should have paid more attention in science when we studied climate. You can definitely still do that. There's nothing stopping you. I've learned most of the stuff I know in the last 10, 12 years. And so there's nothing stopping you from learning more. So J-Man saying, yeah, there's two paths when it comes to talking about cap. Yes, you can have too much cap or not enough cap when we're talking severe component of it. So it depends what you enjoy. If you enjoy severe storms and, high-end severe threat, you do want some cap in place. And then one storm that pops through it, all the pressure gets released in that spot and obviously amplifies that particular storm. So what else is here? We have family in Beau Séjour. Please stay safe, everyone. Yeah, Jennifer, yes, definitely. Everybody needs to just pay attention. If you do get a tornado warning and you are in the Manitoba area today, I would definitely take it seriously. The ingredients are there. Doesn't, again, mean that anything is going to happen. And that's always the caveat that some platforms don't show. They just, talk tornado and want to get clicks and likes. We are here to tell you, ingredients are there, but that doesn't mean the amount of times I've seen storms try and tornado and not actually do anything far outweighs the ones that do actually tornado. I mean, my experience in, since 2014, I've seen close to 100 tornadoes. So pretty good grasp on severe weather. I still don't know half of what some of the other people out there do, and I will freely say that. But I do have a pretty strong grasp on what's happening in the moment, essentially. So what else is going on here? I'm in Brandon. Okay, friendly Manitoban, I'd try and get you some footage, but I'm a bit busy. Can we go look at rotation, if any, please? Yeah, so I just went through that on those storms again. Nothing right now is jumping out at me for rotation, either on the Canadian side or the US side. So again, we are still early. It's only 1:20 p.m. out in Manitoba. We've got probably 6, 7, 8 hours of these storms kind of moving through the area. And again, once, early on, there's the chance for isolated storms. But as I was showing in the model, things will line out eventually. And at that point, it just becomes a very high-end straight line wind event for the most part. Meaning lots of strong straight line winds. And that's why the warnings or the watches were put out for 130 kilometer-hour winds. And then obviously quite a bit of precipitation, which could be associated with hail and all sorts of different goodies in there. So again, we are going to report live on it, what's happening, and keep you guys up to date as much as possible. For anybody, give me 1 second here. I'm just going to throw this on our page here. This is how you can reach out to us. So we do have a Facebook page as well. You can jump on there and subscribe to it. Obviously, we would love that. You can email us if you have footage, photos, that kind of stuff, and you're in the Manitoba area today. You can give it to us by email at canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. We also have a Facebook page called Canadian Weather Live Reports, and I'm just going to throw that up as well. So this is the page that we have, and if you have to answer a couple of questions to get in. They're very simple. It's keeping out bots and it's keeping out trolls, that kind of stuff. But if you don't answer the questions, you don't get in the group. But it's a great group where everybody shares weather, even when we're not on live stream. So there's some really cool stuff in there. So again, Canadian Weather Live Reports is one of the pages that we run. Highly recommend that. So you can post your footage there as well. And then if you do, and it's we can share it on the stream live when it's going through specific areas. So always appreciate when people do that, sharing their their footage or their photos, that kind of stuff. So again, we do appreciate that. So just jumping on a couple of things here. And we tend to, our primary focus has been Ontario and Quebec, but we are broadening our horizons and, starting to cover across the prairies and the Maritimes. That's where, all the way to BC, if there's stuff, we will cover that kind of stuff as much as we can. Right now, we're just a two-man show, myself and Connor. So obviously we can't be everywhere at once, but definitely being able to do it over radar makes it a lot easier. So let's just take a look back here, see if there's any more questions. Okay, what else? Tom has the Pro version. It has a rotation indicator that he can show. It's Canadian, eh? Yes, yeah, it definitely, if there is rotation, our software will detect it from the US radars. However, it does not currently work. That feature does not work with the Canadian radars yet. The provider is working on that. They're testing it on the US radars, and obviously they get far more severe weather, so it's a much bigger test bed for them. But it's something that picks up on rotation. So again, we'll take a look at it right now. The storm heading for Brandon doesn't look super strong at this point. I'm just going to take a look at rotation. You can usually tell visually what a storm is doing. So again, no red or green combined together here from the US radar, and I'm just going to look at our Canadian radar. This, I suspect, is noise down here. I'm just going to take a look at that just to see and be sure. But what I mean by noise, so there is a bit of stuff on the Canadian radar, but again, it's hard to determine when we have what we call radar noise, and I'm going to highlight it for you guys here. So when you see these kind of random pixels of red here, there's more on the left-hand side. This is just interference or noise within that radar, and it does make it hard on the velocity side of things to sometimes determine things. I'm comfortable in saying this storm isn't currently doing any kind of serious rotation, just based on the structure of the storm and the size of the storm as well. So again, there is hail in this though, just south of Souris, definitely a pocket of hail in that area as well. So and I'm just monitoring our chat. We have a moderator chat, so I just make sure that I'm not missing anything when I'm looking over here. Again, anybody who's new, I run 4 monitors basically. So I've got stuff on my left, my right, in front of me, and all over the place just to keep up with what's going on with weather. So let me just zoom out here and see. Riding Mountain National Park, beautiful area, by the way. Lots of bears to be seen out that way. They are updating this warning, so that beeping that you heard is Environment Canada updating this warning here. So let's switch over to the US radar and take a look at this, and we'll read what they've updated, if anything. So updated just now, Environment Canada tracking severe thunderstorm. Still, same thing, producing damaging winds, loony to ping pong ball-sized hail and heavy rain. So I'll just show you guys, it's still on the US side, the heavier cluster. It has weakened somewhat, this storm. Let me just put this, I'm gonna move some of my stuff around here, bear with me for 1 second. Our cluster right in this area here is where that heavy precipitation and again hail would be located. So it's just getting close to the border. It's still not on the Canadian side. The rest of this stuff right now to the north, again, we are only talking about moderate to mild rain, but down in the further south of that, where the core of the storm is, that's when the precipitation is going to pick up. So kind of to the east of Winkler would be my guess where this is going to track in this kind of general direction. Again, this is not written in stone, but that's where I suspect things are going to head. So they're keeping an eye on it, and again, we're keeping an eye on that, but also these storms back here coming out of the North Dakota area, kind of northeast of Minot. This storm is obviously very intense with precipitation, lightning. I'm going to take a look at winds in it and just see if it's got any major winds. Stronger winds are starting to pick up in it. There is quite a bit of noise here from the US radar. You don't see this too often down there, but there is some noise on this radar as well. No indication of very strong rotation. I am going to take a look at that noise on the right hand side. See that spike? So I can tell you this is noise just based on this right here. So you'll see this cluster of pixels in here. There are all sorts of weird different colors, and as you advance the frame, they kind of stick in the same area. That's how I know it's mostly noise. There may be a little bit of rotation happening there, but so far nothing jumps out at me at this point. But we will continue to monitor it, and that's why we're here live, to be able to update you guys as storms progress and evolve throughout the afternoon and evening. Okay, let me jump back here. I actually need to grab my water. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okie dokie. Friendly Manitoban, it's interesting. It's showing something, but I'm not sure if it's because of the scatter. Yes, and that's that radar noise that I was discussing just now. So yeah, definitely, it does make it difficult when we're analyzing and providing the live coverage. But again, I'm quite confident that what we're looking at is just simply noise. The good news is the storm headed for Brandon looks like it's dying off at this point. I'm going to switch to the Canadian radar. Still a bit of hail showing it from the Canadian radar side. I'm just going to back it up here. You can kind of see losing a little bit of its intensity. And when I talk about radar noise, this is a classic example right here. You can see these long stripes. Nothing in Mother Nature and storms has got straight lines like this. That's just that radar noise that's getting picked up. You can kind of see the same thing east or out in front of these this line of storms by Shoal Lake. That is just software picking up on something. Not a radar tech, so I unfortunately can't comment any more than that, but it is just noise within the signal. From the US side, it is starting to get further away from the US radar, and I'm going to show you guys where those radars are located so we know we're in kind of in a hole. There's 3 radars. There's one here by Winnipeg, northwest of Winnipeg, this one up here, and then down by Minot, there's another one on the US side. So this storm is kind of in the middle of all 3 of them. So it's tougher to get a good read on it. So we're kind of using them back and forth. And the further we get away from the storm, the higher up you are reading into the storm because of the curvature of the earth. So you have to keep in mind that when we are looking at data far from a radar, we are reading way up in the storm. And that's why when we have people like these storm spotters that are out there, that are right near the storms, they can provide valuable information because they're seeing what's happening on the ground versus what the radar is showing. So still intense enough precipitation going into Brandon, but again, not seeing anything major in terms of rotation. So what else have we got here? Okay, Friendly Manitoban saying it's going to die in the valley around there unless it does something different. Extreme Storm JC, that's Jordan Carruthers out of Portage La Prairie. Good storm chaser, buddy of mine. And he says he'll be out after 4 p.m., tied up until then, likely be a mess by then, but time will tell. Yes, and that's what we've been discussing is the later this gets, the more likelihood this lines out, meaning a whole bunch of storms together, and the tornado threat definitely goes down. However, if that line gets organized, it can be extremely windy, and it acts like Mother Nature's bulldozer sometimes, and 130-kilometer-hour winds will definitely blow stuff around, especially early on in the season, the amount of dirt that'll come off of fields, because obviously we're still early in the planting season out that way, so visibility could be an issue. All sorts of things could happen. So again, we'll stay with it. We'll talk you guys through it. And again, if you have questions, throw them in the chat. We're definitely happy to answer as much as we can. So what else? Yeah, okay. And I'm just looking at a bunch of our chats just to see if, things are going. Okay. Okay, cool. I'm caught up on comments everywhere, so we'll keep an eye on it. Definitely a couple of things happening south of the border. This looks more messy. This storm definitely to the northeast of Minot has my attention for hail and heavy precipitation, just because you've got those very strong pixels of purple, dark red, So this what we call a hailer generally, and so obviously that can be damaging to crops, especially when they're just been planted. So obviously this can do a lot of damage to farmers' equipment, tractors that are out in the field. So again, we still like to get that information out so people know this is headed their way. And again, I'll back this up a little bit so you guys can see the progression over the last few hours. And you can see that that is definitely heading towards the border. Down by Towner, North Dakota, Highway 2, you can see a cell has popped. Back to the southwest of this one, and they are getting some intensification on them as well. This looks like, I was going to say Aaron Jack is on this storm here, Upham, I believe, and hopefully I'm not mispronouncing. If I am, you guys can chastise me in the chat, but always try to do my best to pronounce things correctly. So just going to check on a couple of things here. I'm monitoring a few pages just to see what's going on. For anybody that doesn't know, Aaron Jack is a U.S. chaser, but moved to Canada a number of years ago. And he's married to Michaela. So he's an awesome chaser. Definitely give him a follow. He's got a huge following. I'm sure you guys know about Aaron Jack, but if you don't, definitely look him up. He does a lot of live streaming right from storms. So I am watching his live stream right now. I can't share it because I don't have permission to do so, and I don't do that kind of stuff. Maybe in the future we will, but he's got a good view of this storm. So I'm keeping an eye on that just to see what it looks like and what the potential is. So I'll continue to monitor that from here, and also looking here. So I'm going to bring up some photos and footage from Braden Morriso. So he's got a few things here. Let's bring this up and I'll share it with you guys. I'm going to see if I can. So this was about 45 minutes ago on that storm southwest of Brandon. You can definitely see it's just a very short clip of the storm there. Obviously in the center right, down here, that's where the bulk of the precipitation is, and you can see the one pocket and the second pocket. This again is about 45 minutes old, but he has some newer stuff, so I'm going to bring that up. This storm here, this is about 6 minutes ago, so let me share this as well. So let me pull that up. Again, Braden Morriso, a fantastic storm chaser out of Alberta. He's a bit of a savant when it comes to severe weather. I've learned a ton from him. Awesome individual. So this is the storm currently southwest of Brandon, posted at 2:27 p.m. So this is about 8 minutes ago. So still, got a bit of an act together, but maybe taking its time to get organized. So again, we are going to track it, and I'm going to try and keep you guys up to date as possible, so that we can get that info out to you guys. And that's these storms here. Again, we're kind of in no man's land with this radar. The Canadian one sees it a little better, so I'm going to keep an eye on it. But currently, the hail core, what I'm going to call the hail core here, tucked away in this bottom corner, is a bit of a distance from Brandon. It's roughly, right now, let's say we're about 20 kilometers away or less from that core moving into the west side of Brandon would be my take as this is moving. It may even skirt Brandon and not get in there, but that's the best guess I can make at this point. This radar scan was at 2:29 p.m. Canadian radars were updated every about 8 minutes. U.S. radars update about every 3 minutes, so significantly different in terms of update times. That's why chasers, if we're anywhere near a U.S. radar, we will use that before we use the Canadian one, because we get that much more information, almost 3 times the amount of scans. So if you're trying to get accurate information, the U.S. radars definitely put it out quicker. Just something to keep in mind. Wow, that's an interesting scan that we just went from. So This was the scan before, and you can kind of see that it looks like it's either got some updrafts happening here to the back south side that are interfering with that initial updraft. That's what it looks like to me, but the storm does look like it's losing some of its intensity there, and which is good for Brandon and surrounding area, but definitely, yeah, it's struggling here somewhat to get kind of any intensity to it. This portion to the north here, very heavy precipitation up by Shoal Lake, kind of coming into Sandy Lake. So let me see who we've got out there. I don't know what spotter. Tracy is up that way. It looks like by her spotter dot. So these storms, again, I'm going to drag the line here, kind of moving in that northeast pattern, and kind of intensifying on the last few scans in terms of precipitation. Let's take a look at winds in there and keep an eye on that as well. There's some decent winds in there. I'm wondering what's happening here. We've got quite a bit of red and green together just around that. Still not super intense, but definitely some rotation happening. So let's just take a look at this area here. I'm going to use one of my features and split the screen so we can see where that correlates to on the storm. That does look like some inflow going into that storm possibly. So definitely an area we need to pay attention to here. This is southwest of Sandy Lake. Right now the rotation isn't super intense, but it is indicative of some inflow happening on this storm. So kind of need to pay attention to it. So I will monitor that area as well moving forward. So we can do this split screen, which again, right side is how dense the particles are. The left side is how fast things are moving. Red away from the radar, green towards the radar. So just something to keep in mind when we're looking at it. So we're going to pay attention to that. So we have about 4 areas here to pay attention to. Obviously south across the border in North Dakota is an area to pay attention to. Oh, they've just updated that Brandon warning. So let's go take a look at that. And I'm going to go away from the split screen so I can give you guys a better view of things here. And we'll switch back to reflectivity. So Environment Canada just updated this. Same thing, just damaging wind gusts being tracked up to quarter size hail and heavy rain. Nothing new. I don't know if they've expanded it. Oh, so they expanded it to include, we had that L shape before on this warning, which I can't figure out why, through Brandon. Now all of Brandon has been included in it. So that's what the update was on the radar. They updated the polygon, not the wording necessarily. So it's always, you're trying to decipher exactly what's been updated sometimes on the alerts. But that's why we're here to help folks understand it and kind of do better. So let me just take a look here. So this storm looks to be weakening. It's almost like it doesn't want to come into Canada. Still some minor hail on it, but it is definitely, it's southwest of Altona, Manitoba. But as you can see, I'll play this up here and we'll look at the last few frames. You can see that the size of the storm is shrinking, not to mention just the liquid vertically integrated liquid, which is the darker colors. You can see the purple has mostly started to dissipate after these scans. So you can see that it's slowly going away and we only have essentially 1 pixel of purple now with dark red. So that's indicative of a storm that is dying. So just that area to keep an eye on. So I'm going to continue to monitor this up here. 2:35 p.m. So 6 minutes ago was our last scan on the Canadian radar here in east of Shoal Lake. And again, did see some, obviously some rotation involved here. Again, looks like inflow possibly into this line as it's moving through. And that's through Strathclair, it looks like. So we'll see what the next scan shows. And with these scans being far apart, you can have an event happen and it barely gets picked up or not even get picked up because the reality is most tornadoes are on the ground for 2 minutes or less and they're weak. I mean, I still wouldn't want to be caught in one, but they're 2 minutes or less. So that 2 minute window can happen multiple times within an 8 minute time frame, obviously. So I'm just waiting to see what the latest scan shows on this. When we see these red and greens together in this area right here that I was highlighting, that's called a couplet. And so we obviously want to pay attention to when we have opposing winds, because it's indicative of rotation. So that's why I'm spending so much time looking at this and hoping that we get a scan here very soon. I don't see any other obvious areas of rotation on the Canadian side. That's the only area that has my, we'll say, attention. So what else have we got here? Candy Cake saying, what about Arkansas? It's storming bad here. So I don't really do coverage on the US side for the most part. Max Velocity is a great channel. If there's anything bad happening, Max is on usually. So I'd say go on YouTube and look up Max Velocity. If anything is happening in Arkansas that requires any kind of attention, that's the channel I would send you to have a look at. I just haven't done any analysis in Arkansas, so I wouldn't be able to give you kind of a straight answer in that regards, and I apologize for that, but it's outside of what we typically target. So Jordan saying, yeah, it's back building, new updraft to the south taking over. He's talking about these storms here by Strathclair. So that's why we are monitoring that area just to see what is going to happen. Seems like a bit of a merger taking place as things were progressing through there. So I'm definitely going to keep an eye on it. And then Jordan just saying that west-southwest of Portage, which is over here, you can see these towers trying to go up is what he's talking about over by Long Plain and the Dakota Plains, that area there. These are early signs of updrafts trying to get going. So we'll see which is our closer radar. They are just starting to pop up there. So Jordan obviously being in Portage, this is his spotter dot actually right there. Yeah. So he's got his eyes on those. So again, follow Jordan Carruthers for anybody that's in Manitoba. He's got a Facebook page and he's on YouTube as well. So definitely a good guy to follow for Manitoba information on storms and weather. So just going to see if Braden's got anything updated. No, nothing's updated there. I am going to look to see on Aaron's live stream here. I'm just going to see if he's got anything showing. And he's on the North Dakota side, so I'm just going to mute the audio there. Yeah, so it still doesn't look like anything too crazy down there on the US side, but storms are starting to get their acts together somewhat. So we're going to be bouncing around covering these multiple areas. Like I said, kind of just at the border on the North Dakota side. This storm to the east, southeast of Winkler, in that severe warning from Environment Canada, is weakening by the looks of things. And then this area up here by Brandon, I'm just going to take a look to see. That seems to be weakening. Still heavy precipitation in there. It looks like the hail portion has gone down or non-existent at this point. Still going to be windy and a bit of lightning and thunder. This area up here between, I guess, Rolling River, Sandy Lake, and Shoal Lake definitely has my attention. This has got some hail on it here to the right, south of Rolling River. And those purple pixels are definitely indicative of that. And we're going to see what the rotation is doing as well. So I'll just bring our scan to the latest one here. You can kind of see how just in a few scans this fired out in front of that line of storms and is heading into Rolling River and Erickson. The stuff to the west here by Shoal Lake is moving up into Sandy Lake. So heavy rain with quite a bit of lightning still coming in. This bottom line, the bottom corner south of Strathclair, has quite a few bolts showing on it. The more northern stuff going into Riding Mountain doesn't look as bad at this point. So oh, we just had an update here. So what's going on? They've widened out the polygon. for some reason. So let's just take a look. And maybe that, okay, so what they've done is they've saying that the severe storm has basically weakened or moved out of the area, which is what we were saying, that this looks to be dying off. So Environment Canada on the same page there with saying that that is dying off. So they've just updated that warning as well. So, and let me just take a look here. I suspect this warning is going to drop off. If the hail continues to drop off on this storm back here to the east, just west of I-29 or 75 that runs down from Winnipeg, if this purple continues to diminish, they're going to drop, I suspect, this warning over here. It's still indicative a couple of pixels, 3 pixels it looks like, so still heavy precipitation. Lightning looks to have gone down on it a little bit. So again, my take is this storm is weakening. That doesn't mean that it can't re-intensify, because storms will pulse, they will cycle, they call it. So it goes through strong and weak modes. So those are the things we need to keep an eye on, and why we jump on here live to get you guys that information. And then there's a storm here by Balder, south of Balder, it looks like. In the last few scans, that has decided to materialize. So you can see how quickly things change. These bigger systems are very dynamic, very fluid, and you've got to keep an eye on a lot of stuff and a lot of areas. So you can see that this kind of showed up on the US radar at 2:27 p.m. and where I'm getting my time is at the top here, right in the center. That shows you the time. That's 2:27 p.m. Eastern, so I should say that's 1:27 p.m. in Manitoba, because you guys are an hour behind. So that is in the last 30 minutes that you can see how that has kind of exploded. So that's another updraft that we are going to have to pay attention to, and thunderstorm, just to see what it's doing. This is a very intense hailer right now, south of the U.S. and Canada border, going into Turtle Mountain, a reservation. This is wow, that's a lot of hail in there. And I have another feature on the US radar where we can actually figure out what's called precipitation type or hydrometer classification. So it tells us what kind of what is falling. So red is hail, and then dark red says unknown, but I guarantee you that is very large hail is what's going on in that area. You can just see this giant pocket, along 281 it looks like, and that is definitely a ton of hail in that storm south of the border in North Dakota. So that is heading towards Canada, and we need to pay attention to that. There's another storm here. It looks like Aaron might be heading for that one down here northwest of Rugby, North Dakota. I'm going to take a look at velocities. That one maybe have a broad rotation on it, but nothing tight at this point, and it's just getting going. So you can see how even if you're in the right area as a storm chaser, you can have 3 or 4 storms that you have to pick from, and you may it's easy to pick the wrong one. So as a storm chaser, it's difficult to get on tornadoes. Some of them do. Some of them have extreme skills and they get on all of them. But for me, for example, I'm not the best storm chaser. There's guys far better that do it for a living constantly, and so it's they're better at it. So another storm popping here by Boissevain on the Manitoba side, so something to pay attention to as well. So we have definitely a few areas to concern ourselves with. I am taking a look at this storm here, 1:47 p.m., so that's about 3 minutes ago. On this latest scan, looks like broad rotation, but nothing super tight. This back area has my attention. I'm just trying to see if that is noise or not, but I don't think it is noise. Let me just pull up my split view here, and then we'll draw in that area. It's on the back side. Yeah, there's a bit of rotation tucked into that area, and that may have to do with RFD or the backside downdraft, basically. What they call rear flank downdraft, but from the updraft on the opposite side. So again, I'll monitor that just to make sure that it's not something that we need to be concerned about. And let's just go back to our regular view till we have something that we need to pay attention to. And let's delete this, get out of this, and zoom back out. So our areas of concern around east of Shoal Lake, Sandy Lake to Rolling River and Erickson, just north of along 16 and north of 16. Brandon storm is weakening. So we are watching these storms that are crossing the border from the North Dakota side. Again, storm by Balder definitely has some attention there. And then Boissevain, those are definitely getting my attention. I'm just getting some comments here from Braden. Yeah. I think what he just showed. Take a look here. I'm just looking at a photo he sent me. So I believe, yes. So this storm that I was highlighting earlier, Braden Morriso is again fantastic storm chaser. He is eyeballing these storms for the higher potential, which is this one that popped up. We indicated that one, and then he is paying attention to this that's out front of this more severe storm here. So Braden, thank you for sending us that information. I always trust what that man is saying. Again, phenomenal storm chaser. I'm sure most of you know of him if you're following weather in any way in Canada. Braden Morriso definitely gets his way to severe weather in Canada and in the U.S. Tornado Alley. So just looking here to see. Yeah, so that's what we're kind of paying attention to. I'm actually surprised this warning hasn't been dropped to the east. Let's go take a look at that. I'm going to look from the US radar. The US radar definitely showing that as almost gonzo. And the Canadian radar, which is again northwest of Winnipeg, all the purple is essentially gone. We only have some red. So I suspect this warning here to the right, to the southeast of Winkler, is going to be dropped soon. So our two main areas at this point, what we're paying attention to on the screen, and I'll go full screen just so people can see this, up by Riding Mountain, just south of there, that cluster of storms. And then this stuff coming across from North Dakota and just across the border in Manitoba. That cluster is the other one here. And it looks like they're shrinking this warning here. And it looks like they've canceled that warning, which I literally just spoke about a minute ago. So yes, this warning here to the southeast of Winkler is over and done with. They just show up there for an hour. So they'll expire after an hour off the software. And that's an Environment Canada thing, because we get the software gets its feed from Environment Canada. So Justin is just on those south of Brandon. I'm just looking. Michaela is still out there. She's just north of Boissevain. So 2:50 or 1:53 p.m. I keep having to reiterate. You guys are an hour behind me. I'm in obviously Ontario. But they've now put a severe warning on this storm as it's coming out of North Dakota. So let's take a look at that quickly. So this was just updated. Environment Canada is tracking a severe thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail, and heavy rain. So again, that is for this storm on the South Dakota side. So I'm just going to switch over here. That's this storm as it's about to track over the border. You can see plenty of hot air out in front of this. There's definitely some moisture available too. And just to give you guys an idea, back to the west where you see this yellow and green, you're seeing 19 degrees, 18 degrees, 21, 17. So much cooler back there. So if I zoom back out, you can see even Portage La Prairie up to 29 Celsius. Winnipeg 29 Celsius. So that's where that hot air is available for these storms to feed off of. There's moisture out in front of these storms as well, so I can look at these and look at dew points. This one is showing 12 degrees Celsius, so that's dew points in the 50s. Still decent dew points. If we get to dew points in the 60s, which, for example, this one here, let me just take a look where this is located. Pilot Mound, that weather station is reporting 16.7 Celsius as a dew point, which is a dew point in the 60s. And anybody who follows severe weather, that kind of dew point will be able to get that storm really going. So really good moisture out in front of some of these storms as we move. We don't have a ton of station plots, unfortunately, but the ones I do have available, I'll take a look at. I'm just curious what the Brandon one has here. It's also showing dew points just over the 60-degree Fahrenheit mark, which, again, storm chasing people know that that's kind of solid dew points up in Canada. Definitely you get more than that down in the States, south towards Oklahoma and that kind of stuff. But up here, that is a decently strong dew point, especially for May. So we're going to keep an eye on this and keep reporting and letting you guys know what's going on. And anybody who's new, you can definitely ask a question in the chat. I got a question for Morgan about Manitou, so let me just take a look, just double check where it is. I'm not familiar with every town, unfortunately, so I just want to make sure I get it correct. So you're southwest of Winnipeg. And okay. We were just talking about Pilot Mound. That was that weather station that I was just latched on to here, where that 26 degrees Celsius is. So there's Manitou right there on the screen. So Morgan, right now the ingredients are there for some higher end severe weather. We are monitoring this cluster of storms moving from the southwest. They are moving more northerly, so I don't know that they're going to make it to you, but we do need to monitor this storm, for example, to the south in North Dakota in Cando. That definitely has the potential to head up towards you. So you can see that there's clusters of storms, so you need to heed warnings. There's literally a severe warning that just went up for this storm south of Boulder to your your west. This is heading north and northwest, or northeast, I should say. My apologies. So definitely need to pay attention to what's coming from the south. So Environment Canada just issued this saying they're tracking that thunderstorm and it's damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain. So this storm has definitely gotten a hail signature just kind of to the south of Boulder, southwest of Boulder, and it's pretty significant. So you're definitely getting some hail happening within this cluster here, and it's going to come into Boulder is my guess. So anybody out ahead of this storm needs to pay attention to it. And right now, I mean, the precipitation is already into Boulder. However, let's do storm track and just kind of go into Boulder and through. And let's just say it's 25 miles an hour, roughly 40 kilometers an hour, about 14 minutes till that core ends up possibly in Boulder. So something to pay attention to, folks, in the Boulder area, and kind of continuing up from there. So let me just move my storm track tool down here, and we'll continue to update. So that's definitely an area to pay attention to. So you can just see how this is ramping up rather quickly on all of these storms. If I back this out, we'll go back. This is 12:40 p.m. roughly. So an hour, 12:40 p.m., 2 hours, 20 minutes ago. And you can see how drastically that has changed. You have multiple updrafts going, and now it's even spreading out even further. This storm here firing out ahead of the line definitely is something to pay attention to, especially how quickly it got organized and that core went up on it. What I mean by core is the precipitation core. That's indicative of a very strong updraft. Let's just take a look at the height of that storm. Where am I looking? Sorry, enhanced echo tops. Wow. So this one, okay. So yeah, that's why they're updating this. This storm here has definitely got everybody's attention. Right now, the tops on this storm are closing in on 50,000 feet. We're showing 49,000 feet. That is a very tall updraft, meaning the height of that storm, and that's indicative of strength. So that's why we look at these to see how strong and how tall these updrafts are, to give you an idea of what the storm is doing. Is it getting stronger? Is it getting weaker? Let's just take a look to see. Hard to tell on rotation there. It's getting far away from that radar. And again, we're heading into an area where it's more difficult to see things. They extended the warning here further north of Boulder, it looks like, if I had to guess. Yeah, so they're saying it's basically over Boulder. Same warning in terms of the 110-kilometer-hour winds, 4.5 centimeter hail up to 4.5 centimeter in hail, which is basically 1.5 inches roughly, and then heavy rain. It is moving at 30 kilometers an hour, so it's a little bit slower than the storms that were to the east, which is what I was using for kind of an idea on speed. And so I'm just going to continue to monitor a couple of pages here, just seeing what whether there's any updates. And I'm just looking. Aaron Jajak. Looks like he is, I'm just going to double check where he's at. His dot is down here by Willow City, north of Rugby on this storm cluster here. That looks like Aaron. Yeah, that's Aaron Jajak right there. So, again, he's a cross-border chaser in the sense that he's American but lives in Canada now, but he chases in the U.S. All the time. Throughout the spring and summer, and then obviously into Canada later in the season. So, okay, so our severe warnings are definitely to the south along that border. That's where that cluster of storms is. I'm just looking here into Riding Mountain National Park. Very small pixel of purple, so I would say there's probably no hail in this, but if there is any, it's tiny, smaller than pea size. What else have we got here? Brenda Gaffney, VTP is a 4. Yeah, so I mean, again, the ingredients are there for the tornadoes. Whether it's going to happen or not, that's the question, and that's why we're monitoring all of this to let you guys know. I'm going to take a look at velocities here. Broad rotation on this, but nothing. There's a lot of noise on this radar, and what I mean by noise is all these pixels of red and green kind of it looks like sprinkles on a cake or whatever, multicolored. That's just noise in the radar, so it is difficult sometimes to read the velocities on the Canadian side. I find it frustrating, but again, I'm not a tech, so I can't figure out. You know, you can see the noise right here, these long lines, and I've mentioned it a few times on the stream already. So that's nothing in the Mother Nature is straight line like that. So Storm by Brandon has basically died off by the looks of it, and this is our concern down here to the east. That warning has been dropped. So right now we are watching everything that is moving from the North Dakota side over the Canadian border and making its way up into Manitoba. So that is this area right in here. We will break it down. That's a broad look. We are definitely paying attention to this storm here and this one right here out front, but there's no discounting what's coming behind it. So we do need to pay attention to all of that as well. I'm going to continue to keep you guys up to date. So I'll just play this cycle and you can kind of see what's going on. Rick from Lanark County Scanner out here in Eastern Ontario, just saying send this all to Ottawa Valley. We have had no real severe weather out this way, which is good for some people. For storm enthusiasts, we're starving. Let's put it that way. But yeah, so anyways, that's what that comment is in regards to. Just getting a comment here on one of my chats, so I'm just going to respond. Okay. Okie dokie. So that's, you can kind of see that mostly northern trajectory of storms today. And coming from the US side, but some of them are quite intense. And I suspect we're going to see these severe warnings kind of expanding northeast as this moves along. Once you get north of Highway 16, I think the threat definitely diminishes somewhat, but that doesn't mean that it's going to be gone or that it's not going to be anything bad. We will have to see how this all unfolds as we move through this. Again, we do have some storms here. I'm just going to look here. One popping kind of over the radar, essentially. The radar is right here in the center of this circle. What's out that way? That is... East Shoal Lake is out that way. It's along Highway 6, basically, coming out of to the northwest of Winnipeg, for those that know that area. 29 currently in Portage. Braden sending me some photos here, so I'm going to take a look. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm sharing this with you. A bit of a wall cloud forming on this storm here on Balder, I believe. I'm just going to double check here. So yeah, he's on the same storm that I've been paying attention to. So I'm going to share this with you guys. Bear with me 1 second. Just going to bring up one of my... Why is this not... Oh, that was on the 18 chat. Okay, so this is the storm that is right smack dab in the southwest of Balder, so in the center of your screen. This is a view from Braden Morrisseau. Again, he's out this, and we do have, if I highlight this kind of lowering right here, this is called a wall cloud, cuts off at the bottom and then cuts up. That's indicative of a strong updraft, and I don't know if it's rotating. I'm going to monitor what Braden is putting up here, but he's definitely saying uh-oh on this one to me. So if you are near Balder, this is the storm to pay attention to. I'm going to bring it back up on the screen. I'm going to show you which way this is traveling. So bear with me 1 second. I'm going to show you this storm right here. We've got about 3 hours of radar there, but I'm going to just go back to the last few frames. This storm is heading north, maybe with a bit of a... the core of it anyways looks like it may have a bit of a northwest component on it towards Belmont, but it looks like this storm is going to travel north between Belmont and Balder. But pay attention to this. If you do get a tornado warning out ahead of this storm, do take it seriously. Again, Braden does find his way to tornadoes, so there's a lot of radar noise here. I'm going to see if I can tone that down a little bit. I'm going to try and look from the US side, so bear with me for a second. It's far away from the US radar as well. So this one's going to be a little frustrating. I'm relying definitely on Jordan. What I was going to say here. Okay. So, sorry, I'm getting another comment. I just want to make sure I'm steering you guys in the right direction. This storm here, again, it unfortunately is in a bit of a radar hole. However, between Belmont and Balder, this storm is one to pay attention to. And to the northwest of Boissevain is another storm that has some intensity on it. So I don't have any visuals on it, but, keeping an eye on that just from the radar itself. And then if we look south of the border here, just about to get in there, there is a pile of hail here in that purple indicator. So those are the three areas of concern right now. And we will monitor these and update as fast as we can on them. The US side has better updates, but I think it's a bit far from our radar. The storm, I mean, is a bit far from the radar. So it's reading way up. You can see the difference there. Definitely still strong, but we're going to monitor this, and I'll try and keep it as up to date as possible. So this is all to the south of Brandon, down by Boissevain, and then our other area is Belmont and Balder. I'm going to definitely keep an eye on here over the next few scans because it is picking up in intensity. So Crown Royal saying send rain to Winnipeg. It is so dry there. I have a feeling you're going to get your wish tonight. Models were showing quite a bit of rain heading into that area later. Again, we are only 2:05 p.m. Manitoba time, and then this is going to go till 9-10 o'clock tonight. The severity will fall off after about 8 p.m. roughly, what models were showing, but again, we will track it with you guys and let you know when the threats are subsiding. I do have a photo from Portage from Jordan. Give me 1 second here. Oh crap, I made a mistake here. Damn it, too many comments and I wasn't keeping up here. So okay, I gotta backtrack here, folks. I made a bit of a mistake. This is a storm. Let me bring it up here. Glad I caught this, or Jordan sent me a message. This is Jordan's photo from Portage, looking at a storm southwest of Portage. So that's not the one from Braden Moore. So I saw unfortunately the picture and the radar grab came from Jordan and Braden roughly at the same time. So I made a boo-boo there. So just letting people go that know that that's not the case. So anyways, yeah. Mistakes do happen, but again, I am paying attention to this storm. So the one that Jordan was sending a photo of is this small little storm here, kind of getting organized just south of Highway 1. The other storm we're paying attention to is down here by Balder. So again, definitely has some intensity to it. And I'm trying to look from all three radars because, again, it's in an area where we are stuck between three radars far apart. And I'll show you guys what I mean by that. So we have the radar from the U.S. side by Minot. Then we have our radar up here, which is Foxwarren. And then the other radar is kind of to the northwest of Winnipeg. So these storms are heading into kind of a bit of a triangle, and it's heading into the middle here. So visibility becomes an issue, meaning we are reading way too high into the storm. So it's always harder to tell what's going on. So, so we were talking about this rotation. I don't know if anybody was on here earlier. Our radar from the U.S. side is able to detect rotation. So that's what this circle is to the south of the U.S.-Canada border. It's saying confidence is only 59% on this, and it's a beta product. It is not something that is for sure, but obviously this storm just along the border is showing signs of rotation being picked up. Wow. Okay, that's definitely indicative of strong rotation. Now, this is aloft. I'm going to see how far off the ground we are. So again, remember, we are, further we are from radar, the higher up we are reading. This is pretty strong, actually, and it's only 4,000 feet off the ground. We're reading some very high winds, over 100 kilometers an hour, with about 30 or 40 the other way. So this is what we call a couplet, where we have some rotation. So we need to pay attention to this as this moves along. 4,000 feet off the ground is roughly, I'm just doing the conversion in my head. We are probably 1.5 kilometers off the ground. So this is definitely showing some rotation. So we need to pay attention to this. If you're south of Killarney on the Manitoba side, this storm is picking up some intensity and it is picking up rotation, and you can see that. So right now, that is an area of concern. Right on the border itself, I'm assuming the storm has its passport, so it's going to get across no problem. All jokes aside, this storm does show some rotation on it, so it is heading in a northeast direction. More north than northeast, but if this was to do anything where we would have some stronger rotation that got to the surface, it could turn right. Storms tend to do that, and that's one of the indicators we as storm chasers look to for. A storm that's about to produce a tornado will turn right, meaning it kind of latches to the surface and then turns and pivots right. So I'm going to watch that area and this storm that's between Belmont and Balder. I do apologize for that. that confusion with the photo versus the radar earlier, but at least we clarified that up. So this storm definitely is strong. Even just hail-wise, this is putting down a lot of precipitation. I'm going to jump back in the comments, see if I missed anything. I think we're up to it. Okay, yeah, so we're caught up on everything there. The hail continues to persist on this storm, and we're talking quite a bit of distance. So if I go to measure this, drop this down here, this tool kind of across, we're talking 10, 12 kilometers across this hail signature on here. So very large path of hail showing on this. And we're going to take a look at rotation because this definitely, I would not be surprised if something is happening right here. This is a very strong couplet showing right here to the east of St. John. Well, it's moved on me now, so I'm going to go back that frame, but there is definitely some stronger rotation on this storm, so we need to pay attention to it. So let me see if I can stop it and go back that one frame. So in this area here, we definitely had some strong rotation. It looks like it has moved on. And the next frame, there's still some strong winds in this, and I'm going to show you how things are kind of wrapping up. So let me just get this here, delete that out, and you can kind of see this broad rotation kind of in this area right here, circling around, and tornadoes in this part of the world, northern hemisphere, turn counterclockwise. So that's kind of what's got my attention in terms of rotation. It's not super tight like it was on the last scan, so it may be cycling, but let's take a read here. This is a loft, and there's 105 kilometer-hour winds indicated here. So down at the surface, probably a little less, but it's still very windy. So we're just going to watch this and continue to monitor this particular storm along with the rest of them. But you can very easily zoom out, and you can see where that green and red are across from each other. Definitely the winds on this side of the storm are much stronger, but you're definitely seeing rotation here. So that's why that software has picked up on it, and we need to pay attention to it as well. So I'm going to just switch back over to reflectivity and look at that Balder storm, still maintaining that storm, but not as much as this down here. And that rotation indicator just left the chat, as they say. So I'm assuming the latest scan here on velocity. No, it's still the same roughly. So I don't know why it disappeared. But again, that's why it's a beta product. And again, it's only from the US radars, but you definitely have some rotation in this, and you can kind of see that green and red right in here. That's where we're going to be concentrating on. If this continues to tighten up, this could be putting down a tornado that heads across the border. It is not anything that I'm convinced of right now. Again, strong winds, but right now we are seeing a rotation on that storm. So let me just back out of this. One sec. Let's see if I can see it from a different radar. No, too far from a lot of radars, so that's the issue again. That US radar is the closest at this point. Let me just see up here. Nothing. So from that radar, there's definitely rotation here. You can see that on all three radars, but it is getting to the very edge of where radars can read. And again, much higher up in the storm and less accurate per se in terms of being able to get, some concise information. The US radar is the closest. And I'll tell you, we are, let me just do a distance from that rotation. That's not what I want. From that rotation, we are 110 kilometers from that radar station. So that's the closest one that we have, which is still far enough away, but we do have that persistent rotation happening here. So I'm going to continue to monitor that. It is approaching the border at this point. There is a crossing, it looks like here, which is 30 and 18. So that's going over possibly border crossing. I'm not familiar with where they all are. I know there's a bunch of them. Some are only open during the day, so on and so forth. So that's the storm to pay attention to right now. So I'm just taking a look to see. We just got to respond to a chat here. Okie doke, we're gonna get back at this and we'll see what transpires here. I'm gonna look further around. So these storms that were up by Riding Mountain, I'm just gonna recheck those. So it's still strong as it's in that going into that Riding Mountain Park area. Bit of elevation there. Even for Manitoba. Oh, we just got a warning somewhere. So let's see. They've updated a warning here. This is going to be for that storm coming across the border. So let's take a look at what they've done. Tracking a severe thunderstorm and it's damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain. So they've expanded the warning. They stretched it out kind of further eastward over Cartwright. But this storm, again, I'm going to play the cycle here and show you guys that there's mostly a northerly trajectory, a little bit easterly. This does look like it may have turned right a tiny bit on those last few scans. It definitely did. I was mentioning that. So you can see how that purple is moving northeast far more. So here it's kind of got more north, and then on this scan, you can see it kind of jogs right, jogs a little more right. So that's indicative, and that's where we were seeing that rotation, that stuff may be about to happen or is happening in terms of, a tornado. So that's the stuff that we need to pay attention to. I'm going to switch over back to the U.S. radar since this is still on the U.S. radar side. So that area is something to be concerned with and paying attention to. Nothing confirmed at this point. Let me just take a look here. I'm just looking at other stuff. I know I've got a few people out there, so I'm just making sure if I've got anything to report to you guys, I can. Okay. Bear with me for a second, folks. This last scan was 2:21 p.m. 3 minutes ago, so hopefully we get a new one here on this velocity that's straight in front of us, again, right on the border itself. So I'm going to monitor that just to keep an eye on it and see if that intensifies. So if you're new here, definitely we would love to have you guys subscribe to the channel. We cover severe weather. Obviously, Canadian Weather Live, our purpose is to provide live coverage of severe events. We are based out of Ontario, but we are starting to broadcast for events across Canada, essentially as much as possible. So definitely would love if you hit that like button and subscribe and turn on your notifications so you know when we go live. I am just waiting for the latest scan on this. I'm hoping that it happens in the next 30 seconds to a minute just to see if this rotation is intensifying or if it's broadening out, just indicative of what's happening with this storm. It is, so there's definitely some strong winds in here. I'm going to do a split screen. And let's just look at this to see where it's located in the storm. So I'm curious about this side right here. That's on the outer edge of it. Let's just take a look here. We're registering some 104, 105 kilometer-hour winds in that area. And then definitely strong winds associated with this. The hail core seems to have broken up somewhat, but again, tough to tell with when we start getting further away from that radar. But this is a strong storm heading northeast in terms of trajectory. So let's just take a look at that, kill that, split screen, get rid of it. And then let's just bring back this here. So very strong cluster of storms. The strongest being right on the border here north of St. John or south of Killarney, Manitoba, heavy precipitation, lots of thunder and lightning involved with all of this. The storm between Belmont and Balder going across that Highway 23, kind of heading up 5 right now, definitely has some hail on it. And let's just take a look to see if we've got any kind of rotation. There's broad rotation, but nothing tight that I can see on radar right now. So we're going to keep an eye on that as this moves further north and northeast, essentially. So I believe this southern storm right on the border has turned further right. However, we're going to keep an eye on that just to monitor it as it moves through. So those are our biggest areas of concern for severe weather on the Manitoba side. And then obviously this one here over Riding Mountain National Park. There's definitely some hail involved in there. You've got those 2 areas of purple. That would be indicative of light, small hail, so pea-sized type stuff. That's the 2 areas I would pay attention to up there. Again, heading kind of northeast. I'll bring up the latest scan. So it's actually rotating around a surface low that's to the west. So I can see that motion on these storms. So they are moving northeast, heading further on up. Let's just take a look if we do have rotation within these storms. Nothing of any major significance. There's a bit of rotation, but a lot of radar noise. And again, it is heading northeast. It'll kind of go to the south and east of Dauphin. Or Dauphin. I see that's the French side in me. That's Dauphin for the locals. Anyways, so yeah, that's kind of where that is headed at this point. Let's just take a look at what else we got going on. Storms going up kind of to the west of Portage, down south of Carberry, Sydney, along that Highway 1 Trans-Canada Highway. And then we have obviously these storms down here. So just going to pay attention to them. I'm going to switch to the US radar and take a look at see what, because it updates much quicker, that's the one I tend to prefer. And there's still rotation on that storm now on the Canadian side, kind of to the southwest of Cartwright. There's definitely a pocket of rotation in this area here. I don't think there's anything happening necessarily on the surface. I don't have eyes on that one. It's definitely got some rotation, but again, strong winds at this point would be the bigger threat, but an area to be concerned about as this progresses. So it's had quite a bit of the last number of scans. I'll bring that up. We can back it out. You can see that rotation that was detected kind of to the north of Belcourt and Rolla, heading northeast, and did turn a little bit right. You can kind of see that. I wouldn't be surprised if something hadn't happened there. I don't have my US warnings turned on, so I'm actually going to switch that on just to see if they had anything on that. I'm not sure if, yeah, so I do have the tornado ones out, yes. Okay. So I don't see any warnings on the US side at all, which is bizarre. Sorry, I'm just backing out here to see whether that's started to populate. But yeah, no, there's nothing there. So again, probably elevated rotation and didn't have their attention in that regard. So I'll turn off my US ones because it has now crossed into Canada. And we'll continue to monitor it from the Canadian side. So again, to the west-southwest of Cartwright, this area of rotation, just kind of monitoring it, definitely has my attention, as they say. So give me a sec here. So let me pull up here. They've updated this warning back here by Boissevain. Pretty big one, too. Let's just take a look at it. I'm going to switch over to this radar. So what are they got going on here? Updated or issued just now. Sorry, Environment Canada tracking thunderstorm capable of producing damaging wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball-sized hail and heavy rain, which is what they've been putting out for most of the warnings. I'm just going to take a look, and this one as well issued. So that would have been, I'm assuming it's for the storm south here by Boissevain, but there's also this one up here, so I'm not 100% sure. The more intense area is right on this line. So it's the problem with these warnings is they don't follow the storms. They just follow county or township lines, that kind of stuff, those polygons. So let's go here. So this would be the area I would say in terms of the heaviest, precipitation and hail involved in there. And then there's some here as well, but this definitely is a stronger indicator, and you can see it's on the two lines for this for these two polygons. So I'm assuming that's the one because they haven't put out specifically which storm they are warning for. So let's go back here. And they just updated the warning as this is moving further north. So just to the south of Carberry, and Sydney, you've got this thunderstorm warning, and they've just extended it out again, damaging wind gust, golf ball to tennis ball sized hail. So that is different. They've upgraded the hail warning on these storms here. So let's just take a look what area they're showing that for. There's a couple of them. There's larger hail up here, just kind of near the Sydney area. So they're warning this definitely would be a hail potential there. And let me see if I can move this down here. And then back towards Boulder again, there's another indicator there of some hail as well, just south of Killarney as well. For these dark purple areas, that's more than likely hail. Tennis ball was definitely got my attention. So again, hail can be very destructive, as you know, if you're out in this area. So pay attention to that. I am going to just take a look at rotation from the U.S. radar on this storm. I'm going to continue to monitor that particular area just because. So they've updated this again. Okay, so they're moving. So the thunderstorm is near Boissevain. So they are warning for the storm down by Boissevain, not the one that was on the line here. And you can kind of see that black flashing yellow box. That's what they've put out. It is for this particular storm near Boissevain. So heading up to the west side of Boissevain may go right into Boissevain in terms of the core. And that would be this particular area right here. And Environment Canada's wording for hail, sorry, let me click on this. They've downsized it now down here to ping pong ball size hail. Before it said tennis ball, and that definitely had my attention because tennis balls, you're starting getting into catastrophic hail where it will kill livestock, that kind of stuff. So something that needs to be paid attention to. But again, I'm seeing quite a bit more hail up here south of west of Minto. So north of Boissevain, this indicator right here definitely looks like bigger hail and more dense hail in this area here. So if you are in Minto, there's probably some hail headed your way at this point. So what else have we got here? BMW editor, what is my classmates for crying? What is the thunderstorm? I was in class when I heard it. So I don't know where you're located, BMW editor. There's quite a few storms going on right now. Most of them are at this point heavy hail in certain areas. Obviously, we've just highlighted a few of them. South of Killarney, then north of Boissevain or southwest of Minto. Those areas definitely have some larger hail involved. And we had rotation along the border, but nothing has gone tornado warned or anything like that. So again, not sure where you're located. So there's a lot of storms going on right now. And then we do have the Riding Mountain storms. I'm just going to take a look at that. Definitely an intense storm going through that area. And again, those purple pixels would be indicative of quite a bit of hail in there. So that storm is definitely putting down, sizable hail in those pocketed areas where you have that purple, dark red, kind of on either side of this Highway 10 or Road 10 there. You can see them on either side of it. Okay, let's take a look southwest of Sydney. Let's see what our closest radar is there. So another area, I think we mentioned this briefly. This updraft definitely has some hail on it southwest of Sydney, heading up towards the Trans-Canada. Quite a bit of lightning associated with it as well. So latest scan just came in. The hail has moved out into a broader area. So this might be weakening or on a downward trend on this last scan. So we'll continue to pay attention to that. And then we're just going to continue bouncing around here, back and forth, trying to cover all these areas. So I'm going to see on the scan from the U.S. side for that rotation. Definitely rotation has weakened on this storm to the west and southwest of Cartwright. So that is a good thing. But there's definitely still quite a bit of hail buried in that for precipitation. So lots of lightning, lots of rain. And so, yeah, I was just looking up at this Sydney storm. So Environment Canada has put out a new, or maybe updated this warning. I'm just going to take a look. Oh, issued just now. And so they are tracking this particular storm that we were talking about. There's two of them essentially, just damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. So that would be these two areas just to the north of Austin on the Trans-Canada, and then to the southwest of Sydney, just to the east of Carberry, south of the Trans-Canada Highway as well. So those purple areas is what we need to pay attention to. And we're going to take a look from the U.S. radar. So this is right over, I think Minto was what, so that hail is showing as being into Minto, Manitoba. So if anybody's out that way, you're more than likely getting some decent sized hail at this point as this continues to move through the area. The storm further southwest of Boissevain looks like the hail core has gone down on it a bit, only a few pixels in that area. So, and we do have another storm firing here on the North Dakota side, kind of to the east of Rolla. And if I pull this up here, I'm just going to go back. You can see how that was at 2:21 p.m. So a little about 20 minutes ago. In the last 20 minutes, this has intensified, and there's quite a bit of precipitation there heading for the Canadian border as well. So that is heading in a northerly track at this point. So just going to take a look here. Just getting a comment from my chat. Anyways, okay. Yeah, making me smile anyways, the way I pronounced dolphin, because I pronounced it the French way, which is dauphin, but that's just, again, my natural tendency. So now my storm chasing buddies are making fun of me. Anyways, we're having fun. Definitely some intense storms. Again, obviously, even if there's nothing rotating or no tornadoes, quite a bit of damaging hail at this point. And definitely some strong winds buried in some of these storms. So if you are in these areas where you're getting these severe watches or severe warnings, pay attention to it. Anybody who's new, the light yellow giant box that goes from Saskatchewan all the way down to the east of Winnipeg, that is the watch area. That means that the ingredients or the potential is there for severe weather. The bright, thicker yellow boxes are where severe weather is currently happening. So that's what those are. And if you click on these on the software, it will give you an update as to what it is. And it's mostly been to do with the winds and the hail. Quite a bit of lightning buried in all these storms. You can take a look at all those lightning bolts showing there. And we've had another update. So let me back out. That is, they've extended this up towards Neepawa, north of Carberry. That box has opened up, but it is for these storms that are sitting basically on the Trans-Canada at this point. I'm assuming the wording has not changed. Okay, so they've got basically it's quarter-size hail, wind gusts, and heavy rain. It is southeast of Carberry, moving at 25 kilometers an hour. The hazards associated with this is wind gusts up to 110, hail up to 4.5 centimeters or 1.5 inches, ping pong ball. That starts to damage vehicles and stuff. Ask me how I know. And then rain from 15 to 50 millimeters depending where you are. So, and we've just had another update. Oh, they've probably dropped the Saskatchewan thunderstorm watch. Updated just now. I would say that watch is being dropped because we've just got 3 hashtags in there, nothing else other than the default wording. So I'm assuming the watch is going to be killed off for there. You can see the temperatures are much cooler back to the west. We did talk about that early on in the broadcast. You're talking 29 Celsius in Portage, 21, 17, 19 to the west. So storms definitely need that energy to be able to get going. That's why that's probably dropped off. And they have now extended the watch further north. They just pumped that up north of Dauphin. So that is pushing up because of these storms going through Riding Mountain. So let's take a look at that. Definitely a strong hailer here. Going through that Riding Mountain, I guess Riding Mountain National Park's on the west side of 10. And then, oh God, this is definitely strong hail in this area right here. That is a very strong signature. So that is to the southwest of Laurier, but it will probably pass to the west of there on that 480. That is some strong hail in there. So, and Environment Canada just probably updating the warning for this right now. So they're loony to ping pong ball sized hail is what they're calling this for. It's moving at 35 kilometers an hour. So not the fastest moving, but again, it's for these 2 storms up here to the eastern portion of Riding Mountain National Park. And I'm just going to bring up the latest scans. So this is going back a few scans. This is an hour ago. So within the last hour, you can see how these 2 storms have kind of combined and they've kind of intensified over the last few scans. This here is definitely indicative of large hail, especially these 2 purple ones where we've gotten from light pink to bright pink into purple. I would suspect there's quite a bit of hail falling right in this area here. It doesn't look like there's a whole lot out there. So it's east of this Highway 10 and north of 19, back to the southwest of Laurier. So it looks like more gridded up there. So a little more, it looks like farming, but I believe this is an elevated area to do with that Riding Mountain National Park, but I could be wrong on that. Somebody can probably correct me in the chat. So that's definitely some big time hail up that way. Let's move back down to these storms over here and just take a look at what's going on. So again, if we take a quick look, we can see several areas of hail between Belmont and Balder, along Highway 3 down here by the border, and then there's more of it coming across the border, tucked in on that North Dakota side, so heading up towards the border at this point. So those are the areas right now to pay attention to, where we're seeing that intensity of heavy precipitation, lightning, and hail. So that seems to be the biggest threat right now. I'm going to take a look whether we do have any rotation at this point that we need to be concerned about. So let's just, they've just updated this warning, so I might as well read that. I'm assuming it's for this up to the north, but same thing. They've just updated, producing wind gusts, loony to ping pong ball sized hail and heavy rain. Not much else. The box itself looks the same, so I'm not sure what they updated there, but again, I would be paying attention to this. That's over. It looks like Minto, I believe, is up that way. And yeah, so Minto is right there. So we've got hail stretching along that Highway 10, where the 23 steps up or south, depending which direction you're coming from. So that's an area of intense precipitation and hail as well. So just something to keep in mind as this for that warning. And I'm just going to back out here and take a look at velocities or wind directions and just see if there's anything that jumps out at me. There's a few areas of rotation here, but nothing really super tight. Bit of rotation here back by 18 and 3 and 341 south of Killarney, kind of west of Cartwright. And then over here, there's a bit of rotation, but again, starting to get, you can see the edge of where that radar can really read rotation. You can see that arc. So we're starting to get to the edge of where that's kind of accurate in terms of the rotation. So we're bouncing around between radars today. Rick, I just checked and Max Velocity has not gone live yet for Tate, but you can find his coverage in the US on YouTube. Yes, Max Velocity is definitely, if you're looking on the US side, he's phenomenal at what he does. Obviously, that's why he's got so many followers. So yeah, definitely we would recommend him if you're looking on the US side for severe weather coverage. What else? Camera network is worse in Manitoba than Quebec. How is that possible? They're even more remote, would be the first thing that I would say. I don't even know if I haven't even looked. Do we even have traffic Oh, we do have traffic cameras here, but they're very, very sporadic. Along Highway 1, essentially. There's one here down by, randomly along here. I don't know if I'll be able to see it, but, oh, geez, jumping around there. Let's see if I can pull that up. So that's Souris River Valley Highway 10. What time was that? So that's 2 minutes ago. That's not bad. So you can see that I don't see any hail or anything on the ground there. But again, that core is to the south of it. So we will see if that continues to push up that way. We'll monitor it. I'm going to see if it shows. Yeah, it's still to the south from that camera. So we have actually one camera there. If the hail persists, we might be able to show you guys on a camera there, but the icons are basically along the Trans-Canada, and that is it. There's only about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 cameras that we can, 7, 8. We've got some to the north that we can access. So there actually is one near this hail core, kind of to the southwest. Let's see if that one is live. It is too. So obviously no precipitation of real significance up there right now. These seem to refresh faster than Ontario and Quebec. Still quite a bit of hail to the southwest of Laurier or to the west of Laurier, and another cluster back here over Highway 10. There is a camera there, so let's just take a look and see if that's seeing anything. And that's just showing rain at this point. I see a bit of, but it's very minor, and this is how old. This is that 218? That's old. It says auto refresh. Well, that's anyways, that's not correct. That's the software, but that looks like 218. So that's 30-minute old image. So obviously not very accurate. So it won't help us out much unless that updates. And they've now extended the severe warning up here for this updraft that has gone up. So let's just take a look and see. This is to the north of Neepawa, or northeast of Neepawa. This looks like it's got a bit of hail on it. Heavy precipitation associated with that right here in this core heading north-northeast. So that is ebb and flow Manitoba. I didn't even know that existed. That's interesting. Okay. So let's pan back down here and take a look if anything else. Obviously, along Trans-Canada, north of that, let's see what's our closest radar here. Yeah. Oh, another update for another. So they've updated this severe warning again. I think they've extended it up. Let's just take a look if that's what the case is. So the wording hasn't changed, still ping pong ball sized hail, heavy rain and wind gusts, but they've extended the box further north across that Highway 5 for these hailers that are coming through here. So that's, and I suspect that If this continues north and that hail persists on that Highway 10, the warning box will be pushed out to Dauphin as well as that moves further north at this point. So quite a few storms. We even have some here to the northwest of Winnipeg. Anybody that's located out here northwest of Winnipeg, I guess west of Winnipeg Beach, there's a storm over there, heavy rain, lightning, but that seems to be it. Maybe the smallest indicator of hail, no real major rotation either. So that's all that is. They aren't meeting severe parameters, so they're not severe warned yet at this point. So again, I'm going to come back down to the border and take a look at what's coming on here. And some of the models were starting to show this as this event continued on. Early on, we may have isolated storms, but then this will line out, and you can kind of see that starting to happen here, where you're getting stuff, what we call lining out. So essentially a cluster of storms that gets together and starts pushing things in one general direction. Those can be damaging in terms of straight line winds, so we will have to keep an eye on that. This okay, yeah, so the thunderstorm watch in Saskatchewan has now been dropped, so the Saskatchewan side is out of it in terms of anything severe. Again, very easy to see based on temperatures. We're still talking, you've got some 30s and 31s down in North Dakota, upper 20s in the Manitoba area. So we are 2:52 p.m., just before 3 p.m. So still lots of daylight left for these storms, and we are starting to get that that kind of lining out indicator, which I was just talking about. If we look at the big picture here, there's essentially a large line of storms tucked into this specific area. And again, they can produce some strong straight line winds, which will do just as much damage as some of the rotating winds. So still something to pay attention to. I'm just going to, oh, they've updated the watch on the Manitoba side. I don't see what they've updated, but let's just take a look. Same thing, the thunderstorm watch is there, but I'm not sure why I don't see that. So when they change the polygon, which is the box essentially, it will update, but unless you know exactly what it looked like, it's sometimes hard to tell what they've updated per se. So I don't see where they pushed it to, but we're gonna keep an eye on it. Let's just take a look. Few areas of rotation, but again, far from the radar and nothing super tight. So nothing draws my attention on these quite yet. Let's take a look and see if this camera has updated an image. Whoa, that's a tornado warning somewhere. Oh, they have tornado warned this storm up here to the north. So that's why we've got that loud siren going off. Environment Canada is tornado warning this right now. So let me bring this up. 2:52, Environment Canada are tracking a severe thunderstorm, possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. It is northeast of Wasagaming. I'm probably butchering that, but moving northeast at 25 kilometers an hour. So I'm just going to bring up the closest radar to this, and we're going to take a look at it. It's that storm. I suspect southwest of Laurier. This is the rotation that has caught their attention. I don't see. I don't know if this is noise. It's hard to tell, but those are definitely some stronger pixels. So southwest of Laurier, it is definitely picking up intensity. So we need to pay attention to this. I will clear that up there, and I'm just going to take a look at this. Let's bring this up here. Whoops, clicking on the wrong stuff while we got this going on. So I'm just going to back it out. So there was definitely a strong indicator right here on this previous frame at 2:47 p.m. west of McCreary, coming southwest of Laurier. This storm definitely has rotation on it, and that's why it's been tornado warned. It was there for one scan. Now, again, remember, Canadian radar is 8 minutes, so there's a lot that can happen in 8 minutes. We're going to see what the next scan shows. This is the one that definitely got their attention just prior. I'm trying to drag it back one frame. Sorry, folks, right there. That's the scan that definitely had their attention. So again, this is east of Riding Mountain National Park, west of McCreary, and southwest of Laurier. And this is heading kind of in a northeast path. The latest scan doesn't look as strong, but again, there is some noise buried in this. So hard to say, but that is a tornado warning for those storms up there. So we are paying attention to that. Dominic saying VTP of 4 on those 2 northern supercells. They should warn it. And obviously he was ahead of the curve, and that's exactly why. So this is the area that we're paying attention to. I'm not going to try and focus on much else for now till we know that this is okay. But that would be the area of rotation that would have that concern. So no confirmation of anything happening right now. And I'm just taking a look here whether I've got somebody on it. Yeah, okay, let's just take a look. Jordan, I believe, has a photo. Is that possible? Give me a sec here. I'm just going to back out here. Where is he? That's Portage. That's pretty far away, so I'm not sure if that's the storm. I know Jordan might be on the road right now, so that looks like the storm from very far away. So I'm going to try and share this with you guys. These are from southeast of the storms. Give me 1 second here. Let me pull it up. Bring that up. You can see this very strong updraft. So let me share it. I'm going to bring that up for you folks so you can see that. Right here on the left-hand side, that is your very strong updraft, and then you can kind of see this anvil-looking cloud kind of up here in this area. There is another updraft right here, and again, this looks like we're looking from the southeast of these storms. So very strong updraft right here, and you can tell just because it has that cauliflower look. So when you're looking at thunderstorms, if they look like cotton candy and wispy, that's a sign of an area that is more stable. When they look like broccoli or cauliflower, your vegetables, that's where you need to pay attention, because that's an area that's more intense and robust. So crazy to think that these are the storms from early in the day that's crossed the border very early on. I'm waiting for another scan here. The last one was at 2:53 p.m. 6 minutes ago. So I'm hoping this rotation subsides, but we are going to monitor this one tornado warning again near Riding Mountain, southwest of Laurier, and kind of north of this Highway 19. So we're going to just see here. Hopefully the next scan here, I'm hoping in the next minute or two at least. So I'm just looking at another storm here. Okay. Oh, okay. I got some stuff to share from Braden Morriso as well. Thanks, Rick, for putting that in the chat. Give me 1 second here. I'm going to show you some hail that Braden has recovered on one of these storms. So while we're waiting for this next scan to come in, wow. Okay, that's some good hail. So this is from Braden Morris. So you can see his X account there, Twitter. Again, if you don't follow him, I highly recommend it. He's saying this golf ball to tennis ball size hail west of Balder, Manitoba. So that was those storms. I'll bring that up on the radar in a minute. These are to the south of Highway 1. Some sizable hailstones in there. Definitely over 2-inch. It looks like for some of these stones. So again, Braden Morriso, he's the king of getting hail, that's for sure. So we're just going to see. So this is our latest scan that just came up. We definitely still have some rotation embedded in this storm right in this area here. But it is more broad and weaker, so that is a good sign. So we just need to still pay attention. It is rotating. However, it is not as tight as it was earlier. So we're going to continue to watch that, and you can kind of see on these latest scans the left side of the two storms. You can see that the intensity has dropped off on that. And it may be interacting with this storm kind of to the east of it. So the western portion of this has kind of dropped the purple, and we still west of Laurier, this storm is still rotating. Not super tight right now, but that is definitely still got our attention, and that's why we have that tornado warning on it. So what else? Good analogy, Tom. Vegetables. Yes, that's how I always teach people when I'm storm chasing and they want to know what part of a storm to look at and how to tell if a storm is doing anything. Like I said, if you see the broccoli or the cauliflower, those vegetables are a bad sign for the storm. In terms of intensity for anybody that's in its path, if it's kind of wispy like cotton candy, it's one of my favorite analogies. Just it's much weaker in that respect. So let's just take a look here. So I'm watching this other storm to the south of this tornado warning, southeast of it. I'm going to continue to monitor that. So this is what's around here. This is the White Mud Watershed Wildlife Management Area. It's definitely got a lot of hail on it. And then let's take a look at vorticity. Some minor rotation on it, but nothing super intense. They've updated this severe down here. Let's just take a look at that. And let's click on it to see whether they've updated anything. Again, they're talking about quarter-size hail and heavy rain. They've just extended that warning. You can see the cluster of warnings, and this is where it gets complicated because they're overlapping. You don't know which is the latest. Like this down here in the center, I'll bring it up full screen. Balder and Belmont, that was that storm that we talked about, those hailstones I was showing you. As that hail was moving through, we definitely had indicators of that having significant hail on it. I'll bring it back up from the US radar. And the US radar is now showing some rotation here just to the north of Neelan. Oh, wow. Yes. Okay. So we do Balder, the storm that's near Balder. I've got Jordan, or not Jordan, I've got Braden in that area, I believe. So definitely need to pay attention. We do have some rotation tucked into this area. There's your tornado warning right as I'm talking about it. Is that possible? Did they warn it, or is that still for the north? No, they're re-updating this one to the north. So we have several areas we need to pay attention to. One down here south of Balder, definitely pay attention there. There could be some strong rotation happening there. And now I'm moving back to the north. So they've re-warned this, or they've put out or updated the warning. So let's just take a look. 3:03 p.m. They're saying that they're tracking a thunderstorm possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. Your area of rotation here at 2:59 p.m. Is right on near the southwest of Laurier. So let me just put that up here. Right here in this area here. So that's our area of rotation that we need to pay attention to. The next scan is still a few minutes out, so I don't have anything on that, but Environment Canada has rewarned that. I am concerned about this storm that is south, that is near Balder. Definitely showing some strong rotation in this area here. We are at 7,000 feet, so that's almost 2 kilometers high. Obviously, that is not necessarily making it down to the surface, so far away from the radar, but this is indicative of a rotating updraft and possibly an RFD mixing in there, so we'll have to see whether that's the case, but this is an area of strong rotation showing on the US radar side, so Let's take a look, and they've just updated that warning for this particular storm. I'm switching between all the radars just to see if I can make any heads or tails of anything. They're all pretty far from this on the Canadian side, so it's a tough one. And I'm going to read the latest update. So 3:01 p.m. Manitoba time, damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. Looks to be Balder to the international border, moving northeast at 40 kilometers an hour. The hazards that are possible with this: gusts up to 110. Ping pong ball sized hail up to that, loony to ping pong, and then heavy rain associated with it. So they are basically, let's switch this up here. I'm going to switch to the US radar. We're going to continue to monitor this because there's definitely some rotation buried in there. This is a big hail indicator. So they are warning all of this. This is all hail buried in here, and you just saw the tennis ball size, golf ball sized hail that we were sharing on that photo. That's what's buried in this storm right now. So if you are out in front of this, if you've got equipment, you can get it sheltered. If you are in the way of it, get to shelter. That kind of hail does some serious damage. That's not fun to be in. So as a storm chaser, I've definitely been in stuff like this, but that is definitely an area of intense hail. And again, we do show some rotation on it. So a bit of a double whammy down here right now. I'm going to go back up to this tornado warned storm to the north and see if we've still got still broad rotation. So again, kind of near southwest of Laurier. Not seeing any strong indicators on this one right now. So not super concerned about it. Back to what triggered the warning. I'll bring that up. That was this scan right here. This definitely would be strong indicator, 80, 90 kilometer hour, even closing in probably to the 100K mark in that scan there. So you can see that bright pink, that's the difference. And now you've got, light greens and light reds essentially. So not as strong a rotation. However, there's not something saying this might not intensify. So that's why we're continuing to monitor that area. West of Laurier and west of that 480, there is hail buried in this as well. So again, quite a bit of hail tucked in here. South and west of Mackinac. Definitely pay attention to this just for the hail and the rotation. So we'll continue to bounce back and forth here. So let's go and see what's going on down here. We're still showing those rotation indicators. This is at 3:07 p.m. just now. Yeah. I mean, we are getting far from the radar, but there is rotation indicated in this storm, and that's why you're seeing this little red indicator rotating. It's saying that there's a 72% chance of confidence on that. It is at a high elevation. We have to understand that this is far from the radar. So we are now at 7,500 feet. Again, a mile, just to give you an idea, miles, over 5,000 feet, just over it. So that's 1.6 kilometers up. So we're closing in on 2 kilometers off the surface for the data that we're reading here. Again, 120 kilometers, 126 kilometers an hour, but aloft. So I have to reiterate that. A lot of places will just tell you that this is, won't explain that to you. They just go, oh, look at this tight rotation here and heavy winds. This is high up. That doesn't mean it's not getting to the surface, but it's less likely that it's getting down to the surface. So that's what we try and update folks on. So, but again, still lots of hail buried in this. So I'm going to see if Braden has updated anything on this. He's a busy guy usually. So no, haven't seen anything from him yet. What else here? Okay, just making sure I'm caught up on comments. So we still have that tornado warning to the north. Let me kill that off, and then let me take a look up here, whether we have a latest scan for 3:05 p.m. So again, I'm an hour ahead of you guys because I'm in Ontario, but this is 3:05 p.m. That was our latest scan. I don't think we've had a new one since. So still very broad rotation up here for this tornado warning in Laurier, or southwest of Laurier. And I will highlight it for anybody who's just jumped into the stream here. That's our area of rotation that you can see kind of southwest of Laurier, but they are not bright green and they're not bright red. So still not super concerned like what prompted the warning a few scans ago. It was much tighter and stronger back then. So just moving back down here to the storms on near Boulder and south to the border. This one here, just our latest scan. Again, quite aloft, but heavy winds in that. And I'm just going to look. I'm going to go up through the rotation. We can look at different heights of the storm. And by changing the tilt here, that's what I'm essentially doing. So I'm trying to see how high this extends. There's definitely a rotating air mass up here. We're getting very high in the storm, and that's why the pixels are going so bright. This is obviously closer to the surface, but we're still 2 kilometers away from the surface, so not as accurate as I'd like to be, but it's an area that definitely needs to pay attention to. So give me 1 second here. Got a note here from Shannon. She's on a storm as well. So Shannon Bileski is also storm chasing out there. So I'm not exactly sure where she's located, but I'm trying to get that confirmation as well. So we'll see if we can get that information and share it with you guys. So I don't see her spotter dot on either. Well, maybe. I don't know who this is. Oh, that's David Grant. So no. This is going to be Michaela, I bet. Yes. She lives down in that area, I believe. Okay, so what's going on here? Dominic asking, I wonder if those lakes in central Manitoba can influence low-level winds like the Great Lakes. And yes, I definitely agree. Those lakes are big enough that they will impact things in terms of having readily available moisture. So we'll see what happens as storms get closer to that. Carberry cell is awfully suspicious. Where Carberry is up here. Let's see what I've got on that one. Yes, that one there has a strong hail core. Dominic, thank you for pointing that out. We've had a few kind of crossover Highway 1 here, but they seem to die off. I'm just going to look here. They've more than likely they've amalgamated into one here. So this has definitely picked up some intensity. Good catch there, Dominic. Thank you for that. I'm just going to look at velocities on it as well. A bit of rotation on it as well, so we need to pay attention to it. Who is this? Oh, that's Tracy that's up there, so that's her spotter dot as well. What else? Oh, okay. So let's just take a look here. I'm just going to back it out. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's so hard with this radar noise. You've got that bright green area right here by Carberry, but I suspect that's noise within the data, unfortunately. And again, it's hard to decipher at times. So I definitely would, I like to point it out more than not point it out, just in case. So I'm just going to move back up to the tornado warned storm that was up here to see if we have a new scan on this one. This one's at 3:11 p.m. and it looks like the rotation is very broad on this. So not as concerned with this storm up here anymore. Still quite a bit of hail to the west of Laurier. So it is moving in a northerly direction. So we'll just back that up. You can kind of see a little bit of a northeast proportion to it, but definitely still quite a bit of hail in that. So that's the biggest threat right now. Another storm here to the southeast of it. Quite a bit of hail. Trying to see if there's any kind of Glenella, it looks like, to the southwest of there, near the White Mud Watershed Wildlife Management Area. Say that 5 times fast. So quite a bit of hail buried in this as well. So when we see those purples and pinks, that's where you've got hail in there. And so we've had some tennis ball sized hail, ping pong, golf ball, all associated with that. So again, another, north of Highway 1, definitely hail buried in this thing right here to the west of northwest of Sydney and to the northeast of Carberry. That's definitely got some sizable hail in there as well. And then these storms to the south definitely have had hail in them. It looks like it may be going down in some areas. So I'm just going to take a look here and just see what's going on. So this would have been the strongest hail with some rotation in it, but you can see those pixels of purple are slowly disappearing in areas. So some of the hail cores are falling apart a little bit. Still lots in there. So Balder definitely getting quite a bit of hail there. So if anybody's in the Balder area, you're not having fun with hail today. Okay. Um, let's just take a look here, see what's going on. So right now, this seems to be where most of our storms are. We have a couple here in between the two lakes, essentially to the west, northwest of Winnipeg Beach or west of Gimli. So these two storms, they're not severe warned because but there would be some hail in this. So definitely something to take into consideration where you're seeing those purple areas and those dark red with a little bit of purple. They're right on the edge of maybe getting severe warned. We'll have to see what Environment Canada does with that. Coming back to this tornado warned storm, still waiting for the latest scan on this one. Definitely a lot of hail in it. I'm going to see if this camera shows anything. I think this one, 3:15. So that's just now. The storm is kind of to the west of this. So on the right side of the screen, I believe. Does it say which direction this is pointed in? It does not. So I don't know which direction we're looking in there. Just guessing. So it's tucked in here along this Highway 5. But our hail is way back here to the west of Laurier at this point. And again, rotation was going down on that storm. Anything going for Brandon? Heavy precipitation in Brandon. Maybe a little bit of hail happening there. Let's just take a look if there's anything on. This looks like very heavy rain. I don't think there's hail. I'm trying to look closely at the image, but it's hard to tell. I don't see. I'm on the fence. I see some. These could be rocks down the side that I kind of see on there, but not 100% sure if that's hail or not. So, and if it was, it's very small at this point. So, let's take a look back here from the. Oh, they've extended the severe warning. These boxes, the shapes of them, it's crazy. Okay, sorry. Let me come back here. So let's see what they've updated on this. They're 3:18 p.m., which is just now. They've extended the box. It's still the damaging wind, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. So I'm assuming, again, because it was in this box, it's this storm that's near Balder. Definitely has a strong hail signature on it, both from... Oh, the Canadian one doesn't show it as much. I should stop before I speak. But the U.S. side shows hail in it. The Canadian side, borderline whether there's hail in it or not. And if I look from this radar here, it's even further away, the one that's by Winnipeg. So hard to say, but the Balder one would be the one that would have my attention. And we can actually do a little trick here. So we're going to measure... how far this storm, sorry, I'm going to reset that. Let's do, from that storm, from our Canadian radar, is about 180 kilometers. From the US radar, We're only 164 kilometers roughly. So the US radar is just slightly closer to it. So I'm trusting it a little more than the Canadian one at this point. So there may be some hail buried north of Boulder, and then across the border here, or close to the border, I should say, with North Dakota, the U.S. Again, south of Boulder, Cartwright, you've got probably hail more than likely in that area as well. So those, again, those purple pixels are what we're concerned about. I'm going to move back up here, double check on this storm that was tornado warned. The hail core has shrunk on this scan. It looks like pretty significantly. Let me just double check here. So yeah, you can see how much more hail there was southwest, and now the hail core is over the 480 west of Laurier. And let's just take a look at rotation on that one as well. So nothing significant of any rotation. This tornado warning, I wouldn't be surprised if they're dropping that shortly as this progresses through here. So I'm going to see if this camera has updated and it's showing us anything. No, that's still an old image from 3:15, so about 6 minutes ago. So no update there, but we do have two storms down here. What else? So these are the two little hail cores clustered up here. And let's just take a look if there's any rotation buried in these. Again, lots of radar noise in there, hard to tell. Just flipping back and forth. So I would say there's no real significant rotation. This brighter red spot right here on 261 is probably noise. There's some more up here in this arc. So I'm going to say that that's radar noise at this point. So, but still decent amount of hail buried in these storms, and they are moving in a northerly pattern, basically on the west side of Lake Manitoba, heading up towards ebb and flow in that general direction. Let's see if this camera is showing anything. I've got one here. Definitely very rainy here. This is 3 minutes ago. Heavy precipitation there. It is just on the edge of it, south of that camera on 354. There's some hail probably in there. And then there's more tucked in back here along just north of the Trans-Canada. So let's just take a look as things are moving through the area. And curious. So U.S. radar still showing quite a bit of hail in these storms. Now, again, when we talk about this, one of the things I haven't mentioned yet, we do talk about when we see that hail indicator with those purple pixels, again, that could be high up in the storm. And with that height, as the hail falls to warmer temperatures, it can melt before it even gets to the ground. So depending on the size of it, that's the other thing you have to take into account. So, so right now, I'd say, what's my closest radar? That's our closest Canadian radar right now. And you can see a definitive line with some gaps in it, but we definitely have a line forming with these storms kind of up here and essentially moving in a north-northeast pattern. A couple of stronger storms that we've been highlighting over here. I'm surprised this one's not severe warned for hail, but let me switch radars there and just double check. No, the closer radar is definitely indicating that, yeah, I would say there's definitely some big hail in here, especially with these darker purples that you get in here. We've talked about it. That's indicative of some sizable hail. And this is Narcisse, I'm hoping. So southwest of there on 17. This little storm itself is definitely showing some indication of some bigger hail in there. So if you are north and northeast of this storm, please heed that one. Even though it has not been severe warned, I would suspect that there's some decent sized hail, especially on that last scan. and it's heading north essentially, not even a whole lot of easterly motion on it. So that is a storm I would pay attention to up that way. And then we're kind of going back down here, looking at this cluster as it's moving across. Just trying to determine whether this is just getting out of the radar range. I'm trying to see what the intensity. It's hard to tell, and again, it's hard to tell because the radars. Oh, so they've re-warned for a tornado up here. This is interesting. So let me get back to this. They're warning just to the east of Laurier, this area right in here, this couplet is what it is. Question is whether this bright pixel is noise, like you see, for example, noise right here, noise right here. They're kind of in a line, and that's generally what I use to determine if it's noise. So if I highlight this pixel and then this pixel, you can almost draw a straight line through them. Obviously, I'm not an artist, so we'll ignore that. But that is my question, is whether that's noise or whether that's actually a valid data point. So, perfect. Shannon is just reporting to me where she's at, so I'm just looking to see what storm she is on. Okay, Crystal City. Sorry, folks, bear with me for a second. I can't view live location on my PC. That's interesting why I can't see that. I have to do it on my phone. So bear with me for 1 second, folks. I'm just looking where Shannon is in regards to these storms, just so I can get an idea. Okay, let me back out here. Crystals. Okay, so anyways, I'm going to get back to that with Shannon just to see, but that's what this tornado warning is for, is right around Laurier. Again, the rotation is not super strong, so I'm not as concerned about it on that one. They just severe warned these ones that we were talking about for hail. So let me switch to that radar and just go back and just reconfirm what we're talking about. So they have re-warned this for the hail, is my guess. Quarter size hail and heavy rain is 3:26 p.m. Manitoba time. So again, this hail is what we are mostly concerned about with this, and that's why the severe warning went out on this storm. So we were a little ahead of that one, just being able to relay that information. What else have we got going on here? So I'm just taking a look. I'm trying to find. Now they've severe updated. Wow. Look at these boxes. Okay. I'm going to say that, oh my God. Okay. Northeast of Carberry, moving north at 25 kilometers an hour. This is Environment Canada. This is 2:48 p.m. This is old. All these boxes overlapping, it makes it really difficult. Sorry, folks. Okay, so this is the latest one here. Again, damaging wind gusts, quarter size hail, and heavy rain. I'm assuming this cluster of storms right here. Again, it makes it difficult. So that's this right here. And then, so that's what that warning went out for there. More warnings. Oh, this is just flying here. So they've re-warned this area. I don't know whether they've extended it out. That's updated 3 minutes ago. So saying over Narcisse, moving 25 north at 25 kilometers an hour, and they're talking about the large ping pong ball sized hail and strong wind gusts. So that's this cluster that we've been talking about. So we're on top of that one. Just looking here. Wow. Sorry, guys, just trying to find what's the best radar to look at here. I don't see anything. I see heavy precipitation in all of this, and I'm just trying to figure out. Just trying to figure out where Shannon's at. She sent me a photo, so I just want to make sure I'm looking at the right stuff for what she's reporting, which I think is in here. Crystal City, where is that? Oh, there's Crystal City. Okay, so this has moved north. Shannon is sitting. Okay, so she's looking at these storms to the left. So I'm going to bring it up and share it with you folks. This is from Shannon. Bolesky, she's got a nice shelf cloud in there. So that's the storm there. And that is looking north. And I'll switch back to the radar. So she's roughly, sorry, give me one sec here. Back to drawing. She's kind of in this area here, looking in that general direction. So that's what that photo was, which I can again share with you here. So, yeah, so that's what we're looking at there. What else is here? Okay, more warning updates. So let me kill this off. And this giant box, let's see. Updated just now, 3:30 p.m. Environment Canada. Same thing, damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. They're just pushing it out further east. So they've extended the box. And we were tracking basically almost to St. Claude on Highway 2. Just south of Long Plain, and then stretching that box all the way down to the U.S.-Canada border as this line of severe storms continues to march eastward. Let's just take a look up here. This camera, let's see, it's just about to get into that hail. You can see that there's some rain on there. I'm trying to see the timestamp. That's right now 3:31. So heavy rain falling on this highway. Again, this is St. Rose South Highway 5. So that is the storm that has that pocket of hail on it. Again, I'm assuming we're looking south on that camera just based on the fact that that's what they've put in the title. Excuse me. So let's take a look here, and let's take a look at some rotation. So there continues to be rotation straight south. Again, not super strong, the couplet, which is right in here, which is your opposing greens and reds. So that is the area of rotation that has maintained and continues to maintain that tornado warning that is out for kind of south of St. Rose du Lac. And I believe it was northeast of Laurier, which is back here in the corner. So what else is going? Is Glenborough in danger? Give me 1 second. Let me check here, and I will get back to you. I just got to figure out where that is. So let me look on Google Maps. So they've reissued the tornado warning based on that velocity scan that we were just chatting about. So this has been reissued for this just to the northeast of Laurier. So that's what we were just literally talking about. Let me just get back also to this Glenborough question near Wawanesa. I know Wawanesa. They're an insurance company. Let me just double check here. So I'm going to just go through this tornado warning. So has issued a tornado warning for Parkland, Manitoba. Extra care and attention should be exercised in and around the following localities. McCreary, St. Rose, and Alonza are tracking a severe storm that is possibly producing a tornado. Damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall are also possible. Again, they're talking about this rotation right above Highway 5. We will continue to monitor that. Let me just bring this up here in regards to Glenborough, southwest of Portage. So yes, the storms that are coming there are definitely going to be intense. There is some hail associated, however, it has gone down somewhat. So I'm just going to bring that up. Glenboro should be somewhere tucked in here. It doesn't always pop up on my map because of the software. I'm just trying to see if I can locate it. There's Holland. Let me see if I can search it. Oh, that's perfect. I didn't even know that was a feature. So now I've found something out. So the line of storms has gone through. It's just heavy precipitation with some wind for the Glenboro area. Nothing is rotating down there in terms of any intensity. So as long as, most of it has gone by, it's still a bunch of it to the south, but Glenboro is more on the western edge of this. So I'll just kind of cycle that. That's in the middle here, and we'll show you how these storms have progressed here. So they've reissued a tornado warning. So they are tightening this up here. So this storm up here to the north, again, getting another warning here. They've updated saying it's moving northeast at 30 kilometers an hour, and it's northeast of Laurier. We don't have an updated scan, do we? 4:29 p.m. So let's stick with this right now. I don't see any majorly tight rotation, but again, we do have some noise maybe in here. There we go. Okay, this is better. Closer scan. So we do have an area of rotation. There are some brighter pixels starting to show themselves. So we need to pay attention. This is right down here. Near our camera, to be honest with you, and unfortunately, they only update every few minutes, and it's only a still image, so I can't really tell what's going on. Let's see if it'll even load. Well, it's definitely raining and wet there. You can see based on the spray and the wash behind that vehicle that just went through. This is at 3:34 p.m., so it's 3 minutes ago. There's a few people looking at that camera because we're trying to get a view of this storm as it's rotating. So again, this is the area of concern. You're welcome. I see in the chat, CU 8847. You're welcome. Glad I answered your question. And if anybody else has questions, I try and jump on them. Obviously, when there's a tornado warning, we tend to concentrate on the tornado warning for obvious reasons. So we will take a look at it, but definitely I would suspect there's some hail buried in this again along that Highway 5. And we've had another update. So they've extended a severe warning. So this giant box that we have here from north to south, I'm going to show you what it's for. This giant box in here is for this storm right here. So we'll take a quick look at the other radar from there just after I'm done analyzing this side near the tornado warning. So again, this is south of St. Rose du Lac and northeast of Laurier along that Highway 5. So just for those that know the area, if you're there, definitely take your shelter. I would rather tell you to go take shelter and not need to, and then not need it. Wow. Okay, so the precipitation has intensified on this camera. We just looked at that not long ago. There are some strong winds in here and definitely some hail. I'm going to try and stick with this a little bit just to see how often this refreshes. Rick, thanks for the heads up. One of my moderators. Oh, now they're... Okay, that's another update. Now they've tornado warned. So this giant tornado warning now, I'm not sure what this is for. So let's just, let's take a look and see if it's for the same storm or a different storm. I'm going to look at velocities here. I don't see anything major down here. Still up here, we do have some rotation, but not as strong as I would have thought. Let's see what the tornado warning that Environment Canada just put out. They're just saying they're tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, which is the cut and paste verbiage that's in there. But you can see how far this box extends. It's frustrating because we're talking an area 133 kilometers long, Where is that tornado warned storm? That's the question mark. And again, I'm assuming that it's because of this rotation that we are seeing here. Still within this box here, and they're just warning out ahead of it. So it is tracking. Let me just zoom in here and see the path. It's moving in a northeast track at this point. And again, the area that we are concerned about is right here, and it's heading in this general direction. So that's why this box has gone out ahead of it. It is a very large box. So it is only right now, the area that's being impacted is between St. Rose du Lac and Ebb and Flow. That's the two areas between there. That's where this is headed. So I'm just taking a look at this camera again. Heavy precipitation as this storm moves through. This is at 3:39 p.m. About a minute and a half, 2 minutes ago. So we'll continue to pay attention to that. And I'm going to switch over here just to look. I was talking about these storms over here. So we're looking at a different radar. Definitely a couple of hail cores buried in this along Highway 17, right basically over to the north of Narcisse, and then Ericsdale to the northeast of there. There's a hail core here with all this pink and bright pink that's in that area. So this is another hail core in here. That's what the warning box that extends all the way up here. Unfortunately, people to the north are getting that warning when this storm is way down in the south right now. So just the way the system works, unfortunately. So that's what that's warned for, would be my educated guess there. And I'm going to continue to check on this storm just because of how intense that precipitation is. See if this is updated. Yeah, this is updated. You can see hail building up on the side there. You can definitely see how white the edge where the grass is, and along the gravel you can definitely see that there's hail building up in there. So that's what we were talking about. When we see this purple, your pink and purple is where you're at. That's where that hail is moving through the area. So this is our latest scan. Let's take a look at velocity. There's a pile of noise in there. Hard to tell what's going on there. Which radar am I on? Let me double check, folks. Just want to yeah, so that's further away. This is the closer radar, but I don't see any really tight rotation in here at this point. So less concerned about the tornado threat, but the hail, which is what we are seeing on that camera. You can see it tucked in here. Let's straighten that out and highlight this. So that's what you're looking at right there, where all that hail is. And it's going to, again, travel kind of to the east of St. Rose du Lac. And that is definitely putting down some hail. It definitely was accumulating on the roadway in that last image we saw off the camera. I wonder if every time I connect to it, it updates. There you go. So now you can definitely see how much white is starting to build up on the edge of the road. Even on the roadway, you can see the marbles sitting in there. So this is what you're kind of seeing in the hail. Luckily, it doesn't look very big, but the fact that we are seeing it on the camera in low resolution, it's a decent sized hailstone. I would probably say grapes, maybe slightly bigger than that, but that's a storm we need to pay attention to for hail and for the rotation that they tornado warned on that. So again, let's take a look at velocities here. I'm going to just play this back. This is the wind direction and speed. You can see there's still some rotation. It's now kind of tucked into this area here with some noise. Makes it hard to read, but our velocity couplet would be right in this area here. And again, moving in a northeast direction, let me just draw it out in this general direction at this point. Nothing super tight or super strong right now, but again, in Canada, we get our scans every 8 minutes, and in 8 minutes, you can have an event happen, start and finish in that 8 minute window, because most tornadoes are 3 minutes on the ground, 2 minutes on the ground. That's kind of the vast majority of tornadoes that happen. So still being, I would definitely pay attention to it just because of the hail that's embedded in it with the heavy precipitation and winds. There's definitely some larger hail falling here on this scan of the camera. You can see the white streaks, and I can see kind of hail bomb markings, I call them, on the camera. This is definitely an impact from a hailstone. So there are some larger stones starting to fall on the back end of this hail core that is just south of St. Rose du Lac. And let me pull that up here. So this area right here, obviously this is reading up higher in the storm. It takes a while for this to fall, and that's why you're seeing it on the camera, even though that the hail has kind of moved off to the northeast. This feels like Jenga. Not Jenga, what's the Tetris? All these boxes, the way they look, it's definitely hard to read these properly. So they've updated it again, probably for this storm. Hail is down here to the south and east of Mulvihill, or north and northeast of Ericsdale, that purple component there. So let's go back. I'm curious about this camera because there's a lot of lightning on this storm. Yeah, you can see the hail now falling here. Cars are pulled off on the side of the road, so indicator of some large hail associated with this storm that we now have kind of a visual context for. So just taking a look here. Shannon's got another nice view of these storms down to the south. Just going to take a look here. Oh yeah, south of Laurier. This warning is probably dropped. I'm getting a notice here. Yes, so this southern portion of these tornado warnings are dropping. Unfortunately, this one's probably still active. Yeah, it was updated 9 minutes ago. Again, our area of concern is this right here. That's what's causing all these warnings to go out between the hail and some rotation. That's what's sending it out. Rick, thanks for doing that. What do we got going on here? I'm just going to take a look. I've got another photo here from Shannon on these southern storms, which are south of Highway 2. Some here in this area. So I'm assuming, again, I'm not 100% sure where Shannon is, but bear with me for a second. I'm going to pull this up. Okay, Shannon photo. Okay, so another nice view of these storms. They're out ahead of this line here, so near Brussels, that kind of stuff. So let me share that up with you guys. So this is a photo from Shannon. So that was sent to me probably 10-15 minutes ago while we were talking about the tornado warning and everything like that. So I'm going to swing back here. So again, nice looking storms with a little bit of structure. What else? Cloud base exploded on SAT, especially the one between the lakes. So some of the updrafts are picking up intensity, and that's probably because of the lakes. And that would be this one right here. This has definitely got a solid hail core near Mulvihill. Rick was just commenting about that, so I'm just scanning back over here. This storm definitely has a good hail core on it. There is another line of hail down here along 17, just to the north of Narcisse, not moving very quickly. None of these storms are moving very fast, but this definitely has a very good hail core on it, and that's why it's severe warned, I should say. So let me go back here and just look at this tornado warned storm and see what's happening there. Let's look at velocities. Okay, velocities are definitely picking up on this. We're not done yet with the rotation here. Couplet is tucked into this area here. The winds are not, I'm just going to see what they're measuring here. So we have some 40-kilometer-hour winds rotating into 43. So there is a couplet here. It's quite broad, but still definitely worth paying attention to. as this could tighten up. And again, this is moving northeast, so heading in that direction, and that's that hail core also associated with it. So this area here is now moving towards that 481 direction. So let's just take a look here. So this area of the storm heading in this kind of general direction. So that's the area of concern, obviously to the north, northwest of ebb and flow. We do have another camera over here. We'll see if that comes into play, but I'm not 100% sure if it will at this point. So that's our tornado warnings up in that area. I'm going to take a look at these storms to the south. I have a feeling they have lost a bit of intensity, but I could be wrong. I'm going to look for multiple radars just to get a good idea. So still along the border, quite a bit of hail and intensity there. That's why this is still severe warned. Who's out in front of this? So Julian is out in front of this on this highway, whatever that is, 23. So there's still quite a bit of intensity, but these are more straight line wind type of storms. And they are heading into Portage, definitely weakening somewhat. Let's just take a look. Not as intense as they were east of Brandon, or I guess north of CFB, Canadian Forces Base, Shiloh. Heavy precipitation up there with lots of lightning. And let's take a look at our velocities on that. Yikes. That's interesting. There's definitely a couplet looking like right in this area right here. I'm just going to see if that is persistent on more than one scan. Let's just take a look. Yeah, there's definitely picked up rotation here. There is noise buried in it, but that is an area that I definitely would be paying attention to. I'm just going to see how this lines up with the rest of the storm. So let's just take a look here. We're going to switch it up and go. I'll go full screen just so it's easier for you guys to see. So it's buried in that storm, in the core of that storm. There's definitely some broad rotation, some stronger winds. I'm just going to see what this is reading. This is 6,000 feet off the ground. High up. So we're about 2 kilometers up, but there is some rotation up there, 76 kilometers an hour, 90s. But again, this is high up in the storm, so I'm suspecting that it's not making its way down the surface, but it's an early indicator that we may need to pay attention to that area. So I'll continue to monitor that just to see what the case is up there for that. So just looking to see what else I can point out here. Right now, the biggest or the strongest hail is definitely on the tornado warned storm here to the north. That is still maintaining its hail core west of ebb and flow. These two over here between the lakes, essentially. Between the two bodies of water there. But yes, this one here, just east of Mulva Hill, definitely large, strong hail signature there as well. So. Okay. What else is going on? I'm going to see this camera has probably cleaned up now, but we might be able to see the hail sitting on the ground once the precip. Yeah, so you can see that beautiful white line down the left side of your screen. That's all hail piled up. It has melted off the road, obviously, because the road surface is definitely warmer. And you can see all the water here in the top right corner sitting in the field. So this dumped a ton of precipitation along with prolific hail. Again, it doesn't look really big, but definitely would have been damaging enough. Not fun to ride that out for sure. So just getting that confirmation from that camera. So 3:47 p.m. Here's our latest scan. Again, we still do have that sustained rotation right in this area here. Again, just south of the 68. It's not moving very quickly, but it's also not a very strong signature there. So I'm not super concerned about that one. But we will continue to monitor it. as we progress through this. What else? Okay. I'm just looking down here, see what's going on. Let's take a look from the U.S. radar. Couple of storms kind of getting together here again. That along the border, we've noticed that the hail is definitely more intense, or the storms are more intense as they're crossing that border, and you can kind of see how these are crossing over into each other. If you look at the pattern, there's obviously some shear here with these storms, and it looks like some of them are higher elevation than others as they cross up here. But definitely that line is forming and merging as far as that goes. So what else is going on here? Okay, so yeah, definitive line of storms basically marching towards Winnipeg, but they are moving more north than east, so it's slowly making its way that way at this time. So let's see what the radar shows. Okay. So you can see how this is cycling through as the storms have crossed over from the U.S. and kind of what's happened, since about 12:53 p.m. The times on my computer, because I'm east of you in Ontario, obviously is an hour ahead in essence. So just so if anybody's wondering about that, that's what's going on. So it's just about 4 o'clock out in Manitoba. So you can see how this has progressed, the event, and how the storms have moved through. Definitely this tornado warning up here. A bit of a surprise that far north, but that's the beauty of weather. It does whatever it wants to do, and we have very little to say about it, essentially. So let's just take a further look up here and see if this storm is starting to lose that rotation or if it's sustaining it. This scan was at 3:53 p.m. 4 minutes ago. It's still got some rotation on it, so it hasn't gone away. It's continuing to sustain some of that rotation. And we're going to go down and look at this line coming across the border. And we're starting to get closer, I think, to the Grand Forks radar. Yeah, so we've got two. That one's kind of south of Grand Forks, so it's still kind of far away. But we're going to look here. So we've got a radar pill. So we've got two radars here down to the south in the States. And then we have one up here west of Winnipeg. And then obviously this one again, Fox Warren. Those are all the radars I've been trying to use today to try and keep up with what's going on. I'm going to probably stick with this Canadian radar just because it's starting to get, storms are marching towards it. So it'll make it a little easier to see. So we do have some storms trying to come across the border here, but again, not seeing any major intensity in terms of what we were seeing earlier. But we're still got a very good environment out front of it, warm temperatures. You can see that behind the storms, the temperature's dropping to 19, 18, very quickly cooling off. I mean, Brandon is now down to 23 Celsius. That was an hour ago, and I suspect that might be even cooler by the time, it updates, because they update roughly once an hour. So, just going to use that Winnipeg radar or northwest of Winnipeg. This hail core continues to sustain here on this storm just to the northeast of Mulvihill. It doesn't look like there's a lot out of there, a lot of wildlife areas. So hopefully not a lot of people in the path of this. I don't see any roads in there or any major ones. There's a few roads through here, but again, doesn't look super populated. So hopefully not impacting things too badly, but this definitely would be a nice strong hail core on it, just like we were looking at that camera on Highway 5 to the west, just showing up with that heavy precipitation. So let's take a look and see if we've gotten a new scan here. We should have a new velocity scan any moment on this one, so I'm going to stick with it. We're about 7 minutes since the last scan. Again, our couplet sitting tucked into this area just south of 68, and we should be getting a new scan here any moment. So just going to take a look at that. Oh, there's the new scan. Still got rotation, but again, not strong indicators here. This is aloft, and it's got about 30 to 40 kilometers, but it is continuing to rotate. And one of the things I haven't mentioned on the stream, rotation is normal on storms to a certain extent. Updrafts will rotate a lot of the time, and it's perfectly normal. It's part of the process. Nothing to get freaked out about. What gets everybody's attention is when you get these pixels really close to each other and then they get really bright. That's where you start to go, okay, wait, we may have an issue. So that's what anybody doing storm analysis or radar analysis, that's what they're looking for. The hail has gone down on this, so this liquid within a storm is also an indicator of how strong that storm is or what it's doing. And you can see here as it went near Laurier, that hail core went just to the east of St. Rose du Lac, continued, and then now it's kind of dissipated. So the storm is probably weakening. Again, there's still some rotation on it, but not super strong at this point. And doesn't have my attention as much. We do have this hail core that we've been talking about up here, and just looking at temperatures around the area. So again, in front of these storms, we still have those warm temperatures. I'm just going to take a look to see when they last reported in. This is an hour ago, and it had dew points were just over 60. 15.5 Celsius dew point is roughly 60 Fahrenheit, which is still strong enough for decent storms. So a decent environment out in front of these. This one here is just below the 60 mark, upper 50s for dew points. Further to the north, it's kind of in the storm, so that's not always indicative, but here 15 degrees Celsius, so again upper 50 dew points on this storm here out by Carmen, not the storm, sorry, the weather plot or weather station out by Carmen, so in front of where these storms are going. So we'll take a look and we'll continue to see if this is intensifying or if it's dying off. What else? I live just west of Laurier by about 10 miles. Everything clear at my house now, coming from KCA. Thank you very much for that. Appreciate the update. Yes, the storms as they've moved through. Laurier would be right here. This was that tornado-warned storm. So thank you, KCA, for that. You're saying west of Laurier by about 10 miles. So, okay, so you're closer to Riding Mountain National Park in that direction. So most of the storms have moved out. There are still some storms that are going to happen. There is precipitation, but the intense ones have moved out of that area. So definitely, stuff could still come through with some intensity, but right now nothing of significance showing. Amando asking, do you think us in Winkler and Altona area are going to get anything bad? So let me pull that up. So you guys you had warnings earlier today for storms that were to the east. This is coming up at you, so there are some intense storms. You're going to get thunderstorms, heavy precipitation, and there may be some hail. These storms are slowly moving eastward from the south. So I'm going to play the cycle here so you can see how things are developing. So slowly but surely, you are going to have storms come into the Winkler, Altona area over the next few hours. They are moving primarily north. So, for example, This is a perfect one right here. This storm right here is going to march in this general direction. So depending how much eastward trajectory there is on it, it can get into Winkler or into Altona, and there's more storms forming to the south of that. So that's where you would watch for storms as this approaches those areas in Winkler and Altona. So hopefully that answers your question there. What else? Thanks for covering this. Your explanation were very helpful. My pleasure. I'm glad we could help you guys out. And again, I know we're new to the Manitoba crowd. We've kind of traditionally been in Eastern Ontario, or Ontario and Quebec, I should say. But we are expanding across Canada, Canadian Weather Live, and it's all about what's happening in the moment. That's where we specialize in things. So if you want to know about this kind of stuff, definitely hit the subscribe button. Turn on notifications so you do know when we go live, and you can also follow us on Facebook as well. So I haven't shared that in a bit, so I'll just throw that up on the screen. Just taking a look at some photos that Shannon is sharing here. So I've got. Okay, so anyways, this is where you can find us. Sorry, Facebook, obviously on YouTube, which we're here. canadianweatherlive@gmail.com is our email address. And then we do have a merch store. If you want to buy something, it helps support the channel and you get something out of it. But we appreciate everybody who's tuned in, and it definitely helps us out. If you do like this, please hit that like button, because it does get it out into the algorithm as well. So it's free, doesn't cost anything. Okay, I'm just gonna see where Shannon is. She sent me a couple of photos while we've got a bit of a lull here. Swan Lake. Okay, Swan Lake. Where's Portage? That's way up there. Okay, I'm just trying to situate myself on these roads and highways and stuff like that. So I'm going to stop the radar loop and leave it on the latest scan. Okay. Just looking here, trying to source where this is. She's what? Sorry, guys. I'm just trying to figure out where she is. Okay, there's that. So it's got to be somewhere down here. Okay, we're going to have to come up with a solution for this for next time. I can, anyways, we'll do that after. But she was sending in some more photos of some of the storms as the line was coming through. So I was trying to locate it for you guys, but it's a little difficult right now. So normally I can track her position with an app, so I'm gonna have to do that for our next live stream. It was our first test today, so we're kind of working through it. Anyways, we'll get back to these storms up to the north. That seems to be where the most intent. Well, they've tornado warned up here, or updated. So let's take a look what's going on. I'm gonna jump on this. Updated just now, where EC is tracking a thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, damaging winds, large hail, and obviously intense rainfall. Let's look at the local or closest radar, and then look at velocities. Struggling to find where the area of intense, where there would be some rotation. I'm assuming it would be up in this pocket right here, but it doesn't look right to me. So I'm just, none of this looks right to me in terms of a tornado warning, but I'm trying to see if I'm missing anything here, folks. Bear with me. I don't see anything that jumps out at me. Yeah, there's nothing that I see that would have me concerned. And again, unfortunately, this box is 130 kilometers across. from south to north, so it does make it difficult to see if they don't exactly state where it is. This is just 4 minutes ago. There is some, it looks like there's hail down the side of the highway here or something else, but there's definitely white along the highway. The highway doesn't even look really wet, so I'm a little confused about that. Obviously could have been from storms earlier, but let's just take a look here and we'll do a split screen. And yeah, nothing in here jumps out at me, folks, in terms of any kind of major rotation or severity. It may have been out of an exercise of caution. There's definitely some happening here, but it's not strong. It's not super evident. And then on the opposite page where we've got our reflectivity, it just doesn't jive for me in terms of where it's located on the storm. So not sure why that, got updated. I'm just checking to see if they've changed anything. They don't indicate location or anything. So unfortunately, it's a giant box. And it's up to us to decide or figure out where it's at, which is, again, frustrating at times for sure. So I wish I could pinpoint it for you folks, but nothing jumps out at me in terms of these tornado warnings. So right now within this box that we're looking at here to the north of ebb and flow, to the north of Sandy Bay. So like I said, that's about 130 kilometers. Our rotation was in this area here to the west of ebb and flow. But again, this does not look super strong. In terms of there is rotation, but it's not nothing that's got me concerned at this point. So let me just take a look here and go back to regular view, and I'm just going to make sure that I'm not missing anything from another radar. Because we are between a bunch of radars, I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. But either radar, I can't pinpoint where there would be anything that would generate that tornado warning. So again, rotation is normal with thunderstorms, especially with updrafts, but it's when it gets really tight that we have to be concerned about it. So okay, what else? I'm in Reedy Creek, not far from ebb and flow. How's it looking for us? That is from Little Mama, it looks like. I think it's perfectly fine, other than you have some hail moving through the area. Obviously intense precipitation, but the hail would be very small. I'm talking pea-sized hail maybe. Some winds associated with this, and obviously some lightning, but overall the tornado risk has been minimized at this point. I'm just gonna, as soon as I speak, right here, this scan definitely shows a couplet. So let's take a look at this. I'm gonna analyze it just to make sure it is not just radar noise, but this is definitely something that would get my attention as far as a couplet is concerned. So let's just see where that is in the storm. So it's on the leading edge of this storm. So there's definitely some rotation here. Again, I don't think, and I'm just going to double check before I speak, 50 kilometers an hour. Why is it showing orange? That's kind of reading wrong on the software. It's green. Okay, I wonder if it's the split screen. Bear with me, folks, for a second. That could be a glitch in the software that I may have to bring to their attention. Yeah, that's exactly what it was. So this in here, 113 kilometers an hour and 40 kilometers or 42 kilometers, 55 on the opposite side. So south of Lonely Lake, to the northwest of ebb and flow, there's definitely a velocity couplet on this latest scan that we definitely need to pay attention to. I'm just going to bring it up here and go back to the previous scan so we can take a look at it. So you can see this has jumped back to the southwest over 68. There was a bit of rotation. It has now tightened up. And again, we are talking 8 minutes between scans. So it's hard to tell sometimes what's going on just for the sheer fact that we take 8 minutes between scans to get information. And I've said it a few times, tornadoes can happen. Usually 90% of them are 2 minutes or less on the ground. So it's significant, but we can see the rotation. I'll show you back here. There's some kind of moving in that direction. So this is where it was a few minutes ago, back at 3:59 p.m. So at 4 o'clock, and you can kind of see over the last few scans, it's picked up in intensity. So this along Highway 68, north of ebb and flow, we definitely need to pay attention to it, and we're going to continue to see whether this does pick up in intensity for that. So little mama, I hope that helps you out. Reedy Creek, I'm just looking. Not far from ebb and flow, so I don't see whether that's south. Let me type it in here. I can look it up. Hopefully it's on there. No, not Australia, that's for sure. No, it doesn't have the one in Canada, unfortunately. If it's spelt R-E-E-D-I-D-Y, I mean. Yeah, it only has Australia. It doesn't have Canada, so I can't find it that way. But if you know roughly, obviously ebb and flow is down here to the southeast. Back in this corner, this is to the northwest of it, and it is moving northeast along that Highway 68, and then heading up through there. So we'll continue to monitor this. Our last scan was at 5:11 p.m. 4:11 p.m. Apologies, and that's 5 minutes ago. So we need another couple of minutes, 2-3 minutes before we get the next scan. However, this is a stronger couplet showing on radar, so something to pay attention to if anybody's out in that area. Just looking here. Okay, I'm gonna keep a watch on that. Okay, let me see if I can find it on Google Maps. Reedy Creek. There you are. Oh, you're southeast of the tornado warning. So, Little Mama, to the southeast is where Reedy Creek is, obviously. So yes, this is moving away from you, so you don't need to be concerned about it. But anybody who's in the path, Reedy Creek is somewhere down here. It may not even, it probably doesn't show because the software didn't bring it up. But you're down back that way. This is moving again northeast. So this is our little couplet that we need to pay attention to. And again, moving in this general direction. So we'll see when our next scan comes in there. Whether this has intensified or whether it's gone down, and we're about 6 minutes into 8-minute cycle for scans. So I'm going to stick with this for now, unless we hear any other tornado warnings or anything like that. But I'll continue to monitor this portion of the storm system from there. So again, a couple minutes and we should have something here for an update. And thank you to everybody who subscribed today. I know we've seen a few subscribers jump on board. Thank you for that. It always helps us out, and welcome, obviously, the Canadian Weather Live family, where we try to be accurate, informative, and we turn the tone down in terms of when there's severe weather. We don't hype things up. That doesn't help anybody. So this is our latest scan. The rotation has broken up somewhat. So we can see that it's not as clear and concise as that last scan, but there is definitely rotation here right around Lonely Lake, 68 and 481. So in this general area right here, where it's not gone, but it has broadened out somewhat, so which is a good sign, but we'll see what the next cycle brings. So I'll keep an eye on that, and we've got, again, 7-8 minutes before that comes in again. So let's take a look at things. Excuse me. Still solid hail core over here. Just to the south of Ashern, there's definitely a strong hail signature up in this area here. So that seems to be what we're seeing today. Heavy precipitation, hail cores throughout, and some strong winds associated with these storms. So that is along that Highway 6 corridor. So that I see there. I'm just going to move down to closer to this. Take a look down towards North Dakota, which is my closer radar. It's still far away. Minot is still farther away, but again, this would be down by Manitou, Morden just to the east of all of this, and Winkler, so it is slowly heading that way. Again, I would assume that it's going to be these storms down here that are going to be more impactful to you guys as they move up northeast. So it's the storms that are in the U.S., for example, that are firing down here south of Devil's Lake. Again, that will come up. This storm is just getting going, so I don't know how intense it's going to be, but that would be what I would eyeball that's going to head up kind of in this general direction, along, maybe a little more northeast, but that's kind of the idea. Storms coming from the North Dakota side and crossing into Canada. So we'll continue to watch that and take it from there. I'm going to switch back over to this storm at the north end of things. I'm going to just see if this has a better view of it. Let's look at velocity scans. Yeah, okay. So let's just do a split screen here, and we'll look at velocities versus the storm itself. Let's just draw. So makes sense. This is kind of a little bit of a notch in here. You can see there's no precipitation, so air may be getting in here, and that's what's causing our rotation there. So we're going to continue to monitor that, and we'll wait for the next scan here, 4:17 p.m. So we're 4 minutes into an 8-minute cycle. So and we are literally between radars for these storms as well. I'll get rid of the split view and show you guys where all these radars are. We've got obviously Foxwarren, and then over here just northwest of Winnipeg, and I don't know the name of this radar. So we're kind of splitting it with the storm being right up in here. It's kind of halfway between both radars, ebb and flow, kind of where's the area that we have. So if I do measurement from this radar roughly up to there, 140 kilometers from that radar, and then 154. So yeah, 6 of one, half dozen of the other, and that's what's making it hard to get a good solid reading just on things, because it is farther away from the radar, from both of them actually. So we are definitely reading much higher up into the storm, so I have to kind of switch back and forth just to make sure I'm interpreting things properly. So yeah, the pocket south of the Trans-Canada Highway, that's where there's intense precipitation. So this down here, this line, essentially, again, marching in a very north with a slightly easterly component to it. And it's going to slowly make its way eastward, get into Winnipeg, and you can see those temperatures are still mid-20s to upper 20s there. And we did look at Brandon not long ago, and it is now, after these storms have passed through the area, is down to 17 degrees Celsius. So it was mid to upper 20s there. With these storms passing, it has raked over that environment, and that's when you end up with those temperatures dropping, and then behind it you're only going to have basic showers. So let's continue to monitor this up here. I'm hoping that we're getting close to a new scan up here, and we'll look at some velocities again. I'm going to look at it from both radars just because This one shows a little bit better on that on this latest scan. So again, we're 7 minutes in, so I'm hoping that this next scan will give us a bit of a better idea and whether it's weakening or strengthening again. It's kind of gone up and down a few times, but what I'm looking at on radar is pretty broad, so I'm not super concerned about it. And now it's tightened up just as I'm spitting that out. Now, again, this is at elevation. So this couplet that's right here, we're at 9,000 feet off the ground almost. So 9,000 feet is 3 kilometers. So this is very high up in the sky. Obviously, getting down to the surface because of the curvature of the earth, we can't see what's down at the surface. I have nobody on this. So I can't even get information on it. But high aloft, there is definitely rotation in this couplet here, right in this area right here. So that is continuing to move in northeast. But again, this is high off the ground. So it's tough to tell you exactly what's happening at the surface, but I would rather err on the side of caution than miss it or just disregard it. So that definitely area of rotation, again, heading towards that Highway 6 corridor, but moving in a northeast track. So again, we'll wait for the next scan, see what happens, kind of go from there, but it is moving in this general direction roughly as it moves eastwards towards that, like I said, towards Highway 6 here, as you can see. So that's an area of rotation, and we just need to pay attention to it. Again, whether it's getting down to the surface or not, I'm not sure, but, I'd be skeptical, let's put it that way. And so let's switch over to our reflectivity, and you can see how all this is rain. Yellow to green to blue is on the light end of it. Anything that is orange, red, pink, and purple is on the high end of the precipitation scale. So at a glance, you can quickly see where your intense precipitation is. When you get into these purples, that is hail. So the big pocket of hail right now just near Ashern on that Highway 6 corridor. So people, I know that's a busy highway. So traffic may be impacted by the hail coming through in that corridor, moving again northeast. And then we have these storms kind of to the south that do have some hail on them on the leading edge of it. So this is south of Cardinal. It would be, I guess, south of Altamont as well. So give me 1 second. I've got somebody reporting in here. Okay, that was Braden Morriso reporting in a tornado that hasn't been warned yet. It's in Manitou. He says it's cycling up and down. So let me pull this up. Braden is a very reliable source. He said it was Manitou. I'm trying to find it. Of course, I can't find it. Oh, there it is. It's smack dab in the middle here. So he's saying right on this storm right here, Manitou, there's a tornado currently ongoing. Let me just take a look here. I don't know if anybody in the moderator chat can tweet at Environment Canada and tag Braden Morriso in it to help him. He is driving, just saying that there is a tornado in this area. So let me just take a look at velocity scans and I'll see. So it's really hard to see here, but my guess is right in this area here. So if you're paying attention, there has definitely been a tornado cycling on this. Again, Braden Morriso, very reliable source, indicating that he's witnessed a tornado. He tried calling Environment Canada. They are not answering their phones. Obviously quite busy. So we're going to try and get the word out. If you know anybody in this area, definitely, it's hard to see on rotation on radar just because it is so far from all the radars, and that's part of the difficulty quickly, and that's why it helps to have people like Braden and storm spotters on the ground. Who else is out here? That's Braden Morriso right there. So he is looking at this. He's south of the tornado, and it's cycling there. So again, let's get as much information as we can here for you. It is moving northeast. It is not currently warned by Environment Canada because they are not seeing it, but it is moving northeast on this. And again, it's because the radar coverage in that area is a little difficult. They just updated this warning, but it's not tornado warned, which it should be tornado warned. Especially with a visual confirmation. So again, I don't know, Rick or anybody that can tweet that's in my moderator chat at Environment Canada. The storm by Manitou has a cycling tornado on it heading towards Miami. So let's just take a look here. I'm going to try and switch between radars. There's definitely strong winds aloft. So there we go. This is the best view I can give you of this tornado. There's obviously very strong winds here. This is our couplet. So anybody that's in this area that can get the word out, it is heading northeast towards Miami, Highway 23, and it is cycling. So it has gone up and down several times, according to Braden. So this needs to be tornado warned. Give me a sec here. So this is what's happening right here. So I'm going to cycle the rotation here. I'm just going to bring it back a few frames. You can see how that tornado has formed just east of Manitou, and it is moving kind of in a north-northeast trajectory. So based on, and again, these velocity scans are from far away. So we need to take this seriously with a confirmed tornado on the ground. I'm going to see if I've got anything else from Braden. That's why he called me, and I really appreciate Braden for reaching out to give that to us and help get the word out. So let me tweet an Environment. If anybody has tweeted at Environment Canada, I would love to know if anybody can confirm that they've tweeted out to Environment Canada with the hashtags. Just in regards to that. If not, I'm going to stop and do it myself. I just want to get the word out here. So there is a tornado just to the northeast of Manitou on the ground, tracking basically north with a slight northeast component in it. So it is now in this area right here. This is the scan at 4:30 p.m. Again, 2 minutes ago. So that scan is indicating, again, tornadic circulation down here. So a very dangerous situation. If you're ahead of this, you need to heed this warning. So where have they warned? Oh my God, they've tornado... I don't even know which box to look at up here. So anyways, so we've got two possible areas of rotation. This one up here, again, to the north of ebb and flow, that is definitely an area of rotation, but it is high up. That is an area that definitely needs going northeast towards to the south of Fairford on Highway 6. But the area of more concern is this very obvious circulation down here. So let me see if I can get it from the U.S. radar again. So yes, we do have tornadic circulation again to the south of Altamont, to the northeast of Manitou. Please, if you are anywhere in this area, get in your shelter, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. If you have a basement, get into the basement. This is definitely a serious situation, and there's the tornado warning. Thank you. So people that are in the path of this need to heed this warning. So let me just read this up here. Environment Canada has issued a tornado warning, western and south central Manitoba. Extra care and exercise should be taken. Localities: Winkler, Morden, Miami. Deerwood, Pilot Mound, Pembina, and Lorne, tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, and then obviously damaging winds and hail. Coming from Braden, I know that this was on the ground. It looks like it's still on the ground, and it is continuing to be on the ground at this point. So again, this is our area right here. We need to pay attention to this. This is where the tornado would be located. This scan is at 4:33 p.m. 1 minute ago. I'm going to stay full screen with the radar here while we have this tornado warning. So it needs to be, again, you're in the path of this, get out of the way or get to shelter. One of the two things. It is moving northeast at this time, and it is a dangerous situation. So again, I'm going to bring up the radar cycle. You can see how this has tracked basically just to the east of Manitou, and then you can see where those green and reds are bright. That's where your circulation would be. I don't know if it's still on the ground right now. Obviously, we don't have a visual confirmation, but Braden again called me to let me know, and I'm just getting video of it right now. So let me pull this up. This is from Braden Morriso. Again, eyes on the ground. This is why this is so important. So we do have this right now. This is from just moments ago. You can see that tornado. Sorry, the volume is so loud. But that is what's going on right there. So you can definitely see that strong rotation at the bottom of that storm. So let me pause that and get back to here. So again, definitely a tornado happening at this point. I am going to retweet this out just so it gets out there. Again, this was posted 3 minutes ago, and Braden did mention that this was going up and down, so meaning it was cycling where it's reaching the ground and then coming back up. Again, why we talk about those tornadoes being on the ground for 2 minutes or less. It's a very normal situation with tornadoes where they do that, they cycle. So again, let me just highlight the area in question, and we do unfortunately have we're far from some radars, but this again would be the area that's in question. The tornadic circulation would be right there southwest, basically of Highway 23, so kind of southwest of Miami, southeast of Altamont, in Manitoba. So please pay attention to this. We are going to continue to track this as we go through. I'm just going to see what the Environment Canada has proposed here. It says it's near Deerwood, moving northeast at 35 kilometers an hour. They use the words possibly, but with that video that we just saw from Braden, it is 100% been a tornado on the ground. So this is a storm that has a history of producing a tornado or a cycling tornado. So we need to pay attention to it. And I'm going to continue to stick with this. I'm not sure about this stuff to the north. Let me just take a look to see if I've got anything obvious up that way. It's difficult to say, but we do know we've had some tornado warnings to the north as well. So I'm trying to get. Now the Canadian radar is starting to show it as well. It's still far away, but again, we are tucked into this corner down at the bottom, right in this area. So tornado warning right in that area, or tornado possibly in that area. Braden is obviously making sure he's maintaining safety, but very clear, very obvious that there was a tornado there. So it's going to continue to show that circulation, and we're going to continue to stick with it, folks. I haven't looked at any comments or questions, obviously, but just want to make sure that we're getting this information. Share it with whoever you need to. Obviously, we want people to know that this is happening, to take cover or get out of its path. Best bet is to take cover, get into a basement, get as many walls between you and the outside of the house if you can do that. Again, this is moving northeast, so up in this general direction as where this is tracking. So again, not moving very quickly. 35 kilometers an hour is what we're being told by Environment Canada. And the last few scans, I would agree, it's not moving super fast, but still needs to be taken seriously. And again, if you're not following Braden Morrisseau, I highly recommend that you do. On all his socials, they're all the same here. I'm just going to share it. This is obviously his X or Twitter page. He's a phenomenal chaser, and that's the video at the bottom that he just posted there. He's also on Facebook, so awesome buddy of mine. And I'm glad we're getting the word out here to be able to help people know that this is coming. So please pay attention and stay on top of this, just so that we don't want casualties. And it's really hard to read this radar signature just because of how far it is from that. Those radars. Unfortunately, I'm just going to see which is my closest radar. This is this one. I'm going to see what the U.S. one is showing. So the U.S. one, again, higher up because it's a little further away. But wow, that latest velocity scan just picked up. So this is where the couplet is again. We are seeing some strong winds in there. Going to take a look what the readings. This is a loft, but we've got some 80-kilometer-hour winds, 100 and just over 100 kilometers an hour. So 180 gate, or I saw a 90 in there. So 180 kilometer hour gate to gate on this at this point on this velocity scan. So again, still looks like it's ongoing, and people need to heed the warnings and stay out of the way. So I'm just going to take a look here. I think this is Braden's marker. Yeah, so he's 1 minute ago. He's just to the south here, and I'm not sure. I'm just trying to see if it's trying to hand off to another circulation, because sometimes that happens where these storms will hand off to another circulation, but I don't see that happening yet. So let's just continue to monitor this. Sorry, guys. Let's see what the Canadian radar. Canadian radar is a lot noisier right now. Again, we are tucked in to this area here. So right in here, that's where our circulation is at. And again, moving in this general direction is roughly where it's headed. So basically between Miami and Altamont right now, if it tracks the way it's continuing to track, it could deviate, but that's the general path of this. So please, again, share this with whoever you can. Tornadoes are obviously very dangerous. I know it is a fairly rural area down there, but still want to get people warned that are in the path of this. So we're going to continue to stay on this. And we have our latest scan was at 4:38 p.m. 3 minutes ago from the U.S. radar. I'm hoping that there's another one coming in here just to confirm whether the rotation is continuing. Yeah, it is continuing. That's our latest scan that just popped up here, literally. So we still have a strong velocity couplet showing here. So again, not moving super fast. I'm going to just keep eyeing whether Braden has anything here that he's posted new, and he hasn't, but I'm also going to check my chats, folks. Give me 1 second here. Let me see here. Perfect. Okay. Curtis, one of my buddies out in Saskatchewan, saying tops on this storm are 51,000 feet, which obviously indicates a very strong updraft, which is why we're seeing that tornado. I'm just going to bring this up here. So this is what we call enhanced echo tops, meaning how high is this storm reaching from the U.S. radar, and I'm going to see which one sees it better or worse. Both of them are showing, the U.S. radar are showing 50,000 plus feet on this updraft and this storm. So this is a very strong storm. Definitely something that we need to keep in mind. Strong rotation still associated with this storm. We're looking from a different radar right now. I'm going to switch back to Minot down in North Dakota. That one allows me to read more information. I'm going to switch over to correlation coefficient. It's hard to read at this height. This is a tool we can use just to see sometimes whether it's lofting debris or not. I'm just going to see if I can switch to this one. There's a lot of radar noise in there, so hard to tell. I don't know. It happens to be in line with where that tornado is. But yes, this definitely looks to me that there's still a circulation happening, and we need to pay attention to it. So it is approaching, obviously, the Highway 23 here, just to the south of it, and it's coming up into that area. Still looks to be ongoing, if I had to guess, based on what I'm seeing here on this velocity scan. So, and we're now getting another tornado warning. Where is this? Oh, they've rewarned something up here now. Okay, we have another warning to the north here. Trying to see what they're looking at up here. The box here, or unless this is, oh, it's expiring. So unfortunately, when Environment Canada updates it to say it's expiring, the box doesn't disappear. You have to go read the text. So the tornado warning for the ebb and flow area has expired. So that is over with, but we are still dealing with this tornado near Miami on that Highway 23 corridor. And again, I'm going to take a look from the US radar. You can obviously see those greens and reds, those bright pinks, those bright greens. This is higher up, but again, we've had confirmation of it happening. So let me just take a look here, and yeah. Okay, what else have we got? Getting very noisy in Morden. Yes, you guys would... you've got Morton, so Gordon Ritchie to the northwest of you, there's a tornado ongoing at this point. I still think it's on the ground, but I don't have a visual confirmation in the last little bit. We did get a call from one of our chasers out there, Braden Morso. Again, he had video of that, so that's here on the screen. This was 12 minutes ago, roughly. I'm going to refresh the page just to see whether the timestamp updates on that. So it's 14 minutes ago, but this was the beginning of that tornado that was happening. So again, to your northwest, we definitely have a strong storm that is situated between Altamont and Miami. So we are continuing to monitor the rotation on that storm. And let's just take a look here. You can definitely see a notch on that. And this is the Canadian radar. And then this is the US radar, and it almost looks like we have two circulations. It's almost like it's handing off here. So we have two areas of rotation. Now, this could be a loft only here and back here. These are spread out by... Let's take a look at distance here. They're about 5 kilometers apart, so you could have the possibility of two circulations happening or one handing off to the other. So definitely still need to pay attention to this. It is now getting to that 23 and 240 intersection and maybe handing back off as well. So this is something that happens with storms where an old circulation hands off to a new one and you get another tornado happening. So again, we do have confirmed visual and video of a tornado that happened 14 minutes ago. Braden was also saying that this was cycling up and down. So we're going to continue to track with this till it's obvious that it's not there. Still strong winds, and I don't see as strong a couplet there that we did on the last scans, but this would be our area of circulation. Again, we are far from radar, so very hard to read what is going on just because we are far from Canadian radar, we are far from US radar, but both of them are showing circulations happening just far from the radar. With Canadian side has obviously a ton of noise in it in certain areas, so hard to decipher what's going on, but I'll continue to monitor some pages here. I'm just going to take a look whether I've got some questions and comments as well from my chat. Okay, perfect. Okay, so yes, we definitely want to pay attention to this. Even on the Canadian radar, it's obvious that there's a rotation tucked into this area right here on this radar scan. This is at 4:41 p.m., 7 minutes ago. So again, we have corroboration from the U.S. radar and from the Canadian one. I'm going to see when the next scan. There's the warning coming in from Environment Canada. So they're just saying tracking a severe storm that is producing a tornado, also damaging winds, large hail, and locally intense rainfall. So thank you to Braden to getting this out. Hopefully that's what the information, and my moderators or whoever tweeted at Environment Canada, thank you. This definitely is helping get things out there. This definitely still looks like a tornado. Based on Braden's location, which is right here, I can tell you he's monitoring, or he's keeping an eye on that. I guarantee you he's getting footage and photos of this. So again, not moving very fast or far, covering a lot of ground, but there would be a tornado in this area based on what I'm seeing. Again, it could be cycling up and down, so do not take this situation lightly. And I'm glad that Environment Canada is getting those tornado warnings out there. So obviously a very dynamic situation happening right now, and we're just trying to keep up with it and get the information out. Just going to switch over to quite a bit of hail associated with it too, which obviously indicates a strong updraft. So that also, indicates, strong updraft means there's the potential for tornadoes underneath it as well. So all of that just helps us understand or corroborate what is happening with this storm, even though it's in a bit of a radar hole. So, yeah. I'm going to see if Braden has had a chance to post anything, but based on the fact that he hasn't, I'm suspect that he is, well, I can't, sorry, I'm trying to now get back to his profile and suddenly it's not letting me. It's crashing out. Why? Okay. Why? Sorry, guys. I'm trying to load his Twitter, and it is giving me may have logged me out, so bear with me for 1 second, and I'm going to keep my eye on what's going on there. Let me bring up velocity scans and keep that on the screen while I do this. There's another storm to the southwest that is picking up intensity too. So this is our latest scan. This is from the U.S. radar. Again, we can definitely see a strong velocities on both sides of this. So in this area here now, I'm going to bring something up. There's some rotation starting to happen back here towards closer southwest of Manitou. This storm is picking up some intensity. So this is another area that we're going to have to monitor because it's going through that same area. This has a very strong hail core coming northeast towards Manitou. Again, very strong hail, even with that purple in it. So large hail on this, and we're going to watch velocities on this one as well, because obviously it is rotating here near Snowflake, heading northeast, following this other tornado that was on the ground here. So let me see if I can get back in and get to Braden's profile. There we go. It has loaded. He hasn't re-uploaded anything, so that's okay. I just want to make sure if he does have anything, I share it with you guys as soon as possible. So again, this is what we do on this channel. Rotation is continuing. Braden is right here. His dot has updated, and I know how the man chases. I've chased with Braden many times, so he is tracking with this. He's obviously keeping up with it, which to me indicates that either there's a strong wall cloud or an ongoing tornado still in this area. So we are going to continue to pay attention to it. Again, it has up in this area kind of here. And again, Braden's spotter dot is right here on the right of it. So again, I know how that man chases, and so he likes to stick with it, as they say. So we're going to watch that. I'm still watching this area down here. This is starting to rotate more and more down right by this area here. So south of Manitou, original tornado location was up here. It has now moved further up and is situated northeast of there along that Highway 23 and what corridor? 240. So west of Miami, east of Altamont is where that circulation is. Again, I'm just trying to see if there's any verification from Braden's side of things. Nothing new has been posted. If you have questions, you can throw them in the chat. I try and get in there, but it's going to be tough to answer questions if this is ongoing and continues to persist. So bear with me. I'm definitely going to concentrate on this tornado warning or tornadic circulation before I jump into the chat and handle questions there. So on this scan, it may have weakened a little bit. There's still definitely a strong rotation there. I'm going to look at the Canadian side. This is at 4:47 p.m. So 7 minutes old. I'm waiting for the next scan on the Canadian side. Hopefully there's something that pops up here very shortly. So again, if you're just joining us, we did have a tornado on the ground to the east of Manitou and moving northeast. It is currently, if it is still on the ground, it would be at 23 and 240 roughly. I'm waiting for the next scan on the Canadian radar. Hopefully that jumps in here any moment. This in the center of the screen was the original location of where the tornado started, just east of Manitou. There is our latest scan. On the Canadian side, I'm not sure that it's hard to tell where anything is. It's very far from the radar. I'm going to switch to the US one. Still strong winds aloft with a couplet centered. And again, I'm only centering it over here. So roughly in this area, if there was a tornado, it would be in this area. Again, heading northeast. So Rosale or something. I don't know how to pronounce that. Give me a sec here. I'm just going to kill this off, move it up. Rosile. I'm assuming that's Rosile. That is right at the 245. It is to the south. There is a circulation. Again, I don't know if we have a tornado on the ground right now. I cannot confirm that, but this storm and circulation has a history of producing. So that's why we're pointing it out at this point. So if you are in that area, you're out ahead of this, please heed the warnings here and get shelter or get out of its path. This is moving northeast. Shelter is your best bet, but if you can't, then I would either go west because that will take you out of the path of the tornado. And let me just delete this here. Sorry, I have a question in the chat. Keeney, you think it might rotate to Morden, Carmen, or Winkler? No, you guys are back southeast of this. This is moving in a northeast path right now. There are possibly more circulations coming from the south. However, none of them are tight. None of them are, of concern at this point. But we are not over with this storm system. So this is just what's currently ongoing. It is in the path of heading towards Rosile, I assume the pronunciation there. So I'm going to show you kind of a storm track. It's headed up in this general direction. It is doing 20 miles an hour roughly. So it will be in Rosile in 16 minutes. And if it continued on this path and stayed on the ground, it would be 49 minutes to St. Claude. So just something to keep in mind. That's where our circulation is moving. It is moving slowly though. So that is good because it makes it easier to get out of the way of this circulation. So we now have... Okay, I'm checking whether they're updating this or whether they're Okay, so they're now saying there's a possible tornado up here along the Highway 6 corridor. Environment Canada putting out a warning. It's going to be for this circulation up here, which is directly over Highway 6. A lot of noise in this, but this is definitely the area of concern up in this area right here. Some strong winds with some rotation associated to it. So southeast of Fairford on Highway 6, essentially. So northwest of Winnipeg is where we're getting that circulation, and that's what Environment Canada. I'm going to see if I can check from another radar. Bear with me. Too far away, the other radar, so the only one we have is here. There are some strong winds associated here, so just to the north of Moosehorn, west of Spear Hill, you definitely need to be in your shelter. Take this seriously. Some of these winds, I'm just going to look at it, we're over 100 kilometers an hour in some of these data points, so definitely take this storm seriously. Again, there's so many tornado warnings going on, folks, here. I'm just going back down to this one here in the south. So again, has updated tornado warning. The localities are, the localities of Winkler and Morden are not. Winkler is back here to the southeast behind the storm. Morden is behind the storm, so I have no idea why that verbiage is in there. So the circulation, I'm going to switch over here. It has definitely subsided. They're updating this warning again. I don't know what's going on here. They're saying Miami, Deerwood, Winkler, Morden, Carmen, Brunkild, and Gray. And they're saying that they're tracking a storm that is producing a tornado, obviously damaging winds and wind gusts and all that kind of stuff. So, but this is to the north of Morden, to the north of Winkler. I don't know why they were mentioned in that. Our couplet right now, there almost looks like to be two of them. And again, we are far from radar. So I'm just going to see if I can pick up where this is. Again, based on the history, your circulation would be, it's so hard to tell. No, I'm not going to circle that. Where's Braden? That's 9 minutes ago, so that's old. If I was looking at a circulation, it would be somewhere up in this area here, but the Canadian radar is far away from it, so it's super hard to read where this circulation is. I'm looking at the U.S. radar there. That's a better scan. So it is far away from it, but our circulation would be right here in this area here. So I'm watching that area, and again, it is continuing. So that just cycled, and there's still a circulation right here. So moving in this general direction up towards 245. Again, if you are in front of the storm, get into your shelter, take it, do not ignore this. And it almost looks like there may be a circulation trying to form over here by Rosebank, and I'm going to take a look at that just to see what's happening. I got Braden is down in that area as well, so this may be the old circulation up here, and but we still need to heed that because it's associated with a lot of hail still rotating. I don't think I have anything on the ground up there, but I'm just going to double check if he's posted anything new, which he hasn't. But we definitely have another area of rotation happening back to the kind of southeast. Right here, it almost looks like there's a new circulation trying to form. And again, this would be heading north and northeast. So again, that's another area that we need to pay attention to, and I'll zoom back out so folks can understand where this is. It is north of Morden, northwest of Winkler, west of Miami, and west of Roland. And then our other circulation, which probably is dying off, I hope, is just to the southeast of Rosal. So we are going to watch it from this radar because it's a little bit easier to tell what's going on. And we're going to continue to update you guys on this one here. And there's also that tornado warning to the north, which is up here. And we haven't had an update, have we? Oh, yes, we have. This is very broad rotation. In this area here, maybe something to the west of Moosehorn. It's really hard to tell with all this noise in the radar, but there could be something going on right there. Again, I don't have... do they have anything in the warning to say where it's located? Near Moosehorn. So that's the area that I'm talking about that is possibly producing a tornado. So it is just in this area here to the west of Moosehorn is where that stronger circulation is happening. And then we have this other circulation down here. Again, I would suspect... Based on Canadian radar, I would suspect that our circulation is right up in this area right here. And again, we're going to monitor kind of further. There's too much radar noise down here, so I can't really tell. There may be another circulation just near Rosebank that's trying to form. So unfortunately, it's hard to tell. It's not as strong here, but it may be a circulation that's trying to happen. Stitching Addict, we're under tornado warning emergency in Winkler. Is there anything? Winkler is over here. No, you guys are out of it at this point. This is all to the north and northwest of you. So Morden and Winkler, right now there is nothing that is heading for you. I don't know why you have a tornado warning. I don't even show it. This is the tornado warning box. So Carmen, Miami, Rosebank, those are all in that tornado warning. So is Rosal, and hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. But Winkler and Morden, there's nothing going on there that you need to be concerned about as far as tornado warning. That's bizarre why that is happening. So you're just getting warnings outside of that area. So Expired PCP, good to see you in the chat. Definitely one of our loyal followers. Seeing Canadian radar makes me feel ashamed how much lower quality it is. And this is our upgraded radar from like 10 years ago. So yes, it's definitely hard to read Canadian radar on velocity scans. There's far more noise in it. So it does make it difficult to read. That's what we're all talking about here. I'm going to see if I can tell. So there are a couple of circulations. Again, I would not be surprised based on the Canadian radar and based on the American radar, and I'm trying to corroborate the two. There's a circulation right here. So that is something that may be trying to form. But again, this is moving north and northeast away from all of this. So this is heading up in this direction. Same thing with this here. So not something that Morden or Winkler need to be worried about. There's another circulation back to the west here, down by Manitou, which again, that's where that original tornado was. So I'm kind of trying to monitor that as well. I'm looking for multiple radars. So far, it's just circulation, but if I was looking at radar, these are the areas near Rosal, a circulation up in this area here. And then back to the south as well would be the other one that may be trying to form in this area here. But again, nothing confirmed in terms of this circulation here. And these are moving, again, repeat, these are moving north-northeast. So if you are south of this area, you don't have anything to worry about at this time. But we still obviously have a circulation happening up here. I just don't think it's on the ground anymore. So let me just see if I've got any. Okay, give me one sec. I'm going to zoom out of here and we will take a look. That's for the tornado warning to the north, I'm assuming, because nothing has been updated here. So again, we will switch to this radar. This is just the tornado warning dropping. So they've dropped the tornado warning back to the west. That's this giant block that goes from just north of Portage all the way through Lake Manitoba up to 328. So that has dropped that warning. We definitely have some strong winds associated here near Moosehorn and Spear Hill. Definitely take this seriously. It is some strong winds associated with this. The rotation does look broad, but that does not mean that they can't necessarily be a quick spin up. Shaquille asking if there's something in Southport. So give me 1 second here. I'm going to do a search and just make sure I pull up the right area. Southport, yeah, United States, that's really not going to help me. Okay, I got to look on Google Maps. We don't have everything in the software, so it's bear with me for 1 second. Portage, no. So again, these storms are headed that way. This Southport is just short, south of Portage La Prairie, but these tornadoes are currently farther south at this point. They are down here by Roselle and Carmen at this point. Again, we can't confirm whether we still have a circulation on the ground. I just don't have any radars that would confirm that. But again, in this area is where the rotations are based on the radar signatures here. Again, I don't think it's ongoing, but these are moving northeast out of this area, so we are continuing to monitor them. But the tornado warning is south of Highway 2. So again, Southport would be somewhere up here, south of Portage. So you are still to the north of all of this happening. If you do get a tornado warning, definitely take it seriously. What else? Okay, Aiden Clark asking, do you think anything is going to hit St. Pierre, St. Malo area? So let me see if I can find that, if we've got that in the software. No. Let's see if St. Malo is in here. No, that's in Quebec. Definitely not going to do it. I'm going to have to look on Google Maps. Bear with me for a second there, Aiden. Okay, it looks like St. Pierre, if this is the right place, is east or southeast of Winnipeg. Definitely, if that's, I'm going to look up St. Malo just to confirm, because I want to make sure I'm in the right area. Yes. So that is all southeast and east, south of Winnipeg. Right now, this is heading north. So no, storms will eventually make their way there. But right now, the tornado warnings are way to your west, and they are moving north at this point. So definitely, Aiden, not an issue at this point. What else? Do you think it could head to the Notre Dame de Lourdes area? I recognize that name. I've seen it a couple of times today. I'm just going to pull it up here. There we go. So you guys are kind of to the west of these tornadoes. So at this point, no, you're going to have storms, but the tornadoes themselves are not likely to circle back. They are moving northeast. And again, I don't know if we have a circulation on the ground at this time. Based on these velocity scans, I would say no. But again, we don't have eyes on the ground necessarily right there. So I would say the tornado side of things has definitely dissipated somewhat. And unfortunately, our Canadian radar is rather noisy. So I'm just looking here. The only area of circulation that I would pay attention to would be these two spots right here and right here. This one here over 240, kind of between 240 and 338 to south of Roselle would be one of the areas that I would pay attention to. However, we need a new scan. This is at 5:05 p.m. It's 6 minutes old. So I'm going to wait for the next scan to come up and see if there's anything happening. So, and I'm going to continue as much as I can in the chat as well. Hi, watching from St. Norbert, just south of Winnipeg. Thank you for this information. Lily Beans, thank you for being in there. That's what we're here for. I'm glad the information is getting out. We were actually the first ones to notify of the tornado warning. This storm produced, and we had Braden Morriso on it again. The guy's definitely an awesome chaser and very knowledgeable. This is his profile and his name, so you can find him on Facebook and on X. And he's a very renowned storm chaser. I'm sure most of you know him, but Braden was the first to report it. He called it into us, and then we got the word out to Environment Canada. Sorry, and I'm just seeing a photo here. What is going on here? Okay. Altamont. Okay, I've got another picture here, folks. Bear with me for a second. Coming back here. I need to find Altamont and just make sure I'm in the right spot. Of course, I've seen the name Altamont, and I don't know exactly where it is. Just too many names flying at me today. Where is Altamont? Oh, it's back here. Holy cow. Okay, so Altamont. Oh, God. Phone is ringing. So this is a photo from 20 minutes ago. I'm going to bring it up to share it with you guys. I'm going to go back to when these storms were going through that area. And I suspect this is when we had that tornado warned association. So 20 minutes ago would be just before... that would be right around here. So this was 20 minutes ago, and I'm going to share this photo with you. This is from Ethan Caners. Just let me take a look here. I just want to make sure that I'm allowed to share it before I share it, because we always ask for permission. It's a crazy photo. And this is probably when the tornado was happening. So I just want to make sure that I've got permission to share it. Hopefully he responds here very soon. Okay, tornado on the ground. When was this? .58. This is 20 minutes ago. This is the same tornadic circulation. So we've had some confirmations of them. Sorry, folks. I'm just looking to see here. Anyways, they're trying to get permission to use it. If I can get permission, I'll bring it up just to be able to tell you guys what's going on. Let's get back to the live radar here, and we'll look at velocity scans. Let me just take a look here. I'm just trying to determine, there's so much noise on this radar. What's going on? What's happening? Bear with me for a second here. Okay. I need to mute that. Give me 1 second here. I'm just trying. Okay, sorry, folks. I'm just looking at some media and making sure that this makes sense. We always have to make sure we know what we're putting up before we do. Definitely getting information of tornado near Miami. Where's that FinCam tornado by Miami? I don't know if that's to the south here. I'm just going to look at a couple more circulations from U.S. radar, because it's difficult. Yeah, they're way too high up, and the Canadian radar is far away. So I know we've got a couple of storm spotters out here. Braden Morriso is still in that area. I'm just not seeing anything current, so we'll see whether we can get that as well. So give me a sec here. If you can tell us where you've got confirmation of this tornado by Miami FinCam, that would be awesome. What else have we get? I I just got a warning for my mobile area. I live in Ericsdale. So Ericsdale was earlier. Give me a sec here. I'm going to see. We do, like I said, we do have a lot of stuff going on here. So let me... That's the one to the north. This, let me refresh this one here. That is way to your north. So you've got the tornado warning down here in Ericsdale. This is, sorry, for the circulation going over Spear Hill, Moosehorn area. That's and over up to Fairford. There's some very strong winds in here. So it could be a quick spin up. So again, this is to the north, basically around Moosehorn, Spear Hill area, up to kind of Fairford on that Highway 6 corridor. So hopefully that answers that question. Oh God, we're getting a report of their family got hit out by Miami. I hope everybody's okay. That's Clumo Studios. So tornado down by the Miami area. I'm going to bring that up and swing down here. So this is continuing on. So this is the Miami area here based on the location of Braden and a few other storm spotters. But you can see how much radar noise there is here. So it's very difficult for me to tell where this actually is right now. But we're saying in the Miami area, we've had a couple of comments about tornado happening. Again, I'm trying to find it on radar here to see if I can figure out where it's going. There could be a circulation up here, although it doesn't. Again, we are very elevated at this point. So let me see if I can see on correlation coefficient if there's anything in here that'll indicate where my rotation or my circulation is, and there's nothing obvious at this point. Oof, it's frustrating. I would say, man, this is so frustrating. There looks to be a circulation here northeast of Miami, and I'm going to show it. Again, this radar is far away, but there looks to be southwest of Carmen, possibly a tornado happening. We've had a few comments of in the Miami area. Miami is here, and that's where it would have come from. So I'm just trying to figure out if that's the case. There's definitely some stronger winds here to the south with this. I'm just looking to see where Braden is located at right now. He's the one who originally, that's spotted up, but it's 20 minutes old, so I can't really use that as an indicator. Man, it's so hard to tell where anything is on this Canadian radar. And I know I keep repeating myself, folks. I'm sorry. I just want to get the information out as much as I can here, but we're in a bit of a radar hole. I don't see anything. I just got a comment from Braden Morriso. There's 2 tornadoes on the ground at the same time here. So we do have 2 tornadoes in the Miami area. So if you are anywhere in this tornado box and to the north of it, you need to take this seriously. Braden Morriso is a very... what am I trying to say? I've been talking so much for the last 5 hours. He's a great resource. I trust what he's saying. So he's saying that there's twin tornadoes. We just have very bad velocity scans on our radar here with a lot of noise. So I can't pick up exactly where it is. I do know that I'm going to just do what I know they were tracking. Sorry, that's bad. Let me restart. In this general direction, we had some tornadoes happening just kind of in this area here. So along this path, whether this is a circulation and that's tornadic right now, I don't know. But again, we're getting comments that there are twin tornadoes on the ground from Braden Morriso. His spotter dot is here, but this is an old location that's 21 minutes ago. So his dot has not updated. So I can't use that as a verification, but we do have, so they've extended the warning further out. I'm going to read what this tornado warning says. extra, so their updated tornado warning for south central Manitoba, Carmen, Brunkild, I apologize, Gray, Altona, Roland, Rhineland. Those are the towns that are mentioned in this. They're tracking a thunderstorm that's producing a tornado, obviously wind and hail associated with that. So if you are in this box, take shelter, get out of the way of this. These are moving northeast. There are twins at this point. So, and again, that is coming from a very reliable source. I normally would not share that. So I have now video of it. Give me a sec here. This is from Braden Morrisseau just now. So let me share this with you folks. I'm going to bring it up here. So this is from Braden Morrisseau. Obviously, we've got a tornado here and then a tornado there. So we do have two tornadoes on the ground. So this is video just put out by Braden Morrisseau. Again, thank you for sharing that. Phenomenal coverage today. Everybody needs to heed what's going on here. So we do have multiple tornadoes on the ground. So if you are in the tornado warning box, you need to take this very seriously. So again, that is confirmed tornadoes on the ground and in the Manitoba area near Miami in this box that we have here. So unfortunately, our velocity scans right now are very noisy. I cannot pinpoint it for you. But again, Miami being down here in this corner, and we've had comments from people that this is, been hit some people. Hopefully everybody's okay. But in the general vicinity of this area right here, if you are anywhere there, you're in Carmen, you're in Roselle, these are heading north. So northeast, I should say. So anywhere from this Highway 23 and up, you need to pay attention. We were just sharing that video. These are on the ground, and how long they're going to be there is anyone's guess at this point. So please take it seriously. Do we have hail here in Morden and Winkler? Right now, I'm nothing in Winkler and Morden that's of any major significance. You might have something coming your way. I'm concentrating on the tornadoes that are on the ground right now. We have several warnings, so I can't really I'll take a quick look here just to see if I've got any indication of anything coming into Winkler and Morden. So bear with me. I'm going to switch over to our reflectivity. No, you got regular thunder showers and not even that strong, to be honest. To your southwest, there are some storms heading up, but they're still in the North Dakota side of things. So right now, no, you don't. Everything is to your north that we need to be watching out for. So we're paying attention here to these storms with this tornado warning. And again, Miami, northeast of there, up to Carmen, that's where these tornadoes are happening. So please heed those warnings, take your shelter, get as many walls between you and the outside. If you have a basement, get in the basement. That's your best bet here. So I would suspect there may be something south of Carmen right now. This circulation up here could be what's taking place. And again, that's in line for a northeast trajectory out of Miami area, which is where we got reports of tornadoes happening. We have shared that video as well, just from Braden Morrisseau. So it's crazy to see that this is going on, but I'm glad we're the ones reporting on it and being able to get the information out. Share this with anybody you can that you know in the area. I know we're not, we don't typically do Manitoba, but there's a reason we're here today because we did see the potential for this. So let me just bring this back up. I'm going to back this out for anybody that's just jumping into the stream. This is from Braden Morrisseau. Moments ago, we had two tornadoes on the ground, one smaller circulation and one larger circulation here, as you can see on the video here from Braden Morrisseau. So definitely these storms have had a history of producing. We need to take this seriously. Okay, so again, in this tornado warning box, take it seriously. It's a situation that could escalate, obviously, and we don't want anybody to get hurt if possible. So just going to take a look. I don't know if just looking to see if this is an extension or... So they've continued to tornado warn this storm to the north. This is north of Winnipeg, obviously. It's around Fairford area. Basically, there's some strong winds. I don't see any area of any specific tight rotation. There could be a circulation right in here, but I don't know if that's noise on the radar again. I've been talking about that the whole time. There's another area here possibly. So if you are getting the warning here again in north of Winnipeg, this is definitely strong winds in here, a situation to take seriously. I do not see a very tight couplet like we've been seeing down here to the south. So we are going to continue to monitor this. It is heading basically through Carmen, and then it's going to head up to Highway 2, Elm Creek, and from there. So it's just something that you guys need to pay attention to. Again, our velocities are not as obvious right now, so it's a bit of a struggle, but we're trying to get that word out again. Around the Carmen area would be one area that I would definitely pay attention to at this point. So what else? Winnipeg will be rocking by 8 tonight. Yes, this is supposed to carry through. Obviously, when it gets closer to dark, we're going to lose some of that intensity on these storms, hopefully based on what models we're saying. So it's one of those things that we need to heed as the sun goes down. The threat should go down, which is good. But right now, we are dealing with a history of storms producing here from a Miami area up over to Carmen. So we're going to continue that as well. So what else have we got here? They've updated this tornado warning. They've shrunk it back. So again, around the Carmen area, if you are there, take shelter. This definitely is a circulation headed your way, and it is heading northeast from there. Going to take a look at what this warning is putting out. Tracking a severe thunderstorm that is producing a tornado. So this is from Environment Canada, and again, this is at 5:23 p.m. So 5 minutes ago, this latest scan. We're going to wait for the next one. They are updated every 8 minutes or so, so we still have a few minutes to go out there. So anyways, Reza asking, is it going to be in Morden? Right now, these tornadoes are north of Morden, not in the line at this point. Clumo Studios, my family is okay, are going to the hospital for minor injuries. Roof completely gone. Unknown about wind speed. So I thank you for the update. I hope your family is okay. It sucks that that's what happens. We again prefer to see these in fields, but unfortunately sometimes even in these rural areas they can get caught up in it. So hopefully your family is going to be okay, and thank you for the updates as well. So Joy Play is asking, it's not near Morden. Morden is not in this, guys. So again, this is all north of Morden. Morden and Winkler are just regular storms. The tornadic circulation right now is up by Carmen, is what I'm seeing there. There may be another circulation further south, but again, with the noise on this radar, it is hard to tell what's going on. And the further north this goes, the less I can use those American radars. So it just doesn't allow me to corroborate or cross-reference anything. So Morden and Winkler, all down there is just regular showers. There are some storms moving from the south, but nothing of any significance compared to up here. Again, around that Carmen area would be where I would suspect that circulation is at this point. And again, heading northeast up towards, Elm Creek. So if you're up that way, it is coming. It isn't moving very fast, but it is moving in that general direction. So again, heed the warnings, stay out of the way, and get to shelter as quickly as you can. Again, we talk about getting into the basement. We also talk about having, if you don't have a basement, get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. So just taking a look here to see if Braden has anything else that he's updated. But man, he's an awesome guy to know, and glad we got that information out as quickly as possible regarding these circulations. Again, this all started way back by Manitou, and if you draw a line here, it's pretty easy to follow. These circulations have just been kind of going up in this general direction. So again, I'd be watching this circulation right here that's near Carmen, and again continuing to move northeast. So these have a history of producing. Some of them are short-lived, other ones have been on the ground for longer, so we need to pay attention to that. So I think I just okay, so Elm Creek and Oakville in the path. So Elm Creek is definitely just to the north of it. If you are in Elm Creek, like I was just mentioning, you need to take shelter. It depends what path this storm is going to take. And again, it's just not precise enough that I can tell you that it's going to miss it. But Elm Creek is to the north of this circulation, which is right around the Carmen area. So northeast of here, you need to be taking shelter or getting out of its path, one of the two. So what else? Good afternoon, Tom. Hope you're doing well. Our Toronto joining in. We have tornadoes on the ground. We've had multiples reports of tornadoes. We've had twins on the ground here. So it's been a very busy afternoon out in the Manitoba area. We're looking at this tornadic circulation warning or whatever at the north of Winnipeg. Again, I don't see anything jumping out at me, just some really strong winds. There could be some quick spin-ups here just east of this Highway 6. You can see that green and red mixing in there. There's many areas that could be doing this, so we need to pay attention to that line as well. The more intense stuff, I would say, is down here, kind of east of Moosehorn and east of Spear Hill. That's where there's more lightning, there's more precipitation, and those winds are picking up in there. So that would be my recommended area to pay attention to. Further north, there's less likelihood of that going on. But look at these tornado warnings. The boxes in here are, this looks like a puzzle almost, to be honest with you. So, yeah, it's definitely difficult to tell exactly where things are. This is more straightforward, this warning box. It's obviously just a square for the most part, so we're just going to switch back over here. This is at 5:29 p.m. 4 minutes ago. Again, we still look like we have some circulations around the Carmen area, so I'm going to keep an eye on that. Rick jumping in here. Unfortunately, we've seen that some, as much as we enjoy storms, unfortunately, there are negative impacts to it. And we've had a few comments, Clumo Studios, just saying that family was impacted by these tornadoes. And family is minor injuries, but unfortunately, they've suffered damage to their property. It's frustrating when that happens. And again, I hope everybody's okay. Hopefully, they got to shelter in if they had a basement, they got there in time. That's the downside of this stuff, and that's why we're here. So what else? Canada seriously needs more radars. Yes, they need more radars, but we also need that we don't have all this noise being interpreted into the radar itself. Again, I'm not a radar tech. I'm not an expert, but it's frustrating to be able to try and read radar when you are trying to tell people where there's circulations. You can see the U.S. radar. It's pretty straightforward. The Canadian ones, they're definitely polluted with that noise. So I would say just looking here, this is our latest scan here. There could be a circulation right in this area, right around Carmen. So and this here as well. We did have twins, so these are far apart. So this may not be the case, but those are areas that I'm highlighting just so that we get the information out, and I'd rather put it out there than not, and heed the warnings. So we're going to see where this comes out here. We have 6 minutes into this cycle. We get them every 8 minutes. So hopefully the next velocity scan shows something there. And I'm just looking. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, another video from Braden. Okay, so give me a sec here, bringing this up. Let's go here. Share this. This is from Braden Morriso, just posted to his Twitter page. Still ongoing. You can see that inflow wind behind that tornado just sucking right into it. So definitely some strong winds here associated with this. So again, we are just continually getting these warnings, and these storms are continuing to produce. So you need to take this seriously. This is not just a warning for no reason at this point. So again, for those of you who are just jumping in, I know we've had a bunch of new people jumping on here. We did get the call from Braden Morriso. I'm going to share his profile here because he's done such an amazing job, as he always does. That's his profile on X, and he's on Facebook as well. He also drives the infamous green Jeep, so out of Alberta, and Braden has seen a ton of stuff going on in severe weather. When he calls, I trust what he's saying, so definitely give Braden a follow. He's been helping us out today to get the word out, so I really appreciate that from Braden. What else? Yeah, Rick talking about polygons. Yes, unfortunately, there's been a setback in the polygons. They were supposed to launch June 1st, and they now have said that they're not ready, and they won't. They don't have a timeline on it. So another tornado warning. That's what that noise is. Let's see if this is an update. What's going on? So this is expired. So the warnings to the north have all expired at this point. So all of these red boxes that you see here, those have expired. There's no longer tornado threat to the north. So again, I'm going to zoom out. This is to the north of Winnipeg, across both lakes. We've had tornado warnings, and you can see this thing. It looks like a jigsaw puzzle, but all the tornado warnings to the north have now been canceled. We are now dealing with this one down here to the south around Carmen. So I'm just going to take a look to see if our circulation is continuing down here. Again, if I'm drawing any conclusions to anything, it's going to be right in this area here, and that's just to the north of Carmen. I'm just going to flip back and forth. Does look like it might be weakening, but definitely getting rotation in this area north of Carmen, and this is moving in a north to northeast direction. So if you are north of this area, please heed the warning. The tornado warning has not been extended yet, but it will. Literally, the words didn't even leave my mouth. So they have extended the warning. I was going to say, even though they haven't extended it, you need to pay attention, and obviously that's the case. So up towards Highway 2, Elm Creek, east of there, this is where that's headed. So please heed this. And again, we've shared multiple videos of the tornadoes on the ground. We've had twins at times. And again, this has had a history all the way from Manitoba. So this is continuing to move northeast, and that's where these tornado warnings are coming from. So please share this with whoever is in the path of this. We've already heard of damages. We've heard of injuries. We're hoping everybody's going to be okay, but please share this with anybody that you can. We know our footprint isn't that big in Manitoba yet, but we're hoping to get there, where we'll have a big following in the Alberta, or across the prairies basically, or across Canada. But yes, share this wherever you can at this point. Keeney saying, I agree, we should have clear and readable radars, and definitely more radars too. When we were studying the weather earlier at school, it was so noisy on the radar. I've been reading radar since 2014 essentially, and it's always been one of the biggest frustrations for me on the Canadian side, where you get this pixelation of noise and you don't know, is that an actual valid data point or is it just noise? And especially when we're talking tornadic circulations, that's the hardest part. As you're seeing, I've had some struggles here kind of around the Miami area, northeast. Right now, it's obvious where the circulation is north of Carmen. However, with the noise, it does make it difficult. So I'm just going to take a look back up here to see if there's anything I need to jump on. And we've been on for 5 hours now, so thank you to everybody who's been on here, who's stuck around, who's new. If you have subscribed, awesome. Please make sure to turn that notification icon or notification button on so you know when we do go live. We are starting to cover basically all across Canada at this point. So anywhere there's going to be severe weather, we are going to be there. So yeah, so exactly. So Mags saying Canada uses Doppler and the US uses S-band. So there definitely is a difference in the radars, and it's obvious when you look at it and all that kind of stuff. Salmon Hood fan, I'm not in the warned areas, but truly appreciate your expertise. I'm captivated with your stream. Great work. Thank you so much. That's what makes my day. I'm here to help people and just get that accurate information out to people ahead of time before it's too late. We actually, obviously with Braden, giving us the heads up, we were the first ones to report that this was a tornado warned storm back to the south by Manitou. And thankfully we were able to tweet and email Environment Canada to get that warning out. Again, it is thanks to Braden Morso for getting us that information. Ron is asking, is it heading to Winnipeg? Right now, it is to the southwest of Winnipeg, but this is heading northeast. So the box would be, and I'm just looking at the circulation now, it looks like this may be coming apart in the area that we were talking about. So it may be weakening at this point, which would be really good. I'm just taking a look at velocity scans. These storms will eventually get into Winnipeg, but the tornado portion of it at this point, I'm going to say no. What else? You basically need to learn how to read Canadian radars, period. They have their own quirks, and even with tons of experience, are still hard to read. Yes, like I said, I've been doing it for a long time, and I don't want to misspeak. That's the biggest thing I'm trying to avoid, because I don't want to create a situation where, I say that there's a tight circulation here, and in reality there isn't, because you're putting out incorrect information. So I definitely err on the side of caution, and Dominic is right. It is tough to make those calls sometimes, because again, you don't want to put incorrect information out there. So I suspect that we're going to watch this. Our last scan is at 5:41 p.m., which is 2 minutes ago. So that literally just popped up. The American radars are way too far away now for them to be of any help. They'll be reading way up into the storm. So you're seeing the edge of where their velocity scans can read. So it's almost pointless. We are getting closer to that Canadian radar, which is good. And hopefully it helps us pinpoint where things are going. So again, right now, storms look to be this northern portion anyways looks to be subsiding. I'm going to swing back down further to the south. And it looks like storms are not as strong. I'm going to use the American radar here just to look at things. Still some storms popping there, but this is weakening, and models did show this as these storms lined out. So what we mean by lining out, I'm going to bring it up here and draw it up here. Obviously, a line of storms in essence. And as this was lining out, this would weaken. It would congeal into a line and then just kind of march northeast. Still could do damage with straight line winds, but the tornadic threat was going to go down in, as this lined out. So we're hoping that's still the case. I am seeing some intensity dropping off these storms, and I will back it up here a few frames just to show you folks. So we're going to back it up here, and I want you to notice in that tornado box in the middle here, and I'll bring it up full screen just so it's easier, where you're seeing that purple. That is hail tail or indicator of a very strong updraft. Where these tornadoes were happening, you were seeing all these pixels of purple, which is strong updrafts, and you can see down here by Manitou, that's where the original tornado happened, and you can see those purple indicators and that dark red, and that's a strong storm. And I want you to notice on the latest scans that all the purple is gone and we're only left with dark red. So to me, it's an indicator, we'll see in the next few scans, that this line of storms is losing intensity, which is good. And again, the tornado threat will be going down if that's the case. So I'm going to continue to monitor that and make sure that we see a continual downtrend on the intensity of these storms. So that's what I'm going to keep an eye on here. And then we'll take a look. I'm just actually, you know what? I'm going to share. Why is my chat not working? Bear with me for 1 second. Thankfully, we're not as... Oh, there we go. It's weird that it's just populating at the bottom there, but hopefully the rest of them will keep coming in. I do want to bring up actually something, and I'm going to show you guys. This is what we call visible satellite. And essentially what you can see here, this is just a loop over the last, I want to say 3-4 hours. And you can see those updrafts. So the line that's horizontal kind of at the bottom, that is the Manitoba, North Dakota, Minnesota border. And you can see where you get all these updrafts going up, how they explode, and that's that intensity of those storms just going up, and you're going to see those updrafts, and you can see where they're stronger. Obviously this is playing pretty quickly, but you can follow what's happened with the storms today. That's those updrafts just exploding, and obviously the ones that were the strongest did end up producing tornadoes. So it's just one of those things where, we use multiple tools to keep an eye on things. So right now, again, heavy precipitation associated with all of this all the way down to the border. Obviously lightning, some straight line winds as well. But it's, it's something that isn't super severe at this point. They still do have a severe warning, it looks like, for this. I'm just going to check if it's still active. This was an hour and change ago, so it may be dropping soon, but there are storms still coming from south in the North Dakota side on the Langdon, from the Langdon area coming back up, and again this will make its way into Winnipeg, but the tornadic circulation probably is done and over with at this point. I've got my fingers crossed, so we're going to wait for the next scan and take a look, but all the indicators I'm seeing right now in terms of just my experience with reading radar is showing a weakening line of storms where your tornadic threat is definitely dropping. So I'm just taking a look here. Definitely looks to be that way, but we'll continue to monitor it over the next few scans. And I'm just trying to see if there's anything. I'm trying to see who that's. Dustin Freeman. So they've now extended the severe warning to the east here towards up basically Highway 3 into Winnipeg area, just to the edge or southwest corner of Winnipeg. This is only a severe warning, not a tornado warning. And so I'm just going to bring that up. That was just updated just now. And obviously now they're tracking a line of severe thunderstorms, not a specific thunderstorm, capable of producing damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain, which has pretty much been what they've been talking about all day. There are some areas of rotation, none that are super tight that I would be concerned about. But I'm going to keep an eye on it and make sure that if something does jump in here, we definitely do our best to get the information out to you guys. So Shannon's got some beautiful photos here. I'm going to share this on the stream. Let me just take a look here. And let me give me 1 second here. So this is a beautiful photo from Shannon Bolesky, and I'm going to share her profile here because she's been helping us out as well today, taking some gorgeous photos of these storms. So this is the line of storms as it's moving northeast towards the Winnipeg area. Obviously, still quite a bit to the southwest, but Shannon definitely fantastic person to follow. You definitely want to, if you're into photography, she is a phenomenal photographer. When I chase with her, I almost don't know why I take photos sometimes, because it's somewhat pointless when she's around, because I know it can be done better. So give me a sec here. I'm gonna bring this up full page here. So this is her profile here. That photo across the top is Dodge City, Kansas, May 24th, 2016. I was actually there as well. Different road, but we were chasing in the same area. So Shannon is a very accomplished photographer and storm chaser, so she's been helping us out with photos and stuff. Definitely give her a follow. She's also on Facebook as well, so you can find all her information, and she has a company called Signature Exposure, so definitely give her a follow. I appreciate anybody who helps us out, so always like to give a shout out for those that support the platform. We are not doing this by ourselves. Obviously, having eyes on the ground, people in the field, it makes all the difference in the world. So thank you to everybody. Thank you to my moderators as well. It hasn't been a super busy chat today, so I've been able to keep up. I do know sometimes it does get way out of control. So what else here? Curtis, chat's been quiet because we were all in awe of how cute Tom is. Curtis, the poor guy is going to sleep well tonight. He's been going to be all tuckered out. I actually love this stuff. It's definitely a lot of fun for me, and we've been at this for 5 hours. Shannon just reporting a land spout, so I need to report this. Give me 1 second. We're going to share this. So we do have a land spout, which is a type of tornado. It's not associated with an updraft, but give me a sec here. Actually, she shared her location with me, so I want to see where this is. What? Sorry, folks, bear with me. I just want to get this. I'm going to have to find a better way to do this. Okay, she is just to the west of Brunkild. Okay, let's see here. Okay, so she's looking at that storm where we've been having those tornadic circulations. So she is over here in Brunkild, and I'm going to share what she just shared with me. So bear with me for 1 second while I load this up. Can I go full screen on this? There we go. So I'm going to explain what a land spout is a little bit for those that don't know. So this is a land spout. It's generally not associated with an updraft. Now, however, she's far away from this, so it's a little hard for her to see what's going on. And that's why she may think this is a land spout, but we'll get confirmation on it because that's the same storm that was producing the tornadoes. So I'm just going to show you guys this one here. She's chasing with some friends. So thank you. Whoa, Jesus. Thank you for sharing that with us, Shannon. So land spout tornadoes tend to be associated with diverging air masses, meaning you've got two air masses that are meeting and the air in between them starts to spin. Again, because this is associated with the storm that was producing tornadoes, it may actually be a very weak tornado as well. So a lot of times we see video and footage and we need to assess it afterwards. So we will go and look at it. It's definitely one of those things that you can have, footage of, and you get to look back later on and assess whether it is a landspout, whether it is a tornado, using radar and a few other tools. So anyways, awesome footage. Thank you, Shannon, for sharing that. Amazing. So what else is going on here? Yeah, so Dominic adding in, landspouts originate from rapidly rising updrafts and are not formed from any parent rotation like a mesocyclone. So yes, they're not associated with the updraft itself out of the storm. But again, seeing as this storm produced, I'm curious whether that's the case or not, or whether this is just, those divergent air masses meeting, which could be the case as well. It could be a last kick at RFD kind of spinning something up. You never know. So we'll definitely take a look at it, but awesome to share that. So I'm going to continue to cover here. It looks like they haven't extended the tornado warning, which is good. And based on what I'm seeing again, we may be getting to the point where this is weakening, but I'm just going to take a look here at the line. Yeah, I'm watching. So I'll tell you folks what I'm looking at here. I'm just watching this kind of kink in the line. If we follow it back a few frames, if it'll cooperate here. So you can kind of see how that's kinking, and that's actually where that stronger rotation and updraft was. So I'm just wondering if something's happening there. So we're going to keep an eye on that. Right now, nothing jumps out at me of any major concern. Obviously, a landspout's still going to do something, but it's not as strong as a tornadic circulation overall, I would say. So, okay. What else have we got? Okay, I'm just double checking my chats here, folks, and just kind of figuring things out. Just making sure I'm not missing anything. I've caught up with the chat there. I don't think, again, our tornado warnings to the north should, in this jigsaw puzzle, should all be, yes, this one's expiring in 9 minutes. This one is overlapped. This one expires in 40 minutes. So it looks like the last two tornado warnings, as I've reported earlier, those are dying off. There are still some strong storms associated with all of this. However, mostly straight line winds and obviously heavy precipitation is going to be the theme for the rest of this event. And I'm going to just play the cycle here for these storms just so you guys can see how they've progressed throughout this afternoon. So it's 6 p.m. out Manitoba time, 7 p.m. my time. We're going to continue tracking this with you guys. And again, thank you to all our new followers that have jumped on. You can also find us on Facebook. Actually, I'll share that contact info again. So our email address is right here, our Facebook page as well. You can find us on there. We post far more outlooks and that kind of stuff on our Facebook page, obviously. And then we have our merch store as well. You can check that out. If you want something, it helps us out. And you end up getting something out of it as well. We also have a page that we run, which is called Canadian Weather Live Reports. And that's a community-based storm reporting page. You can post anytime you want as long as it's storm-related or weather-related, I should say. There's two very basic questions you have to answer to get into that group. You don't answer them, you're not getting in. Keeps the trolls, the bots, and all that kind of stuff out of there. So anyways, just wanted to share that with you guys in regards to that. So that's where you can find us on our socials and by email as well. So obviously I have not, I'm just double checking if I've got any emails. I haven't been able to check, folks, so I apologize. Just been kind of crazy busy with these tornado warnings that are happening. So you can see here as we zoom in, I'm going to take a look. So you can see that this line is heading towards Winnipeg and east of there. So anywhere east of this line is going to get it eventually, even from storms coming from the south in the Dakotas or North Dakota. So you can see there are still storms firing around the Grand Forks area, and I'll bring this up. So you can see that those are all traveling north, so they're still going to make their way up. They're going to get into Winnipeg, most likely Steinbach, St. Anne, Morris, all of those places, and then north and east of there, so Selkirk, Stonewall, and all of those areas are going to get in on these storms as they move through. For anybody that's new to the radar, anything yellow, green, and blue is on the low end of the scale. Orange, red, pink, and purple are on the top end of the scale. So you can see where the intensity of the precipitation is. It's also a really neat little trick is following the lightning. When there's lots of lightning, you've got usually strong, intense storms. When there's less lightning, obviously your intensity is dropping. So that's just a little trick that we use here. So this line is moving through. There basically doesn't look to be any real hail in it. Again, we're not on the ground, so it's hard for us to say for sure. But I'm saying with a fair bit of confidence that the tornadic side of things should be diminishing at this point. We do still have a few areas where things are rotating. This is one area that I would pay attention to, just the way that's structured, and it's in line with those storms going back to Carmen, back to Miami, back down to where this all originated, which was Manitou, I believe. Yes, Manitou. So you can kind of follow this line of how this storm has tracked. And that's the thing with tornadic storms. They tend to just have a path, and they don't deviate from it a whole lot once they've initialized or initiated. So you can see that straight line that I've drawn from Manitou through Miami, through Carmen. It's probably off by a little bit. Obviously, I'm not an artist. So it's definitely... that's kind of the general direction of where these storms have traveled today, the ones that have had the tornadic circulation. So, yes. Just going to respond to a chat message here from one of our chasers. Okay. Okie doke. Let's jump back in here and see where things are headed. Obviously, the line is still intense enough that you need to pay attention to it. Even though, like I said, even if there is no tornadic circulation or anything spinning, there's definitely a lot of rain and wind associated with these storms, and lightning as well. So it is getting close to Winnipeg at this point. A line currently would be from Winnipeg to the line roughly 40 kilometers is the leading edge of these storms. So they've been moving about 30 to 40 kilometers an hour. So it's within an hour. It should be in Winnipeg proper, and approaching from the southwest is where things are coming from. So that's where we're at, and obviously it's going to continue that way. I'm just seeing who's out here in front of these storms. So Dustin Freeman is still out in front of it. I'm going to see whose dot this is. This is Julian as well, and then who's on the north side south of Oakville. That's Jordan Carruthers. So Jordan hails out of Portage la Prairie. He's out there playing in this on the back end. I think he was occupied picking up somebody in Winnipeg, so he kind of missed most of the show. But anyways, that's the main question. So what's going on here? They have tornado warned the northern portion of this. Okay, so there's a new tornado warning issued just now for south central Manitoba. Extra care and attention should be exercised, obviously, for the following localities: Carmen, Brunkild, and Gray. And, oh, my earpiece just died. Bear with me for a second, folks. We've been on so long, my earpiece died. Okay. Carmen, Brunkild, and Gray, Environment Canada are tracking a severe thunderstorm that is possibly producing a tornado, damaging winds, and large hail. So that is the tornado warning is for this area here, and that was that kink that we were kind of talking about earlier. So let's take a look what we see on the velocity scan. So they are probably somewhat concerned with this area here. Right in this area here. They don't specifically mention it, but it's right on the edge of it. I would suspect it's this area here. So again, to the southwest of Starbuck, east of Elm Creek, and then west of, I'm just going to get the name there, Sanford. So that's the area in question. They have warned this box, so I'm curious if they're going to extend the box to the east as this progresses. But that is where Shannon was showing those landspout videos from, or shooting those landspout videos we shared. So this is an area that we're going to pay attention to. So what else is going on here? Spectra Raw just got a red warning for a big old tornado. Where are you located, Spectra Raw? Spectra Raw, there's no tornadoes in Winkler. What kind of anyways, okay, mods, definitely I think we need to look at that comment. We don't want to spread misinformation. I'm going down to Winkler. There is nothing happening in Winkler, so please remove that individual from the chat. We do not want to spread misinformation. So right now, the only area that we have any kind of remote options is up in the east of Elm Creek, what we were just talking about. So okay, there we go. Problem solved. So yeah, I didn't even know if my moderators are still around, because we've been going for so long. We don't like people coming into the chat and putting information in that isn't correct. Nothing has happened in Winkler today at all. So that's the quickest way to get yourself banned on this channel, by spreading that kind of nonsense. So again, there are storms around the Winkler area, but there's nothing tornadic that would be lifting cars and the other nonsense that was mentioned there. So anyways, again, we are here to give you guys accurate and concise information, and that doesn't help anybody out. As you can see, it distracts me from what I need to pay attention to. Obviously, that's part and parcel of social media. We have to deal with that kind of nonsense, but again, we just don't tolerate it and immediately remove somebody from the channel, because we're here to get the information out. And I'm proud to say that today, because I know Braden and he trusts us and he reached out, we were the first ones to report that there was a tornado on the ground in progress at Manitou, and has progressed all the way up through circulations and that kind of stuff. So yeah, definitely I'm super proud of what we've done today and managed to keep out the information to folks ahead of these storms, and being able to warn people as to what's going on. So if you do enjoy this kind of coverage, I would love to have you like it. Obviously that helps to get it out in the algorithm, and definitely do a subscribe and turn on those notifications. That way you know when we do go live, and we always put out information as to where we're covering, because we are covering across Canada. That's basically what we have to do to get the correct information out to folks. So Coffee Boy saying, I'm in Winkler. Hopefully you're good in Winkler. It should just be rain and lightning and a bit of wind. Again, nothing rotating down that way. Our tornado warning is to the north, and I still think that is just out of an exercise of caution, because of the history of the storms producing in that track. So that's it definitely has had some stuff happening in that regard. So just looking around here just to see if there's anything that jumps out at me. There's a bit of rotation on the border here, but again, not tight, not intense at this point. I'm just going to see, and it's not in the right place on the storm, so I'm not super concerned about that. We are going to continue watching this line as it moves forward. We just got another scan here from the Canadian radar, so I'll bring that up. You can see that there's obviously a lot of mixing in here, and there's a lot of noise in this velocity radar, so it does make it hard to read it. But again, nothing jumping super far out at me that I would be concerned, and we'll continue to see if they extend that severe or that tornado warning further east and north than it currently is. So what else? CTV News just showed a map with rotation right over Winkler. Not to say it wasn't nonsense, but curious. So that's, again, this noise in the radar is the part that's difficult as that line moves through. Rick, thank you very much for that donation. Always love seeing the fireworks on the stream. Thank you so much for that. So yeah, down in the Winkler area, I'm going to switch over to the US radar, which is much cleaner. You can see there's a far less noise in here. And I'm just going to play it back just to see if there's anything of any concern. Right now over Winkler, there's nothing of any concern. This is, again, the US radar, which is a bit closer. The problem with our Canadian radar, you can see the difference in the color coding, just a lot of noise showing there. So, you know, it's difficult to say at times, but again, if I missed it, Environment Canada missed it, you know, it's not something that I would say that happened in Winkler at this point. Again, storm did move through and there was winds and heavy precipitation and lightning, no question, but nothing that's been of concern like the tornadic circulations we've been dealing with for the last few hours. So, anyways, so yeah, thank you, Rick. Always appreciate you helping out the platform. You go above and beyond, and you're greatly appreciated. If anybody else is looking to make a donation, it's not necessary. We appreciate it, but you can send us an e-transfer. We're on Coffee or Ko-fi, and then through the super chat like Rick just did. Those are great ways to help support the platform. We are trying to grow it across Canada, so obviously we are spending a lot of money developing all sorts of different things. We have an app coming out, and you know we're doing warnings and all sorts of stuff like that. But let me get back to this. So again, Rick, thank you very much for that. It goes a long way to helping us out. So. And Gordon Ritchie saying, very frequent cloud to cloud, in cloud lightning, rain, hardly any wind is all we have in Morden. So Morden, just for those, I'm sure you guys are aware, Morden just to the west of Winkler. So down in that same area, again, nothing tornadic that would jump out at me on any of these storms down south. And again, we are starting to lose that intensity for the most part in these storms. I do have a bit of a hail core starting to form here east of Elm Creek and west of Sanford, which is where we've had some circulation as well. So that is an area that I would definitely pay attention to, just looking at radar. Nothing on here is showing tight circulation of any kind. So it just looks like it's just a stronger updraft with an hail core on that line as it's moving through, which obviously hail is damaging to equipment, damaging to livestock, crops, that kind of stuff. So this is moving in a northeast pattern, heading up towards eventually into the Winnipeg area. So we are getting closer there as well. So what else? Just a side note to no donators, if you e-transfer, they get to keep 100% of what you donated and you don't pay a cent more. That's very true. Thank you for bringing that up. Yes, we definitely, the e-transfer method is 100% for us. So yes, thank you. Warnings in Oakville coming from Emily Hurst. Just had shelter immediately warnings in Oakville. So Oakville, you are to the north of all of this. So just off the Trans-Canada. I actually know Oakville very well. Have been there a few times myself when I'm storm chasing. Shannon, actually Bolesky lives near Portage La Prairie. So Oakville, it's just going to be rain. There's nothing to be worried about. The tornado warning was to your south, and the actual area of concern on this storm is in this area right here, and it is moving in this direction. So Oakville being back here to the top, you have nothing to worry about. Unfortunately, that's the issue with our tornado warnings and our warning boxes in general. In Canada, they're not storm based, meaning they just follow imaginary boundaries, which are township or what am I trying to say? Township lines, borders, that kind of stuff. Weather doesn't care about that stuff. So when they come about and do storm-based warnings, the warning will go out ahead of the storm, and that's it. So just in Oakville, you are good. What else is going on here? Oh, they just tornado warned. Where are they tornado warning? Oh, they just killed it. So just as I'm speaking about it, that northern portion of the tornado warning was killed. It is expired. This last one here is very old at 5:37 p.m. Manitoba time. So this warning here through St. Cloud and Elm Creek along Highway 2, this has now expired. They are saying that is no longer expected in the area. So even goes further towards what I was just saying for Oakville area. You have nothing to worry about up that way. Down by Winkler, again, just heavy thunderstorms, lots of rain and precipitation. Again, Morden is mostly out of it. There are some storms kind of to the southwest, but heavy rain, thunder and lightning, that kind of stuff, mostly for that. So I'm just going to look from the U.S. radar just to see if I can tell if there's anything going on. U.S. radar not showing any rotation. Canadian radar, this is the mess. And so again, a lot of this is noise and very unlikely that anything is going on just based on what I was looking prior and from both radars. So again, we're now at the point where most of this is just going to be a lined out event and is going to have straight line winds associated with it. And lots of precipitation and lightning. That's where we're at this point. So we'll see if that continues to be the case, but that's why we're here and that's why we're still on the air. Question, Katharina asking, where did the Twins touch down? The Twins were back by Miami. So just around the Miami area is where those Twins were. We had Braden Morrisseau reporting those into us, so definitely that was quite some time ago, but they were down around the Miami area. We also had confirmation from somebody in the chat saying that their family's property was hit. Minor injuries, unfortunately, sustained quite a bit of damage, but apparently everybody's going to be okay. We hate hearing that, but hopefully it's not too bad. So that was around the Miami area. And then Armando saying, just watched a funnel start just north of Altona. Altona was back. Give me a sec here. I know where it is roughly, but bear with me, folks. I know some places out in Manitoba, but I don't know them all. Right here. So Altona is just to the kind of east of the line that's approaching. So funnels definitely are things that happen. If they continue to extend, we need to pay attention to them. But there's a lot of vorticity in this line. So it's not uncommon, or I'm not shocked to hear about funnels. The question is, how far does that funnel stretch? So thank you for that report, Armando. Hopefully it subsides and it's not bad. Twisted Puggy is Winnipeg going to get hit? Winnipeg is definitely in line with these storms coming in, but they're just going to be severe thunderstorms at this point. We are continuing to monitor this northern portion where that rotation was originated back in, again, Manitou area all the way through Miami and then Carmen and then all the way up here. But for now, it looks like this is just a straight line wind event with some vorticity in it, but heavy rain, lightning, and thunder associated with that. So right now, outside of Winnipeg, I'll give you guys a distance, how far out it is from downtown Winnipeg. Whoops, wrong one. Getting tired, folks. Sorry. So it's about 25 kilometers, let's say 30 kilometers to the edge of these storms coming into Winnipeg. These are moving at about 35 kilometers an hour, maybe 40. So under an hour till it's into downtown Winnipeg. Obviously, it's going to hit the outskirts sooner than that, but it's right on the edge of Sanford for reference. And it's just moving along Highway 2 and coming up to Highway 1 as well. As it moves in, you can kind of see that it stretches out and down to Winkler and then Schanzenfeld. I don't know if I'm pronouncing right, but Schanzenfeld is in line with all of this stuff. But again, these are just strong thunderstorms at this point. Salmon Hood fan, I can't seem to watch live on Facebook. Is it only on YouTube? Just trying to get off my kid's profile. Sorry to clog up the chat. It's all good, Carmen. Right now we are on YouTube only for the lives. Very, very soon we are going to jump on to streaming both here on YouTube and on Facebook. That is coming. We're racing to get to 10,000 subscribers. So you can see at the bottom, we're almost at 9,000. We're just shy of that. So again, thank you for everybody that has subscribed today. It helps us out immensely. Once we get to that 10,000 threshold, we will be streaming on Facebook after that as well. So it'll be Facebook, probably on X, Twitch, and YouTube. Those are going to be kind of the 4 platforms that we're going to use, but we'll see how things go. So Stellar Rune saying saw some funnels near Morden and Winkler. Thank you very much for that update. We've had a couple of people saying that. So this storm definitely has some vorticity in it. I'm going to take a look from the US radar just to see if I can see any velocity scans that need attention. There is a bit of broad rotation here. This is southeast of Winkler. It is not tight. It is not intense, but there is some broad rotation just in this general area right here. Again, moving east-northeast in that general direction, but that is not right now anything tornadic or anything to worry about. I'm going to just take a look at and this is the noise on the Canadian radar. There is broad rotation in here as well, but nothing tight or dangerous at this point. So yeah, that's where we're at with that. What else have we got? Okay. Salmon Hood Foam, great. I'm one of the subscribers. Thank you again. We really appreciate it. And we've just basically coming up to our 1-year anniversary. We started in Ontario and Quebec. That's where I'm based out of. I'm just south of Ottawa. And we've come on to the platform in terms of starting our platform, I should say, because we wanted to provide more accurate and more timely information in terms of when it comes to severe weather, but also we don't hype stuff up. We will actually try and turn the temperature down. But if anybody's been paying attention for the last few hours with these tornado warnings that have been coming through, when it's time to get serious, we do ramp up the discussion that, things need to be taken seriously. And obviously with the videos we've shared from Braden and from Shannon and from others, it was with what's the word I'm looking at? It was definitely justified is what I'm trying to say. And I just seeing a video here from Braden, and this is just This is beautiful. This is a sign of a storm that's dying. So I'm going to bring it up to you guys. This is the line of storms as it's moving eastward. It doesn't mean that it's not strong. It just the structure, and I'll explain it to you guys. So I'm going to bring this up. This is the storms as they're coming towards Winnipeg. This is Braden being east of them, I suspect. So you can see this shelf cloud or pancake stack, as we call it. And I'm going to highlight an area down here in the bottom corner. You can see there's like dirt and debris and stuff. That's wind from underneath the storm coming out and pushing that outwards. So what that is that's indicating of a storm that's dying or gusting out. And what you're seeing here in front of it is a shelf cloud. These are what we call SLCs, scary looking clouds. I personally think they're beautiful, but I love seeing storms like this, and you can see the multiple layers above and below. So those are the different layers or levels in the atmosphere, and this is a shelf cloud moving east as these storms are gusting out somewhat, which obviously means the winds will pick up with this as well. That's one of those things that you can definitely expect when a storm starts to gust out and push out, and that's what you're seeing here. So I'm just going to take a look, just seeing whether I've got some comments or questions. Sorry, folks. Yeah, so I'm just getting comments from Shannon. She's talking about crazy winds behind these storms and everything like that. So definitely one of those things where when this starts to gust out, it increases that the winds on the ground level, and they can be damaging as well. So let's take a quick look here. No more tornado warnings. And again, we've talked about this before. We're seeing far more orange than red and purple and pink, which again means that intensity is dropping on those storms. There's less precipitation in it. It's just an indicator of things weakening. Down here, further away from the radar, we do have some heavier precipitation around the Winkler area. Again, that's just strong precipitation. There may be tiny hail in that, but for the most part, I would think it's just heavy rain. I am going to look from the U.S. radar. U.S. radar is just too far away at this point to give me any kind of real good indication. So it's still severe warned, obviously moving eastward because there's still a lot of rain, a lot of wind associated with this. So it's definitely one of those situations that is troublesome in terms of just straight line winds. Bear with me for a second here. Okay, just took them out. Sorry, I'm just chatting with one of my moderators because we were just talking about one of the people that we had to take out. Take them out of the chat for just putting nonsense in it. So the severe warning has been now extended into Winnipeg. So I'll just see if they've changed the wording at all. But right now it's just damaging wind gusts, quarter-size hail, and heavy rain. So as that line of storms is approaching, this is 6:25 p.m. when this was put out just now. That is heading for Winnipeg. So obviously a far more densely populated area. They are weakening as they are heading that way. So that's good sign. It's still going to be rainy, still going to be windy, and lightning associated with it. The bigger intensity here is by the North Dakota border, and we're going to continue to monitor that as this pushes up into Canada from the Dakota side. So again, I'm just going to play the loop here, and you can see how we had far more purple, far more red when these storms were further west, where all those tornado warnings happened and tornadoes were put down. So this is where we're at right now. So you can see how this is marching kind of in a northeast pattern into Winnipeg. North of Winnipeg, there's just a ton of rain, lightning, and all the tornado warnings are over with up there. So that's the good news for up that way. And I've been highlighting this in front of these storms, we have 27 degrees Celsius in Winnipeg, for example. Now in Morden, it's 18 degrees. So as these storms move through, that rain-cooled air definitely drops the temperature 10 degrees Celsius, which is significant. So much colder on the backside of these storms. So it will cool off this evening. But for the most part, like I said, the severity portion of these storms is over and done with, which is good news for anybody that's out in front of this. So this is another post. I'm going to bring this up. This is again from Braden. Obviously, keep going to him because he's awesome, but he also puts awesome explanations into it, which is what I was just talking about. His shelf cloud that he was that as a storm that's gusting out, or outflow dominant is another way to say it. So rather than it ingesting air and pulling it up into the storm, this is air dropping down and pushing out from the storm, and that's again how you know that intensity is dropping. So this is a beautiful photo from Braden. He is southwest of Winnipeg, and the strong winds are associated with this because obviously it's gusting out, and the hail portion is still there, but the rotating air mass is definitely not as big a threat anymore. So those are all little things. Just we can look at storms and see what's going on, and that's why it's great to have these people out there posting that stuff and sharing it with Environment Canada. It just gives them eyes on the ground, and it makes it much easier to be able to get that info out to people who are in front of these storms. So what else here? Ron saying tornado here in Winnipeg, absolutely not. That's, like I said, for now, everything is dying. So it is dropping in intensity as it comes into Winnipeg, which is what I was mentioning earlier. So nothing to be concerned about there. Our Toronto, yeah, no need to hype anything. The weather writes the headlines. Absolutely. Doesn't matter what I say or do. Weather is going to do what it wants. And at the end of the day, I'm just trying to get that information out to people. So they know what the weather is going to do before it does it as much as possible. So what else? Everybody's looking at the traffic cameras in Winnipeg, watching as it approaches. So again, we're starting to see this portion here that is heading into Winnipeg, far more yellow, green, blue. The orange is even subsiding on this as we move further south until we get kind of down south of Plum Coulee, Rosetown, west of Altoona. That's where the heavy precipitation is and lightning. But again, it doesn't even look like there's hail in that at this point. However, again, I'm only looking at radar, so trying to see what is in there is sometimes difficult. So what else? Okay. So just keeping up with my moderator chat just so that I know what's going on and if there's anything I need to jump on here. So let's zoom all the way back out. This will obviously give us what I call a satellite view of what happened today. So you can see how the storms were moving north initially for the most part, and now they're kind of swinging where they're moving further eastward. So that's the later transition here, 6:30 p.m. Obviously, we are seeing that threat dropping. Once this comes into Winnipeg, you can see those temperatures behind this were 16 degrees, 17, 18. Just to the north, 25 and 27 and 27 in Winnipeg. So as these storms are going to move through, they're going to cool everything off significantly. Lots of moisture coming with these storms. Not long lived, I would say. The line is fairly thin. Depending how it tracks through where you are, you could be on the right path for it to kind of move in a northeast track where the rain sustains for longer. However, for the most part, that's all it's going to be. The tornado warnings are all expired to the south as well. I'm just going to double check this last one before I do anything. And let me just take a look here. Environment Canada. Yes, so this This one hasn't expired, but I mean, it was at 5:37 p.m., so that's a long time ago. It's almost been forgotten, I would say. So that's, again, all our tornado are done for the day. Everything else is good to go. So let me just take a look here. So they just dropped the severe watch as well. So they've tucked it back here. So our severe watch extended all the way into Saskatchewan, but they've dropped the western portion south of Riding Mountain, around Brandon, basically between Brandon and Portage, around the Sydney area is where that has just been pushed back. That's what that alert was just now. So again, we're seeing that area of severe condensing, and eventually this is all going to get dropped, and it's just going to be regular showers with lightning and thunder, and nothing out of the ordinary per se. We've kind of peaked at that where we had the severe weather with those tornadoes, and then now we're kind of ramping back down on the other side of this. So again, thank you for everybody that's been tuning in. We appreciate everybody that's been on the stream today. It's been awesome chatting with everybody. I'm glad we got the information out, and hopefully people heeded the warnings. And next time there's severe weather in Manitoba, Saskatchewan, we are going to be on it. And yeah, so anyways, what else is going on here? Just double checking somewhere. Sorry, one sec. Oh, I'm just seeing some stuff that's been. Sorry, got to chat with one of my moderators here. Okay. Winnipeg Storm Shield wins again. Grab a sandwich. I definitely should grab a sandwich. Actually, it's dinner time here in Ontario. It's 7:40 almost, so I definitely should grab something to eat. But I think we're getting close to the end of this system. So yes, the storm shield is going to weaken it. It's not going to completely miss it. That's basically what my take is as this moves and marches northeast and east. Again, there's going to be some persistent storms along the border. So south Manitoba, along the North Dakota border, you're going to continue to have some thunderstorms, heavy rain, but the tornadic threat is definitely on the decline. I wouldn't say zero, but it's definitely near zero. Let's put it that way. So. I'm just going to see who's out this. Dustin's running into Winnipeg. Who's out here by Morris? Julian is out by Morris as well. So again, this has just turned into a line, and lots of wind and rain coming, but nothing super dangerous at this point. Saying the Winnipeg cams aren't public now, are they? Question mark. The rural ones are, but they're just stills. Yeah, they're stills just like in Ontario. We do monitor some of those in Ontario. The ones here in Manitoba seem to be. I don't know if Rick can answer that. Whether he's been, I know they've been looking at them. So Rick is Lanark County scanner for those that are new. So I'm not sure. He'll definitely answer. Okay, so it looks like they're now public and they refresh every 30 seconds to a minute. So that's good news for folks in Manitoba and in terms of Winnipeg, I should say. And I'm going to mention to our provider that Winnipeg ones are now public because we can get them added to our software so we can look in on them as well directly from our software. So Martin asking when will it hit Transcona? So let me double check for you. Oops. Where are we? Transcona. Oh, near. Oh, that's Transcona Boulevard. there we go, Transcona area right there. So it is on your doorstep in terms of the storms from Transcona, which is right here. Let's take a quick look. The meat of the storms is about 30 kilometers away. So within the next 30 to 60 minutes, it'll be in Transcona. It is losing some of its intensity. So how intense it'll be there by the time it gets there, I'm not sure, but there's definitely a lot of rain packed into this. We'll see what happens. So what else? CTV News obviously doesn't have the honor of inside info from chasers. They just reported that no word of any actual tornadoes. Yeah, so that, and again, that's just where the information comes from. So this is why we like having a lot of people out there. The more eyes on the ground, the better it is for us. And not everybody can get to the tornadoes. So definitely, we saw in here that we've had several of them. They will get, obviously, they will be submitted to the Northern Tornadoes Project, which is the NTP. They'll investigate them tomorrow or over the next coming days, and they'll confirm whether they're tornadic, what strength they are, all that stuff. So, yeah, it's just not knowing the information, unfortunately. Yeah, it sucks because, you know, obviously CTV has a very large audience, but that's why places like us are starting to come on here to be able to, you know, provide more detailed information in terms of the weather happening. So Grab a Sandwich is asking if how do they access the cameras in Winnipeg? Rick, I don't know if you can comment about that. So definitely, if you could help, that would be fantastic. What else is here? Just started booming and power flickering here in Oakbank. So thank you very much for that update. Yes, it's definitely going to, you're not going to miss these storms if you're going through them. They're definitely going to be loud, rainy, and all that kind of stuff. So, yeah, that's the way this is going to go. Better get my new car home in case there's hail like the 2023 storm that damaged my last car. I don't think there's going to be hail with it. The odds are very slim. It's always better to be safe than sorry. At least maybe put it under some cover or whatever, whether you can find shelter for it. But right now, nothing heading into Winnipeg looks like there's going to be any hail in it. The only place I would suspect any kind of hail possibly would be to the northwest of Altona. That purple pixels, but that is far from the radar, so that may not even be making it to the surface. And they've shrunk the severe watch even more. You can see it now. It's just to the west of Portage. So again, that severe portion is dying off, and all the indicators are that we are at the end of this event. Not that we're at the end of the storms. We're just at the end of the severe portion of these storms for the most part, and things are weakening at this point. So I also had my car damaged in Ottawa, actually, on a hailstorm 2.5 years ago, probably. Actually, maybe 3 years ago at this point. So yeah, same idea. 2023, we had a big hailstorm come through Ottawa, and 12 grand worth of damage to my car, which wasn't fun, but at least it was insured. Mag saying this has been fun, well, except for the earlier tornadoes. Hope everyone affected is safe and well. Yes, and that's the caveat. As storm enthusiasts love seeing the tornadoes, love seeing the severe storms. The flip side of that coin is unfortunately sometimes impacts other people negatively. So we do hope that everybody is okay around the Miami area. We did get some reports of that. So again, hoping everybody is good. And like I said, for now, we are definitely ramping down on the severe portion of this event, so which is good news. And again, thank you to Braden Morso, definitely huge shout out to him. Shannon Boleski as well, definitely helping us out there. Obviously to my moderators, help me out with the chat, all that kind of stuff. So it's always good to get that information out to you guys, and I can't do it on my own. I definitely have a lot of people that help out with that. So again, I'm super happy with how the stream went today. The fact that we were able to put out a tornado warning, or notifying people of a tornado ongoing before it was tornado warned by Environment Canada. Again, minutes matter when it comes to severe weather. weather. So that, like I said, makes me super happy, and that makes my day essentially. So what else have we got going on here? I think that's it in terms of the comments. So we'll continue to watch how this kind of progresses into Winnipeg, and then we'll see whether this continues to weaken as it does approach Winnipeg. And so I'm going to show you, like you can see on the line as it's approaching, lots of purple, lots of red. And now when it's getting close to Winnipeg, the orange is disappearing. It's down to yellow. And the line southwest of that is following suit, essentially. So that is always a good indicator that your severe is weakening, and that chances of severe weather are going downhill. So definitely one of those things. Okay, so we were asking, Rick is saying, here's how you can get to the cameras. Let me just see here. So, okay, so I'm going to share this with you folks that were asking about it. It is Manitoba511.ca, but I will bring it up. I know we had a question about it, so let me bring this up here and I'll share it. So they're mostly on the outskirts, but they're not showing on my map here, which is interesting. So let me just bring that up here. So it is Manitoba 511 in downtown Winnipeg, like through the city proper. Definitely not any cameras that we can access. So maybe it was just the outskirts, because I know the ring road and all of that. That's where all these cameras look to be. And this is the 4 that we see here is by the Trans-Canada interchange. So it may just be on the outskirts of Winnipeg. Inside Winnipeg itself, it doesn't look like we have access to any cameras right now. So anyways, that's where Rick and them were looking at it. So again, one of the areas that we're new to, so we don't have everything figured out, but we are learning, and that's the thing. We want to learn, we want to grow, and we want to expand. So thank you to everybody who's been here today. And again, with these tornado threats that happened obviously hours ago, but you can see that this is all starting to break out or break apart. So let me just take a look here. I'm just going to grab them. So you can see how orange and red everything is here when it's over Winkler, west or southwest of Winnipeg. And you can see how it just slowly, the orange, red is going away. We're down to orange. Now we're down to mostly yellow. And again, down here, north of Altoona would be the only area that I would pay attention to for heavier precipitation. I'm going to see if there's any rotation. It's frustrating. That's a ton of radar noise. So again, doesn't look like anything's happening down there, but that is a ton of radar noise just infiltrating the radar scan. So not easy to tell if there's rotation on that, but based on this weakening, I would say no, there isn't any rotation, and it's just going to march eastward, get weaker, and then continue eastward, and just be rain and thunder and lightning at this point. So downtown is restricted access, so that's exactly it. So I guess we just don't have the access to the Winnipeg cameras. I do know in Ottawa you can submit a form and get access to it based on you being a weather platform or news or something like that. I wonder if the same thing can be done in Winnipeg. So definitely something to maybe look into on my end to see if we can get access to those or apply for access to those cameras. So what else is going on here? Yeah, so Mag's saying, yeah, it's also in the WeatherWise app. You can toggle them on and off in the menu on the top left, the hamburger menu. That's what you're saying. The 3 lines in the top left corner up here. That's funny. Yeah, I can see the cameras here, and I can pull them up, and as we go through this, I can pull those cameras up. You can see that it's just raining in Winnipeg right now. Nothing super exciting there. We did look at some previous cameras on where we were seeing hail on the roadways and stuff like that. So it is good in that regards. So just starting to rain here, doesn't look too bad at all. Coming in on Highway 75 south of the 100. So again, 100 I believe is the bypass around the southern bypass around Winnipeg, and 101 is the north bypass. And again, we are just familiarizing ourselves with a lot of stuff. So we may misspeak, but we're trying to figure it all out. So anyways, you can also turn on Spotter Network and see who's chasing the storm. Google search their names and you'll most likely find their socials and good contact. Yes. And if you click on their stuff in the app here, which we are using WeatherWise Pro, which is the top tier, obviously a subscription, they're phenomenal. The response and support for them has been amazing. But if you click on somebody's spotter dot, you can click on it and it will share their information for contacting them. Sometimes it has a phone number, sometimes it's just email, one or the other, you never know. So definitely a good little tool for keeping up who's around storms and so on and so forth. So So Mag saying the radar noise is 5 centimeter wavelength in Canada, 10 centimeter wavelength in the US. So the longer wavelength is less likely to get impacted by noise as 5 centimeter wavelength, I'm assuming. And again, I'm not a radar tech, so I'm just using an educated guess, good way to put it. So anyways, Biz Nasty asking, what about St. Anne or Steinbach area? So let's just look up that area here. Again, we are on the tail end of this. And you are just east of this line. So there are storms headed your way. You are going to get rain, some heavy rain as well, lightning associated with it, and wind. But what is happening is as this line is marching northeast, it is weakening. So that is a good sign for everybody out in front of it. So hopefully that helps to answer your question down in the Steinbach area. So again, it is to your west. Let's take a look just how far it is roughly. We are about 45 kilometers, so it's about an hour from you roughly, based on storms moving 30 to 40 kilometers an hour. It might be a little longer than that, but it is weakening as it is getting to you. So it should be just showers, lightning, and some wind associated with it, but nothing where you have to worry about rotating winds, that kind of stuff. So, and then we're asking about New Sky asking, can you check for Starbuck? I definitely can. And again, you are there. You're just on the northern edge of this rain. There is a little more back to your southwest along Highway 2, but this is yellow and down to green to blue is on the light end of the precipitation scale. When you get into orange, red, pink, and purple, that's the high end of the scale. So this is just regular showers. There's not even any lightning around you really for the most part. So very regular garden variety showers is what I'm going to say. So hope that helps as well. New Sky, appreciate you asking the question as well. There are some storms back to the west here. I'm going to take a look from the Minot radar. So these are just regular storms. There's one lightning bolt associated here with this storm around Wawanesa, and then CFB Shiloh has another lightning bolt. So these are just weak storms. They may rain heavily, but not going to be anything too crazy. We will continue to monitor it, but the environment back there, again, we're talking 20 degrees or colder in terms of temp, and the cooler it is, the less storms have a chance of going severe. So out front of these storms, we've been seeing upper to mid 20s. You can see Winnipeg still reporting at 27. So that is still potential for storms, but even with those temperatures out front, these storms are somewhat weakening. So hope that helps. Amir, just typing tornado. What you're going to have to be more specific there, Amir. I'm not sure. There's no tornadoes ongoing. There's no threat of tornadoes right now. That was hours ago. So I don't know if you're watching the live portion, but there's no tornado threat right now as it sits. So let me just take a look here, and I was going to look from the U.S. radar as well. Nothing intense in terms of winds either. Even straight line winds aren't that strong at this point. So we just crossed the 6-hour threshold. So we've been live for 6 hours and 10 minutes. Again, super happy with what took place today, getting those tornado warnings out, getting it in advance, and having people on the ground being able to provide information to us, and also footage to us to show that we had those tornado warnings that were justified. So visual is also a huge portion that, people see the tornado, they tend to take it a little more seriously than if they just get a warning on their phone. So I always appreciate getting that information. So okay, so I'm just looking to see if there's anything else here. I'm going to continue to watch this moving forward. I'm going to see what the warning is doing here. So this was at 6:25 p.m. So this was almost half an hour ago where they put this, extended this warning 28 minutes ago. So it hasn't been extended. It could. However, I don't think there's anything associated with these storms right now that is currently still considered severe. For those that don't know, severe in Canada, generally 90-kilometer-hour wind gusts have to be associated with it, 3-centimeter hail, I believe, and then 50 millimeters of rain possible. So those are kind of the three parameters that decide whether Environment Canada throws a severe warning out for any particular storms. So that like I said, I'm not seeing anything in the parameters right now that would dictate that, but that can change very quickly. So we'll continue to watch this and see what happens here. And you can see the line that, as that northern portion of the storms went in, it's completely breaking up as it's going into Winnipeg. There's still some good rain in there, but it's not what it was here to the south. And this will skirt into Winnipeg. It might get there, but it might go southeast of there as well. So and it may weaken as it goes in there. I'm just watching to see what happens here with this line just over the last few scans. So yeah, this is persisting a little, but again, it'll probably make its way into Winnipeg. Might weaken a little bit here as we continue along, but I'll keep an eye on that. So okay, caught up on all that. I'm gonna have to catch up on my other messages later here once we get off the stream, but I think we're pretty much caught up. I'm gonna have to call Braden and thank him for everything he did today, because that was phenomenal. And thank you. I know Melissa said she sent in an email to Environment Canada to warn them of the tornado. And then I know maybe some people tweeted as well. So thank you, whoever tried to reach out to Environment Canada when we did have that tornado back by Manitou, which was hours ago. But it did track through Manitou, Miami, up into Carmen, and then kind of northeast from there. It started to die off. If anybody is watching us from these areas here, if you have photos of damage or any video of damage that you're willing to share with us, we would definitely love to get that. We can share it with the Northern Tornadoes Project as well. You can send that information to us. This is a couple of ways to reach us if you're new. Obviously, our email address, canadianweatherlive@gmail.com. Our Facebook page as well is a good way to interact with us. So if you do have photos or video, please, we would love to see that from the path roughly that I have highlighted here on the radar. Again, from Manitou up through Miami and Carmen, that's kind of where those tornadic circulations took place. Obviously, this is not exact, but this is a rough idea of where it happened. Even if you have nice photo to share, that definitely is a great great way to do it. You can find us on Facebook as well. And I did mention this earlier. We do have a page called Canadian Weather Live Reports. And here, people, it's a weather community, and you can share your photos and videos as long as it's weather related. And to get into the group, you just have to answer two very basic questions. If you can't answer them, you shouldn't be in the group. It just keeps trolls and bots and other stuff out of there. So anyways, just sharing that with folks if anybody's interested. We, like I said, love to see some photos of that area if anybody's willing to share from there. Obviously, damage photos of properties and stuff, do not send us it if it's not your property. People are having the worst day of their life when that kind of stuff goes on, so we don't want to make it worse. So definitely, if you have permission to take the photos and share them with us, that's the main caveat I would have. But yes, we definitely helps us to figure out what took place. Again, with Northern Tornadoes Project, that's a great one to help figure that stuff out. So what's going on here? Oh, Leonard, Rick is, I think, translating some of the messages here because obviously there's some in Spanish, it looks like. And it's talking, I guess the tropical storm Amanda has formed. I haven't done any models or looked at any forecasts or anything like that, so I can't speak to that, unfortunately, right now. That's typically outside of our area. If it does come into our area, we will, where it was, going up the coast or whatever, then we will definitely talk about it, but that's just outside of our scope, unfortunately. So this tornado thunderstorm warning, 6:58 p.m. So that just came out. They're still saying damaging wind gusts, quarter size hail, and heavy rain. I'm a little skeptical of that, but I mean, listen, Environment Canada, they're the professionals, so I just don't see anything on the radar right now that would jump out at me in terms of hail. It could be wind gusts. I'm just going to take a look here. A lot of noise, but nothing even. I'm just going to look at some of these areas. 40 kilometers an hour, 55. Nothing getting close to that 90 kilometers an hour, so I don't think it's wind related either. But anyways, it's a severe warning that's still getting extended, and I think over the next hour or two, this is all going to start for the most part coming part, and you can see that definitely by the Winnipeg area. That is just, those are regular showers. There's not, is there any lightning even up here? There's one lightning bolt here, and it looks like it's old on the northwest side of Winnipeg. So most of our lightning is down here south of what town is this? This is weakening too. So Saint Agath, kind of south of there down to the border, that's where the heavier precipitation is. And down along the border itself, I'm going to look from the US radar just to see what it's showing. So it does have some heavier precipitation on the south side of the border into North Dakota. But again, nothing crazy that I would be concerned about. There may be hail on the south side of the border in North Dakota, but on the Canadian side, I don't think there's any hail happening. If there was any, it would be south of Altona. Just between there and the border, this bright dark red area here, that definitely would be the only area that I would be concerned about. Here, this is just heavy precipitation by Morris along that 75 highway going down to the border. So yeah, don't see anything too exciting left on the table here. To the north of Winnipeg, you can see that a lot of this is just regular rain. As you get further away from that radar, I'm just looking to see, that's our last radar up there. I don't think I have any further north. So Yeah, we have no radar further north, so I can't look. This is getting far from the radar, so this is way up in the storm, this red stuff, basically. So again, just heavy rain, some lightning. That front leading edge probably has more precipitation in it, but it's nothing too crazy, and there's no severe warning on it. The watch is still up there, but there is no warning for it from Environment Canada. So, okay. So, Salmon Hood fan saying that's weird. The lightning may not be making it onto the map all the time because we definitely had a couple. Odd because not much sign of storm yet. Can't really see far from my house though. So not all lightning. I mean, it like if you zoom in, you can start to see how it's densely populated. So there's a ton of lightning in there, but as you back out, it minimizes it. So it's just a question of how far you're zoomed in. And this doesn't necessarily record cloud to cloud lightning. These are cloud to ground lightning strikes. So there is a difference between those. And so I don't believe that this is cloud to cloud on this radar app. And they are just cloud to ground lightning strikes. So there is a difference between those where the detection side of things. So anywho, so I think unless there's any major questions asking about Oakbank, but let me see here. Oakbank. I remember sort of, but let me look it up just to be sure. Yeah, so you are again on that far side. So these storms are headed that way. You are going to get some heavy rain. You are going to get some lightning and thunder. But again, nothing to worry about in that area there east of Winnipeg. So just again, for the most part, thunderstorms. So lightning, thunder, and rain. That's the biggest thing. And again, I think that we're pretty much over this event. If you guys want to reach out to us after the stream, you have questions, definitely you can look back. Our email has always been at the top of the screen. You can email us anytime with questions weather related. We are happy to discuss things with people, whether it's here, whether it's anywhere across Canada. We're obviously Canadian based, and that's what we specialize in terms of Canadian weather. So you can reach us there. You can get us on Facebook. So definitely reach out to us. Don't be shy type thing. We enjoy talking weather, obviously. I've been talking for 6 hours and 20 minutes at this point. But yes, we definitely enjoy weather, and we want it to be Canadian centric. So that's why we came into existence. What else can I say? Yeah, and thank you for the support. Rick, thank you for donating. It always helps grow the platform, and we just reinvest all of that back into the company and to the product and to the technology. So yeah, it's greatly appreciated. And anybody who's subscribed today, thank you. Welcome to the Canadian Weather Live family. And this is what we do, and we will continue to do moving forward. So again, unless there's anything any other specific questions that somebody wants answered, I'm probably going to end the stream at this point. Again, nothing crazy is happening. Basically now the threat has gone down, and just if you do get some warnings, please obviously check with Environment Canada. That's what we always recommend. Do heed those warnings, but again, for the most part, this looks to be subsiding. Temperatures are cooled off. Winnipeg was 27 degrees Celsius, and the storms have moved in, and Winnipeg is now showing 20 degrees Celsius as of about 17 minutes ago. So that kills all the available energy that is out there for storms to continue to sustain. And we are now 7 p.m. So still a few hours or several hours before before the sun goes over the horizon and it gets dark. But that also tends to weaken storms as well. So Again, thank you everybody for being on here. Appreciate everybody. Appreciate my moderators. Again, big shout out to Braden Morriso. Big shout out to Shannon for sharing everything. It's definitely been a crazy day for those warnings that we had from Manitou all the way through Miami and where else? Carmen, up to Carmen. Question saying, is the tornado event done? Yes, the tornado event for today is done. This is just a dying line of storms. They are, weakening as they're moving northeast. So yes, today the tornado event is pretty much over. Again, I would say near zero, not zero, but near zero at this point. Crazy stuff happens with weather that's completely outside of the box. So I never say zero, but you're definitely near zero in terms of any kind of tornadic event at this point. So again, thank you everybody that's been on the stream today. Really appreciate it. And we will catch you guys on the next one.